Chapter 574, Meeting the Lost Mythical Island again. This was the same island that had appeared out at sea that had many people wanting to explore it. The lost mythical island was still shrouded in mist, but it was a lot thinner than what it had been initially. It was as if the mist would completely dissipate after just a bit longer. The lost mythical island. Li Qiye murmured as he looked at it. Lan Yunju also gazed at the landmass, then back at Li Qiye, who was standing next to her, and asked, "This is your other goal for coming to this place, right?" Back at the Thousand Islands, she had followed him and saw what he did before leaving later on. Although she didn't see the island appear outside with her own eyes, she guessed that it didn't appear for no reason and must have something to do with Li Qiye. After its disappearance, he immediately went to the prime ominous grave, so she knew that he specifically came here for it. "Yes. I need this island," Li Qiye said and nodded. He stared at the mist shrouding the island and continued, "It seems like the mist will dissipate before the grave closes. This means I will need to take a trip there." Lan Yunju found it strange that he placed such emphasis on this island, so she inquired, "What does the island have? True immortal medicine? Invincible treasures? Supreme scriptures? Or a mythical beast?" There had been many legends surrounding the island. Some swore that they saw a golden dragon soaring in the sky alongside divine phoenixes. The scene was very real and was not merely illusions. Because of this, people speculated that the island might be the lost residence of divine beasts like dragons and phoenixes. All incorrect. Li Qiye narrowed his eyes in response, "If there is one thing on the island, then it is a terrifying and extremely frightening existence." Just how terrifying? Lan Yunju was alarmed after seeing Li Qiye's expression. To an indescribable extent. It is a bringer of destruction and killer of gods and immortals. It is not a weapon but is far more potent than one. Lan Yunju's heart thumped rapidly. What kind of existence was worthy of this description? Could there really be a thing capable of slaying gods and immortals in this world? "Okay, girl, you cannot spend forever to send your husband off." Li Qiye told Lan Yunju, "Here is far enough, I will enter now. Time will run out if you are too late, it will be all for naught if the grave closes." Recently, he had been very famous, especially after defeating Dizwa and becoming the number one of the younger generation. "Li Qiye is here." The crowd exclaimed, but those that were the most alarmed were the ghost cultivators. If it was before, then someone would be saying, "That brute, Li Qiye, is here." But ever since his victory over Dizwa, no one dared to call him a brute anymore. Even the ghost race who really hated him didn't dare to address him in such a manner. In a short amount of time, all eyes were on him. Both young and old were looking at him with a sense of apprehension. Everyone knew about his last battle and how he used his heaven-defying momentum to defeat Dizwa. This instilled fear within everyone. While looking at him, they suddenly remembered that he had 12 palaces. 12 palaces. Anyone, even the most brilliant genius, would shiver with despair after recalling his 12 palaces. To the younger generation, there was no chance of surpassing Li Qiye in this era. If it was before, then the ghost cultivators would be unhappy with him entering and would start snickering and sneering. Their mouths would feel quite itchy without throwing an insult or two at him. But now, even the most dissatisfied ghost had to shut their mouth and not dare to utter a single word. This was the reality of the cultivation world, a cruel world. As long as one was powerful enough, they could deny all others from even letting out a fart. One person came from the camp of the ancestral city with many experts right behind him. Many were quite wary of this newcomer as they uttered, "The Yin-Yang Master." Even the ghost cultivators were alarmed. Everyone instinctively took a step back to make a path for the master. He was quite powerful and was once an amazing heavenly king that was worthy of awe. Moreover, he was also the sect master of an emperor's lineage. But now, even the ghost kings on the same level as him were somewhat afraid of him. The reason was very simple: he had an amazing son, Chan Yang, the ancestral realm's descendant. The ancestral city invited the Yin-Yang master as a guest advisor since Chan Yang was the ancestral realm's descendant and would be the future ruler of the ancestral city. The experts that followed the Yin-Yang master came before Li Qiye with apparently unfriendly intentions. Li Qiye, we meet again. Others might be afraid of Li Qiye, but the master didn't put him in his eyes and addressed him informally. The master had such qualifications. Who was to blame for his son being the future master of the ancestral realm? And Li Qiye replied as he nonchalantly gave the master a glance. His attitude was met with a snort from the master. Even people from the ancestral city had to respect him, so what's more to say about a little brat like Li Qiye? Still the same words. The Yin-Yang master arrogantly smiled and coldly spoke, if you are smart, then hand over the key. The ancestors of the city will make note of your contribution. Chapter 575, Ancestral City Lord. The master's tone was aggressive and threatening, causing the silent spectators nearby to shiver. The Yin-Yang gate was not necessarily stronger than the Titanic Crescent sacred ground and was definitely incomparable to the Alira's ancient kingdom or the Simple Mountain immortal kingdom, let alone a lineage like the Myriad Bones throne. However, the Yin-Yang gate of this generation was flying high and could walk proudly everywhere. The Yin-Yang master was even more unstoppable, the world listened to his commands so he put no one in his eyes. Although many hated him and the other emperor's lineages didn't like him, they didn't bother with trivial quips due to his talented son. Li Qiye coldly glared at the master after seeing his arrogance before revealing a smirk and said, if you were the ancestral realm and kneeled down and begged me, I would have thought about giving you the key back then. But now, get the hell out of here and don't bother me. The experts from the ancestral city changed their expressions after hearing this. The master's expression sank as well. The spectating cultivators were scared out of their minds. Li Qiye's attitude was simply too arrogant towards the ancestral realm. Not to mention young people in the sacred netherworld, even ancestors and legendary masters wouldn't dare to act so boisterously against the ancestral realm. Who would dare to be so smug when talking to the ancestral realm? But now, Li Qiye told the group to get the hell out of here. This was being audacious beyond boundaries. Another person murmured, fierce is indeed different. Only such a fierce person would dare to kill Dizwa. The hearts of others shrunk from fear. Li Qiye's attitude showed that he was not taking the ancestral realm into consideration at all. He was even antagonistic towards them. The Yin-Yang master showed a dark smile as he coldly spoke, Junior, although you are formidable with no match in the younger generation, don't forget that you are still young and the path ahead is still long. Your tiny cultivation might be unmatched among the young, but you are only an ant to the older generation and the ancestral realm. Is that so? Li Qiye leisurely said, you don't need to worry about that. I don't have time to chit-chat with you, alright now? So scram. Don't block my way to the path of death or else I'll pave the way myself with your blood. Such free yet domineering words that had a murderous air caused the cultivators to look at each other. Those who dared to declare their intention of massacring the ancestral city's experts could be counted with one's hand in the sacred netherworld, but Li Qiye was the only one among the younger generation. They understood why Li Qiye had the nickname, Fierce. Only he was worthy of this title. The moment he finished speaking, the experts behind the master scowled and said, this thing doesn't know life from death. They glared with their eyes, revealing a frightening aura. At this time, back at the ancestral city's camp, a harumph rang out, causing the world to shake and the celestials to lose their colors. This sound made heavenly sovereigns quiver as well. An old man shrouded with divine light could be seen standing at the camp. He had a noble aura as if he was sitting on a throne high up in the sky. Although his aura was not particularly daunting and was without a monstrous blood energy, the waves of divine lights were plenty scary enough. Each wave of light was like a spear that pierced the sky and the myriad Tao. The sharpness of this light instilled a frightening chill in all. The yin-yang master was secretly glad to see this old man coming out and warned Li Qie, Jr., "You are too arrogant. With your words just now, even if I don't teach you a lesson, the city lord will not spare you." This was the result he wanted since he had been determined to kill Li Qie. Before this, he didn't have a big conflict with Li Qie, but it was different now, especially after Li Qie defeated Dizhua. Dizhua's defeat frightened the master. Since they were both from emperors' lineages at the eastern nether border, the master knew Dizhua very well as his dominating strength. However, someone as unparalleled as Dizhua had actually lost to Li Qie, causing the master to be worried about his own son. This worry was still there back when Dizhua was alive, since he knew that his son was not much stronger than Dizhua. He didn't only hope that his son would rule the ancestral realm in the future, he hoped for him to become an immortal emperor as well. Then, the Yin-Yang Gate would be a sect with 2 emperors. In a generation with geniuses like Dizhua and Tian Lunhui, the master was still full of hope. Although Dizhua was indeed brilliant, his son was no worse. The ancestral realm did their best to train Chanyang so that he definitely had a chance to become the emperor. But now, all of a sudden, some random dark horse came out and defeated Dizhua. This gave the master a lot of stress from worrying about his son. The more arrogantly Li Qie acted, the happier the master became, since he wanted nothing more than Li Qie's death. With the city lord's presence, this was a great opportunity to kill Li Qie. "You are begging to die," he thought with a sneer before coldly speaking, "Junior, don't be so quick to act presumptuously. The 1,000-carp river alone won't be able to protect you. Within the next 10 days, a member of the Divine Guard will arrive. Humph, not just the river sect, nothing in this world can save you. Hand over the key right now and kneel down to apologize to the city lord. Maybe the great city lord will be benevolent and spare you from death." What? A divine guard is about to descend? Impossible. How can gods descend to the mundane world before the opening of the portal? The divine guard consisted of deities who were responsible for protecting the ancestral realm, existences just like gods. There was a legend where the progenitor of the ghost race was still alive and was sleeping throughout the eras inside the ancestral realm. The Divine Guard was responsible for protecting the supreme progenitor and was known for being unbeatable in the ancestral realm. It was not easy for someone from the Divine Guard to descend unless a huge matter was about to happen. Because of this, how could others not be aghast after hearing this news? Even a heavenly king turned pale and mumbled with shivering legs, "A god descending to our world. This is a momentous event." Other cultivators were nervous and felt that this matter was very serious. They could feel a storm approaching with the descent of a god. "You talk too much. Scram." Li Qie's eyes shot out a glint as his chest became bright. The hell-suppressing godly physique and the soaring immortal physique exploded out at the same time. In a split second, space suddenly fluctuated as Li Qie shifted his body with a flash. The Yin-Yang Master was an amazing heavenly king. He was startled and tried to activate an emperor's law, but it was too late. The soaring immortal physique was too fast. After all, it was number one in terms of speed across eternity. It was needless to say more about the hell-suppressing godly physique. This was a body heavy enough to cause the heavens to collapse, heavy enough to suppress gods and devils. Boom! Crisp sounds of bones breaking appeared with the sight of blood as Li Qie slammed the master flying away. Even a heavenly king couldn't withstand this terrifying blow from two immortal physiques. Li Qie's body became the most terrifying and vicious weapon in this world. Li Qie didn't use them in the fight against Dizhua, but now he suddenly chose to use them. The master was blown away and the sound of his bones breaking caused others to jump. Nevertheless, he was still a formidable heavenly king. As he was blown away, he activated an amazing technique. An extremely powerful weapon shot up high, aiming to kill Li Qie. However, Li Qie didn't give him a chance. Right when he slammed the master flying, his hand was also holding the yin-yang refining immortal mirror. In just a moment, the mirror spewed out a terrorizing light that crushed the fabric of space itself. Crank crack. The Yin-Yang Master's treasure was shattered as he screamed, "Ah!" He was pierced through the chest by this terrifying light, causing blood to spray everywhere. He died with his eyes still open. Never did he expect for Li Qiye to be faster than him. Chapter 576, Sweeping through in an unbeatable manner. The Yin-Yang Master was even more surprised that Li Qiye used an unbeatable weapon right from the start. The mirror was a weapon on the same level as Immortal Emperor True Treasure, so its advance couldn't be stopped by the master's body no matter how powerful it might be, killing him on the spot. Who would have thought that this might have happened? Until now, Li Qiye had never used a powerful weapon to kill his enemies, but now he had ended a heavenly king with one move. If he didn't use the mirror this time, then perhaps the master wouldn't have lost his life right away. This sudden change caused the spectators to be dumbstruck. Who would have thought that Li Qiye would kill someone right away due to a verbal quarrel? Such an action was quite taboo, since this was akin to declaring war on the Yin-Yang Gate. After seeing the death of the master, the experts from the ancestral city who were standing right behind him shouted, "Halt your assault." In just a split second, several dozen experts attacked with powerful treasures that all shot towards Li Qiye. Li Qiye scowled in response as his 12 palaces roared while the Yin-Yang Sea of blood drowned the world. An incomparable blood energy empowered the mirror to sweep away all the attacking treasures. Meanwhile, his dual immortal physiques powered up to the maximum. Space suddenly fluctuated, and in an instant, Li Qiye flashed across the cemetery to appear right behind these experts. A spectacular scene appeared before everyone. With a flash from his body, all the treasures exploded like fireworks in the curtain of night, and the explosions were accompanied by the sounds of bones breaking. The moment Li Qiye's figure disappeared, the experts lost both their treasures as well as their own bodies. Flesh and blood flew everywhere as their bodies exploded. Up above were the colorful fireworks of exploding treasures, and down below were the experts' bodies becoming mincemeat everywhere on the ground. Such a scene was too stimulating to the senses. With the dual physiques along with the light from the mirror, no one could escape their demise. Li Qiye killed several dozen experts in an instant and was met by a cry from the camp of the ancestral city, "Little animal, how impudent." This cry tore apart the world as dozens of old men rushed outside with bright lights flashing around their bodies as if they were deities. Their power caused others to shiver, and even heavenly sovereigns couldn't stand straight. Li Qiye was the first to take action when these old men rushed out from their camp. The mirror resonated once more as a bloody moon and golden sun appeared. His blood energy also reinforced his cultivation. At this moment, he held the mirror with both hands, and it became brighter than 10 suns. Its ultimate attack was comparable to a heavenly annihilation or even an attack unleashed by an immortal emperor with full strength. A heavenly annihilation was a true treasure's ultimate attack. Such an attack would turn virtuous paragons into ashes, for they were helpless against it. At this time, the mirror seemed to be opening a door to the immortal world with 2 true immortals descending. One true immortal was the supreme righteous Yang, while the other true immortal was the unparalleled mysterious Yin. The flame of the Yang immortal could scorch the 9 heavens, while the force of the Yin immortal could refine myriad worlds. Under the pressure of this unbeatable strike, all heavenly kings and below were suppressed flat on the ground without being able to lift their heads. The resonance of this strike alarmed all the realms. The other cultivators in the prime ominous grave were scared out of their minds. The ancestors from the great powers could sense this world-destroying power and became extremely pale. This is insane. Is this an imperial massacre or a heavenly annihilation? Does someone want to shoot through the 5 realms? An ancestor exclaimed in horror. An imperial massacre was the ultimate attack of an emperor's life treasure, while a heavenly annihilation was the ultimate blow of an emperor's true treasure. Both were unbeatable attacks, and it could be said that very few in this world could unleash the ultimate attacks from these weapons. The arrival of the two true immortals could annihilate everything before them. Who would be able to deter the righteous Yang and mysterious Yin? Resplendent break, the unequaled attack of immortal Emperor Fei Yang. Retreat. The lord of the ancestral city shouted in fear after seeing Li Qiye unleashing the strike from the mirror. He had once heard of this attack. Immortal Emperor Fei Yang had used this move before to break apart the ancestral realm. However, it was all too late. The extreme Yin and Yang swept through them and turned everything into ashes. The dozens of old men from the ancestral city were annihilated without leaving behind a trace. After this strike, Li Qiye then entered the path of death with an incomparably domineering aura as if he was unstoppable in this world. Many experts from the ancestral city failed to stop him as he opened up a path of blood just like he said before. Little animal. From within the camp came another furious cry. A vast imperial aura appeared. An undying from the ancestral city could no longer tolerate the humiliation and broke his seal. This character of the ancestor level rushed forward with a surging imperial aura. Clearly, he was carrying an emperor's weapon. No, let him go. It is not worth wasting your lifespan for a junior. The city lord immediately stopped the ancestor who held the emperor's weapon. At this time, Li Qiye had already embarked on the path of death. He turned around to face the ancestor and the city lord with a relaxed attitude. He put away the mirror then gazed at the old ancestor before calmly speaking, "I'm temporarily occupied with the path of death and have no time to talk to you guys. I'll stomp on your ancestral city once I return." The ancestor almost vomited blood from anger and had the impulse to rush forward. Li Qiye had killed almost 100 experts from the city in a second. He didn't even spare peak heavenly kings, so how could the city not be furious? However, the city lord was strangely calm and replied, "Ignore him. If he wants to enter hell, then let him be." He coldly stared at Li Qiye as his eyes were deriving a terrifying universal law. Ever since Li Qiye stepped onto the path of death, the city lord had been looking at him as if he was looking at a dead man. Li Qiye's announcement caused everyone to be dumbfounded. He was arrogant to the point of saying that he would destroy the ancestral city. Li Qiye was the only one in the current generation who would dare to utter these words. Li Qiye was too lazy to look at his opponent any longer and disappeared inside the path of death. "Go to hell. Don't come out or I'll send you back again." The enraged ancestor cursed. He was shivering from anger but he didn't give chase after seeing Li Qiye going inside the path of death. The city lord was very calm since in his eyes Li Qiye was already dead. In the endless river of time, no one had ever left the path alive, even god kings would die inside. As for the rest, his announcement earlier had already startled them, but now that they saw, with their own eyes, him enter the path of death, they became even more bewildered. Their first thought was that he was crazy, that there was a problem with his brain, or maybe he was tired of living. Is he insane? A heavenly king from the previous generation asked whilst in a daze. They could understand if he chose the path of life. Surpassing all the trials inside was a symbol for an unbeatable and eternal genius. Dizwa had once entered the path of life, so after beating him, it was understandable for Li Qiye to enter the path of life as well. However, it seemed that he went crazy and ran into the path of death instead. Everyone knew that the path of death had no chance of survival. People had never heard of someone leaving it alive, not even unbeatable god kings. These were existences who could fight 300 to 500 rounds against an immortal emperor. Think about it, if even god kings died on the path of death, then other people shouldn't even dream about passing. This news quickly spread around, driving all the listeners crazy. His declaration of destroying the ancestral city became insignificant compared to him entering the path of death. One can survive against the heavens but not themselves. A great character lamented after hearing this, he was alive and well yet he chose to run into the path of death. What is the point outside of committing suicide? Many great characters from the human race sighed in regret. What is wrong with Li Qie? Defeating Dizhua and having 12 palaces already made him the number one in the sacred netherworld, and becoming the immortal emperor in the future would definitely not be an issue. If he kept on going like this, then he would definitely achieve invincibility. Why enter the path of death now? Another human expert added. In a short period of time, many didn't understand his choice regarding the paths. They only came up with one possible answer: he was tired of living. While the rest were confused, Li Qie was walking on the path of death. The path of death was silent and shrouded in a frightening mist. He slowly proceeded deeper as the corpses below his feet became more numerous. It was apparent that they were great characters when they were alive, even remnants of virtuous paragons could be found. He marched through these white bones in this serene and dreadful atmosphere. The only sound that could be heard was that of his steps crushing the bones. Chapter 577, Path of Death. Cowards would wet their pants while treading on this path, but Li Qie remained calm and relaxed as if it was a stroll in his own garden. After reaching a certain depth, the mist slowly emitted a terrifying aura of death. One's skin would start to sizzle when met with this aura, and one's muscles would quickly age until they became dozens or even hundreds of years older. If they tried to block it with blood energy, then no matter how powerful this blood energy might be, it would still be withered by this powerful death aura. This corruption wouldn't stop until the person died. Li Qie felt this corrosive death aura and murmured, "Countless eras have passed, yet your death aura is still here. It seems that you are still not dead, what a relief." Li Qie carefully took out the lamp with the flicking fire in the center that seemed as if it would go out at any time. This little black flame seemed to be the death aura's nemesis. When the aura tried to approach Li Qie, it would instantly be burnt away by the flame. After sizzling noises arose, the aura was burnt by the flame into little patches of smoke. Li Qie went even deeper inside and the aura, no matter how powerful, couldn't come close to him due to the black flame of the lamp. The corpses that paved the path became fewer, but they were even more powerful than before. Prior to this, there were heaven-defying big shots, but Li Qie didn't know them because people of that level couldn't enter his sight. However, as he walked deeper inside, Li Qie noticed a few characters among these fewer corpses. An old man was lying on the path and had been dead for who knew how long. Although he was being corroded by the death aura, his corpse was not yet corrupted and decayed. All-Heaven Monarch, why didn't you just stay in the stone medicine world? Why run here to die? Li Qie looked at the corpse and muttered to himself. He walked a bit further and saw a skeleton holding a stone bowl, which triggered another response. Endless Longevity Alchemy Emperor, did you come here to find an immortal medicine for everlasting life? What a shame! The Endless Longevity Bowl, such a supreme treasure, was robbed of its divine intent by the death aura. Glorious true God, how arrogant was this little brat in the past. So after you lost to that brat Min Ren, you ran here. It must have been because you wanted that heaven-suppressing item to defeat Min Ren. Autumn Goddess, what a pity. The number one beauty of the charming spirit race in the past, countless prodigies of the 9 worlds swooned over your incomparable allure. However, no matter how pretty you might have been, you are nothing but a corpse now. Along the way, Li Qie recognized several famous people from the past. A few of them were his acquaintances when he was the Dark Crow, but all of these invincible existences eventually died inside the path of death. Outsiders' hearts would stop if they heard the names of these characters. Among them were unbeatable imperial princes, unparalleled true gods, and number one beauties. The 99 ghosts watched Li Qie walk by, then they went back to the thick death aura like evil spirits as if nothing had happened. Not long after Li Qie infiltrated the path of death did a piece of news quickly spread throughout the prime ominous grave and its 5 realms. What? The Divine Guard is descending? Is this true? An ancestor of a great power shivered after hearing this news. The messenger disciple reported in a serious manner, "Respectful ancestor, it is 100% true. First uncle saw it with his own eyes since he was responsible for greeting the divine guard, so I came to report with full speed. The disciple guaranteed that it was from a trustworthy source. The ancestor's expression greatly changed upon hearing this. 2 days ago, the yin-yang master had brought this up, and many had heard of it as well. So within the last 2 days, many great powers and imperial lineages had many speculations. But now, more information had come and the divine guard was actually descending, so how could these powers not be alarmed? In fact, this news traveled very quickly and everyone received the news. The emperor's lineages found out even earlier than the ordinary great powers. It's so strange. The lord of the ancestral city personally arriving is one thing, but now the divine guard is here as well. All the sects were very wary, and even the ghost race itself was on high alert. An ancestor of an emperor's lineage placed great importance on this matter, so he solemnly asked the messenger, which character is descending this time? The messenger answered with absolute confidence, "Dear ancestor, I heard that it is the captain himself." The ancestor's face became a bit ugly as he said, "The older generation of the divine guard. Is it only because of the lost mythical island? Just what is on it?" As the news continued to cause a storm, an expert was quite confused after hearing it. Didn't people say that the portal to the ancestral realm only opened once every 100 years? It has not been that long since the last time someone came down to find a descendant, so how could it be opened once more this quickly? A ghost king who knew more sighed and said, "There are methods, of course, if the ancestral realm truly wants to send people down, but they have to pay a great price. This is absolutely a sky-shattering event for them to send down the captain of the divine guard himself. Usually, sending down a regular member of the guard would be enough to resolve all problems since they could just use the prestige of the ancestral realm to command the ghost race. But now, the captain is coming down, proving that this matter is of the greatest importance. The ancestral city has never entered the grave before. First it was the Lord himself, now the captain of the divine guard is coming as well. A great character emotionally wondered, could there really be an egg of a divine beast on the island? Chapter 578, Headless Man will withdraw from this place immediately. Tell the other disciples in the other realms to quickly leave the grave, no one can stay behind. After exiting, all disciples must return to the sect at once and stay there. A great power felt something bad was going to happen and ordered for all their disciples to retreat. After the arrival of the divine guard's captain became known, all the great powers that didn't belong to the ghost race immediately left the grave. This news made people uneasy, especially for those of the other races. The ancestral realm would not carelessly send someone down, so this signaled the coming of a big event. Now, when a captain was personally coming, it had to be a catastrophic event. Of course, after the other races left the grave, there were still some ancestors who lingered behind to wait for the next event. While the outside was chaotic because of the divine guard's descent, Li Chia had reached the end of the path of death. Other people wouldn't have a method for penetrating so deep into this place, not even god kings, true gods, or other deities. Even the most powerful would die on this path. As for immortal emperors, they also did not wish to take such a risk because there was a terrifying existence in this place, a taboo existence that even emperors didn't want to provoke since there was no benefit in doing so. If others thought that the aura of death at the end of the path would be more dense, then they would be completely mistaken. There was not the slightest bit of ghastly energy or aura of death at all. This place resembled a courtyard that was now tattered with broken structures. A slight breeze signified the coming of autumn, creating a comfortable and relaxing feeling as if one was in one's own backyard. Inside these ruins was a little pond. It seemed to be man-made but was actually crafted by the natural order of life. The occasional bubbles that emanated from the water's surface proved that there was a flowing source of water. Whether it was man-made or natural was not important since it was just a very ordinary pond, but looking at the existence inside the pond would instill chills into spectators. There was a person walking around in this pond. This person had a tall stature with an ancient and untraceable dressing style. He quietly walked laps around the pond, each step traveled the exact same distance as if they had been measured to perfection. And the most dreadful part wasn't the person walking around the pond like a robot, it was that this person had no head on his neck. A headless man trod around the pond step by step with extreme precision without stopping. He had been doing this for countless years through the shifting of eras. Anyone would break out in a cold sweat when they saw this mysterious and frightening scene. The cowardly ones would be wetting their pants. Upon further reflection, it made sense since this was the end of the path of death. Not to mention a headless man walking around, it wouldn't be outrageous to see evil devils in this place. Li Qiye was neither disturbed nor frightened by the scene ahead inside these ruins. He still had his always calm demeanor. The endless years. Li Qiye looked at the headless man and murmured, millions of years to wash away the aura of destruction and cure the eternal wound. After looking at the headless man for a bit, he shifted his eyes towards the ordinary pond as if it was a supreme treasure, or as if the most peerless beauty was about to appear from the water. However, there was no bathing beauty or supreme treasure here, it was only a common pond. And yet, it was more precious than anything else in Li Qiye's eyes. Even immortal emperor true treasures or supreme immortal scriptures were not comparable to this pond. Li Qiye looked at the pond for a long time before whispering, whether it is that thing or not, I need help this time. If you don't help me, then even if you were the heavens, I would still destroy you. Li Qiye walked closer but was repelled by an invincible force when he got close to the pond. It was the headless man who exerted an unbeatable force with an aura that encompassed the entire pond, deterring all trespassers. Li Qiye slowly raised the origin sealing spear and said, My prayer has been answered in the kingdom of heaven, I need to borrow the water in this pond. The headless man suddenly halted his steps and seemingly looked at Li Qiye despite not having eyes or a head. After looking for a bit, he began to take equidistant steps around the pond again. Li Qiye then stepped inside the pond, but this time, the headless man didn't stop him and allowed for his approach. Li Qiye then sat in a meditative pose on top of the water as his chest lit up. He was not hiding anything as he let go of his soaring immoral inner physique. Whoosh! As the inner physique was let go, space suddenly shivered and time flowed faster. Exit. Sizzling sounds appeared. Once the inner physique reached its brightest point, this brilliance became infected and turned into darkness as evil light started to emanate from Li Qiye's body. Bolts of lightning then flashed on top of Li Qiye's head as the sky darkened, heralding an apocalypse. This was the physique tribulation of a minor completion physique. The soaring immortal physique's tribulation should have come earlier, but it had been constantly suppressed by Li Qiye. Now, however, he chose to tackle it. Boom! Strings of energy that wished to stop Li Qiye appeared as his minor completion inner physique emanated waves of light. Waves of universal laws appeared to crush these strings of deathly energy birthed by the tribulation. However, these strings of energy were not willing to go down so easily as sizzling sounds kept on ringing to battle against the universal laws that came from the inner physique. But this level of energy was not enough to cause trouble for a minor completion immortal physique. Whoosh! In the end, the strings of deathly energy were defeated, and this signaled the second step of the tribulation as a dark figure came out from Li Qiye's body. The physique devil had been born. Bang! But the moment this physique devil came out, the hell-suppressing godly physique didn't shy away from crushing it. Nevertheless, the physique devil was unwilling to give up as its evil energy surged repeatedly in order to escape the godly physique's control. Li Qiye didn't care for this physique tribulation. To him, surpassing the soaring immortal minor tribulation was not an issue and was only a matter of convenience at this moment. His goal was the 13th palace, the true reason for coming to this pond. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here. A minor tribulation was nothing to him as it didn't require the help of an external item. Having 13 fate palaces was something that had never been done before in history. Only immortal Emperor Jiao Heng achieved 12 palaces, but no one had ever heard of successfully creating the 13th palace. Because of this, Li Qiye's true ambition was in his 13th palace. Since the start of time, countless cultivators had assumed that 12 palaces was the ultimate limit. Even someone with an invincible immortal physique could only stop at 12. The truth was indeed just that, the world had never seen the next palace before. Even the most brilliant genius that was completely peerless in all manners would be derided as a madman if they told anyone that they wanted to open the non-existent 13th palace. But Li Qiye knew that such a thing existed. The hard part was the ability to open it, since it was an accomplishment as difficult as becoming an immortal emperor. However, to Li Qiye, opening it was even harder than reaching the throne. Since the start of time, there had been around 100 immortal emperors, but none had 13 palaces. Li Qiye had trained invincible existences before, and he knew that opening this next palace was one of the biggest challenges in life. Because of this, he came to this place since his strength alone was insufficient because his Nigone meridian had reached its limit. We'll withdraw from this place immediately. Tell the other disciples in the other realms to quickly leave the grave, no one can stay behind. After coming out, all disciples must return to the sect at once and stay there. A great power felt something bad was going to happen to it and ordered for all their disciples to retreat. After the arrival of the Divine Guard's captain became known, all the great powers that didn't belong to the ghost race immediately left the grave. This news made people uneasy, especially for those of the other races. The ancestral realm would not carelessly send someone down, so this signaled the coming of a big event. Now, when a captain was personally coming, it had to be a catastrophic event. Of course, after the other races left the grave, there were still some ancestors who lingered behind to wait for the next event. Chapter 579, Captain of the Divine Guard for Cultivators. The Nigone Meridian could only contain a maximum of 12 palaces. Forcefully opening further palaces would only result in the destruction of the Nigone Meridian, along with the other palaces. At this point, a roar appeared with the emergence of the 12 palaces. One palace opened its doors and a dried trunk that looked like a hand flew out. This was the tree branch he obtained from the 1,000 Islands. At this point, thousands of roots entrenched themselves in Li Qiye's Nigone Meridian while newly grown green branches stretched into the pond. These new branches were like divine spears and penetrated into the depths of the pond, quickly taking root inside under Li Qiye's command. These branches swiftly absorbed the water in the pond and led them into Li Qiye's meridian. After absorbing the essence under the pond, Li Qiye shivered as his dried Nigone meridian suddenly became quite moist. It is time. Li Qiye became fairly spirited as he took a deep breath. His blood energy surged with the opening of the sea of blood while his life will powered his longevity blood. All of these things fueled each other, allowing his Tao foundation to suck up even more essence from the bottom of the pond. At the same time, his body continued to emit terrifying sounds since the physique tribulation's deathly energy and physique devil was still rampaging while being suppressed by his hell-suppressing godly physique. The arrival of the Divine Guard's captain was explosive news inside the prime ominous grave. Although the captain entered the grave with a low profile, being part of the ancestral realm's Divine Guard made maintaining a low profile a difficult feat. Amazing images appeared where he trod, such as auspicious clouds and golden springs. The grand Tao hymned in resonance as phoenixes flew quickly behind him. The captain wore a set of divine armor that gave him a majestic and awe-inspiring aura. Auspicious rays surrounded his body while the supreme universal laws shone below his steps. When he moved, the stars would also rotate as the heaven and earth followed him. Such a heaven-defying and powerful existence was worthy of fear and awe. Even legendary masters had to retreat before an existence of his level. Moreover, the captain had the backing of the ancestral realm behind him. This meant that even eternal existences would not carelessly offend him. Some reclusive ancestors of the ancestral city also accompanied this existence. Whether this captain was strong or not was not important. Since he represented the ancestral realm, the ancestors had to follow and protect him. The lord of the ancestral city was an amazing character. He had lived for an entire generation, yet his blood energy was still extremely formidable. The captain of the Divine Guard was not necessarily much stronger than the city lord, but since he came from the ancestral realm and represented their will, even the city lord didn't dare to neglect him. The ghost race was quite alarmed to see the current situation. One ancestral city lord was already scary enough, but now the Divine Guard captain is here too. Who would dare to cause strife in this situation? I think even legendary masters wouldn't dare to act boisterously here. A ghost king shook his head and said, boisterously? Only suicidal people would act this way at this key moment. Although the ancestral realm belonged to the ghost race and there was a legend stating that the ghost progenitor was sleeping in this realm, many lineages, especially the ones with emperors, viewed them unfavorably. Other ghost lineages appeared to be very welcoming and respectful to the ancestral realm on the outside, but they were secretly full of caution and had the desire to resist. Naturally, these sects didn't want an existence looming over their heads and interfering with their business or commanding them, especially imperial monsters such as the Myriad Bones Throne. For millions of years, no one understood the significance and reason for the ancestral realm's existence. Some said that the ghost progenitor was slumbering there. An even older legend dictated that the ancestral realm stopped a terrifying race of devils from the outside to protect the paradise that is the sacred netherworld for the sake of the ghost race. However, all of these were only legends. Regardless of whether the ancestral realm was where the slumbering progenitor was or if they were acting as a guardian, these events happened many, many years ago. No one had seen the ancestral realm taking action or attacking any evil devils. Moreover, no one had ever seen the progenitor before as well. Because of these legends, the majority of great powers and a few imperial lineages had always been wary of the ancestral realm. The majority of them across time had maintained a certain distance. No one knew why, not even these lineages themselves, but these were the warnings from their patriarch immortal emperors. The city lord welcomed the captain to the camp. After the captain sat down, the city lord commanded others to leave, leaving only the two of them behind. The captain was not arrogant and politely asked the city lord, how goes the preparations for the lost mythical island? The city lord answered, respectful captain, we temporarily cannot enter right now. The mist is too thick, 2 of our ancestors died in an attempt to get there. Then when can we set our foot on it? The captain asked with a graver voice. The city lord pondered for a moment before replying, in my opinion, the prime ominous grave can lessen the mist of the island since it is becoming thinner and thinner. The moment we can set foot on the island should be right before the closing of the grave. We don't have time. The captain shook his head and explained, we have to go there as soon as possible since there are many things to do up there. If we wait for the grave to drive the mist away, then we won't be able to finish our business before the closing. The city lord answered carefully, Captain, we can't do anything about it. You can also see that this mist is an extremely powerful and evil curse. The person who performed this curse must have been an invincible existence across the times in order to stop others from reaching the island. We have no way of breaking this curse, so we can only wait. City Lord, I'm afraid that we do not have the time to wait. This matter has reached His Excellency, the Heavenly God. He commanded me to bring down a decree to accelerate this matter. The captain spoke with a serious tone, City Lord, I am not trying to posture before you, it's just that this matter is not trivial. His Excellency wants me to expedite the process, please understand. This matter even reached His Excellency's ears. The city lord spoke with a changed expression. He had only seen the Heavenly God once, but he understood the Heavenly God's invincibility. Yes. His Excellency told me to descend just to rush this matter. If it wasn't for the fact that it wasn't time for the portal to open, His Excellency would have come down himself. The captain replied with gravity. The city lord was scared out of his mind. The Heavenly God himself descending, such a thing had not happened for a long time, and it would create widespread panic if this news were to come out. "Captain, just what is inside the lost mythical island?" the city lord asked. Despite being the city lord, he didn't know what was up there. "City lord, there are a few things better left unknown. Knowing too much is not good for you." The captain looked at the city lord and scowled. The city lord smiled awkwardly and said, "If that is the case, then I won't ask any further with my big mouth." The captain looked at the city lord and lowered his aggressive tone, "Brother Bai, we have known each other for a long time, so there is no need for this posturing act. I have no say in this matter and am only following the heavenly God's command. I am but a mere errand boy. If something were to happen, then a bigger character will come down." The captain had a great sense of propriety. Although he came down from the ancestral realm, the city lord could directly communicate with it as well, so his status was not much higher than the city lord's. If he wanted things to go smoothly in the sacred netherworld, then he needed the help of the city lord, so he conducted himself in a very polite manner. "Captain is too polite. Like you said, we are friends, so there is no need to act so reserved like this." The city lord quickly replied, "I was only casually asking, nothing more." The captain shook his head and said, "I'll be frank with you, brother, I don't know what is on the lost island. This is only something His Excellency knows. He commanded that we must go to the island right away and that we have to report any and all changes on the island. This matter is very important and we bear a huge weight. If we want to get this done, I will have to rely on Brother Bai's strong support." The city lord hurriedly responded, "Captain is too reserved, just let me know if you need anything. Your business is my business. We cannot wait for the curse to go away by itself since we have to go up there as soon as possible. Before the closing of the grave, we will still need time to communicate with His Excellency. After going up there, we have to do so again, which requires a lot of time, so we have to quickly dispel this curse." Chapter 580, Decree of the Heavenly God. This level of ancestral curse is not something we can break. This is an evil curse, so we would suffer a backlash and lose our lives immediately if we tried. Even a great existence like the city lord was afraid of the island's mist. Virtuous paragon ancestors died and became bloody mists in there, so even the city lord was not certain of backing off safely once he got close. Blood sacrifice. The captain gravely spoke, "Any curse can be broken with this method. After all, this is the ultimate and most extreme method. Blood sacrifice." The city lord was aghast and exclaimed, "How many cultivators would a curse of this level require? Tens of thousands wouldn't be enough, and several 100,000 is impossible since people will oppose it. Use mortals. There are other races at the nether border, right? Humans, the blood race, and charming spirits are all fine. As long as they are mortals outside of the ghost race, we can use them for the sacrifice. If hundreds of thousands is not enough, then we'll sacrifice 1 million. We'll keep going until we are successful." The captain's eyes became as cold as ice at this point. He didn't mind the price as long as he could reach his goal. The city lord was startled and spoke with a chill in his heart. Although there are many mortals of other races at the nether border, they are all living in several large cities in different places. We from the ancestral city cannot capture so many mortals from all the corners of the world. At least, not in such a short amount of time. This is just a waste of time. As the ancestral city lord, his perspective was different from the captain's. After this matter concluded, the captain would just go back to the ancestral realm and would have nothing to do with the future outcome of this place. However, he was the city lord and would still have to stay in the sacred netherworld. What would the consequences be of sacrificing millions of mortals or even more? Send out the heavenly God decree, command all the sects of the ghost race to help us. The captain spoke in an even bolder tone. Heavenly God decree. The city lord's heart sank. As the city lord, of course he knew the significance of this decree. This was the highest level of decree from the ancestral realm and could command all the ghosts in the sacred nether world. His Excellency was afraid that something unexpected might happen, so he sent me down first with the heavenly God decree and gave me the power to use it when necessary. The captain explained. If you have the decree, then it is very good. There is no need to worry about the other powers not helping us. Please show the decree and I will send people to the sect masters of the great powers right away. The city lord heaved a sigh of relief. To him, the amount of dead mortals was not important. Whether it was 100,000 or 1 million, all were just numbers. However, he didn't want to be the butcher that started this whole operation and bear the sinful name. The responsibility of sacrificing millions of mortals as well as creating feuds with the other races would all be on him afterward. After the captain returns to the ancestral realm in the future, the sacred netherworld would point its sharp tip at him. He didn't want to be the public enemy of all the races. But now, with the heavenly God decree, all the imperial lineages and great powers of the ghost race would be dragged down with him. The entire ghost race would bear this, it wouldn't be just him. In the shortest amount of time possible, the decree was sent to all the great powers. An imperial lineage's sect master was shocked after reading the contents and showed an extremely ugly expression. Although cultivators looked down on mortals, for millions of years, very few cultivators stretched their hands towards them. Not interfering with mortals was an unwritten rule of the cultivation world. Only those of the evil Tao would take action against mortals. Of course, there were also cultivators who killed a few hundred or so mortals occasionally, it was not a big deal. However, 1 million was a cause for hesitation. This was the same as destroying an entire city, a large-scale massacre. These large-scale massacres were not rare in history. The victors would completely annihilate the losers, this was a common scene in the cultivation world. However, this was limited to just their own circles and the sects and clans within. Any sect or clan massacring millions of mortals would be held in contempt by others and might be the victim of a justice crusade from the other races and sections. Fuck, this is forcing us to be the spear tip. An imperial sect master angrily cursed after receiving the decree. Another one exasperatedly stated, that old city lord of the ancestral city is a sly fox. He won't do it himself and wants to drag us down into the mud with him. Many imperial lineages and great powers convened because this situation was too serious. Should we carry out this heavenly God decree? An imperial lineage started the meeting. The decree clearly stated that any sect who collects 1 million would enjoy a supreme technique from the ancestral realm. These techniques that originated at the beginning of the ghost race were very tempting to the great powers, but they were nothing to the imperial lineages. They had emperor's laws and did not lust after the original ghost techniques. These imperial lineages were not moved by the decree at all and didn't want to carry it out compared to the great powers. However, one imperial lineage stated their worries, who dares to not carry out the heavenly God decree? Do you want a visit from the heavenly God the next time the portal opens? A few great powers were upset but had no choice except to follow the order, the ancestral city is dragging us down with them. On the other hand, some great powers were eager and excited. A sect master from this group exclaimed with vigor, a supreme origin technique, our sect needs such a technique. Destroying one city for the captain to trade for one. So what if 1 million mortals must die? A few great powers were very biased, especially against the human race, so they were especially happy and had bloodthirsty eyes the moment they saw the decree. We should already have taught these races a lesson, especially the humans. Humph. Let them know that we ghosts are the rulers of the sacred nether world. Another side showed their utmost support in the face of this decree, the order of the heavenly God shall be carried out by the myriad races. This is our glory. They hope to utilize this rare chance to earn some merit for the ancestral realm. Perhaps in the future, they could even send their disciples up there to strengthen their sects and countries. In an instant, many great powers took action, even their ancestors personally took on the task. A few imperial lineages disliked the decree but had no choice outside of acquiescing. The decree represented the will of the heavenly God, a decree of the highest level in the ancestral realm. Very few people or sects in the sacred netherworld would dare to oppose such a decree. No one wanted to antagonize the ancestral realm since they didn't want a personal visit from the heavenly God at the next opening of the portal. This was not a favorable event or anything and perhaps could end in sect destruction. Thus, after accepting the decree, whether willing or not, many sects took action. However, this was not something absolute, and there were those who dared to oppose the decree. When this decree landed on the table of the Myriad Bones Throne's sect master, after reading it once, he handed it back right in front of the ancestral city's messenger. He rejected the decree and told the messenger, "We, the Myriad Bones Throne, will not become involved in such a thing. The ancestral city's business has nothing to do with us." Both the ancestral city and the captain of the Divine Guard were at a loss of what to do against the Throne of Bones' refusal to comply. Both the ancestral city and ancestral realm couldn't punish the Throne of Bones, at least, not at the moment. The ancestral city was indeed powerful, but the throne was even stronger. One sect with 3 emperors allowed them to conduct themselves with pride against any lineage or power. The ancestral realm was stronger than the throne, but this was the sacred netherworld and not the ancestral realm. It was beyond their sphere of influence. Even the descent of the heavenly God would not be enough of a threat to the throne. After all, the throne once had 3 emperors, so its hidden power must be unbelievable. Who knew what terrifying existences could be sealed beneath the throne's grounds? The throne's refusal caused many sects who hated the decree to have second thoughts. The Myriad Bones Throne rejected the decree. "Sect master, shall we continue with the order or not?" An elder asked his sect master. "Are you kidding?" The sect master shook his head and said, "Of course the Throne of Bones dares to oppose the heavenly God decree. The ancestral city can't do anything to them, and neither can the Divine Guard's captain. But as for us, it is better to just comply obediently." Another power who refused the decree was the Nether Crossing Swamp. Of course, it didn't outright reject the decree in such an arrogant manner like the Throne of Bones. Chapter 581, Battling the Physique Tribulation. After receiving the decree, an elder of the Nether Crossing Swamp reluctantly said, "Messenger, it is not that we don't want to carry out the will of the decree, but right now, our previous sect master had abdicated his position and the new one escaped to be a monk. Our inner workings are in turmoil and the elders are chaotically arguing just for a new sect master. We are a snake without a head at the moment, and no one can take the lead. In this situation, how can we have the ability to carry out the heavenly God decree?" Whether their excuse was real or not, or if the messenger believed them or otherwise, the swamp refused to follow the decree and bought time. The messenger couldn't find the leader of the swamp since they didn't have a sect master. They couldn't force the issue since there was no one around. Of course, only the Nether Crossing Swamp could use this excuse. Everyone knew that their descendant, Jian Xian, ran away to be a monk instead of the sect master. This was not a secret in the northern Misty Field or the entire sacred netherworld. Outside of these two, all the other ghost lineages left the prime ominous grave and headed for the cities around the nether border to gather up mortals. All the mortals around this region didn't know a calamity was quickly approaching. Moreover, the decree was sent and carried out on the same day, so the great powers in the distant cloud didn't know anything yet. Although most cultivators and mortals of the other races were normally at the distant cloud, the races had taken root in the sacred netherworld for millions of years. Even in the nether border that was full of ghosts, there were still mortals and cultivators from the other races. They normally gathered at huge cities in the nether border that contained hundreds of thousands of people. At this time, the mortals and cultivators of the other races in this region didn't know that there was an evil hand reaching out for them. Within the pond that was deep into the path of death, Li Chia's physique tribulation was pouring down. Li Chia simply roared and didn't move as the hell-suppressing inner physique rose up high. The Tao Foundation turned into a primordial Kuan Peng, and his true fate placed the inner physique inside. In just a moment, the true fate and the hell-suppressing inner physique rode the Kunpeng to fight the tribulation up above. Rumble. Up in the sky, the ensuing battle caused the world to collapse in a tyrannical and domineering manner. Anyone would be scared out of their mind to see this scene, since no one had ever undergone their tribulation like this. Using one's true fate to fight the enemy was courting death, because cultivators were most fearful of a fate calamity. The majority of cultivators didn't want to use their true fate to fight, let alone face a physique tribulation. At the enlightened being level, a destroyed body could be rebuilt, but if the true fate was shattered, that would be a real death. Because of this, no cultivator would do what Li Qie was doing with his tribulation. However, Li Qie didn't care and used an unstoppable momentum with his true fate to crush the physique tribulation until the sky collapsed. Such an invincible style would win a lot of fans if there was anyone spectating. Anyone would feel that he was being too crazy, since if his true fate was wounded, he could die and turn into ashes. Meanwhile, Li Qie's true body was still meditating in the pond. The young green branches continued to suck up the essence to strengthen Li Qie's meridian. After absorbing a sufficient amount of essence, the entire location became full of divine spirits. After opening the 12th palace, his meridian was dried up. This was the norm, since opening 12 palaces was its limit. The meridian drying up meant that it couldn't open another palace, lest the cultivator risks shattering the meridian along with all the other palaces. Even the strongest cultivator couldn't handle such a devastating result. However, at this moment, Li Qie's palace location was full of vigor and divinity, like the realm of a god with endless life essences. Outsiders would never believe such a thing, since nothing could restore the withered Nigong meridian, not even true immortal medicine. However, after absorbing so much essence from the pond, he proved them wrong. Nevertheless, this was far from enough for Li Qie, since the restoration of the meridian alone was not beneficial at all. In the end, all the divinity and endless life inside were meaningless. Under the current circumstances, even if he could open the 13th palace, he still wouldn't be able to withstand the suppression from the heavens, so the restoration was merely his first step. Boom, boom, boom. Hymns appeared as if a grand Tao was forming into something like a new palace. Each time a hum resonated, Li Qie's body would shake. The 12 palaces hovering above his head were greatly affected, dimming and brightening in an alternating cycle. He had begun the construction of the 13th palace after absorbing enough essence. Of course, this was only the beginning. These rich essences alone were far from enough to create the next palace. After an outline was formed, Li Qie still needed the most important thing. Without it, the palace would collapse right after it formed. In the sky, the battle lasted for some time before the true fate finally destroyed the heavenly tribulation and collapsed the tribulation portal, as well as slew the physique devil. After the portal was destroyed, the tribulation dissipated. The soaring immortal inner physique in front of Li Qie's chest became even brighter. Waves of rings emanated like the spreading of wings. Buzz. The moment these wings made of light spread out wide, time suddenly quivered, as if the flap of these wings could affect time itself. In just a second, time began to slow down. There was an illusion that everything became slower. Even the passing of light was as slow as a snail. Nothing was excluded from this effect. People would be able to see the passage of time at this moment. Nothing could feel better than sensing the slow passage of time. Soaring immortal physique, minor completion. At this moment, Li Qie had 2 minor completion immortal physiques. Outside of the Black Dragon King, Li Qie was the only other one who successfully accomplished this. It was the fastest physique in this world. Although it was only at minor completion, its speed was still at an awe-inspiring level. With this, no heavenly king would ever be able to catch Li Qie, not even the highest level of heavenly king, a heaven's equal king that specialized in speed, unless this particular king also cultivated the soaring immortal physique. At grand completion, its speed would be at the limit of this world. When exerted to its maximum potential, one could jump outside of the temporal constraint and soar across eternity. Li Qie was only at minor completion and was far from reaching that level, but what kind of power would the combination of two minor completion immortal physiques have? Extreme speed and extreme weight, this combination would be the most terrifying weapon in this world. One strike could cause the destruction of the heaven and earth. Other cultivators would be ecstatic at achieving minor completion, but Li Qie was emotionless. He was still sitting in the pond, focusing all of his will into opening the 13th palace. A minor completion soaring immortal physique was not a cause for pride to Li Qie, but opening the next palace was indeed a glorious thing. There were several big cities back in the nether border, sites of congregation for the other races besides the ghosts. Outside of these huge cities, there were also other smaller cities all around. At this minute, all of them were suffering a calamity with screams that pierced the sky only to be answered by ominous black clouds. The apocalypse had come to these mortals and even the cultivators in these cities. They didn't know what was happening before being brought away. Blackstone City was one of the biggest cities in the nether border. It was built on top of a rolling mountain range. This was the place where stone golems gathered in the nether border. This region was ruled by the ghosts and protected by a monster named the Myriad Bones Throne. Outside of the ghosts, other races had a very difficult time opening up new settlements. Thus, Blackstone City was built in the wild and spanned hundreds of thousands of miles. 300,000 mortals and tens of thousands of cultivators could be found within. The majority of the inhabitants were stone golems with some humans and members of the blood race here and there. Today, it had also met a calamity. At early sunrise, there was a sudden deafening explosion. Rumble. Its defense was being attacked by someone as explosions kept on detonating. Many pavilions and buildings were collapsing as if there was a gigantic hand lifting the entire city up. In just a moment, shrill screams appeared everywhere. More than 300,000 mortals were suddenly sucked up into the sky along with some weaker cultivators. Chapter 582, The Great Disaster, Father. A child screamed as he woke up and shockingly found himself being sucked up into the sky. The child quickly grabbed onto his father, a pale man who instinctively grabbed onto his child. Mom, Grandpa. In just a moment, many children were screaming in horror, the adults and old men were frightened out of their minds as well. Quick, grab onto the pillar. An old man shouted. His heart was stricken with fear and was aghast. There was also a muscular man who grabbed on tightly to his bed stands, but it was all useless, he was still sucked up into the sky. In an instant, more than 300,000 mortals were sucked up as treasure pouches came down to trap all of them. What is going on? The weakest of cultivators were also sucked up from the ground and were deathly pale from fear, just like the mortals. The ghost race. They screamed while their souls were escaping from their bodies after seeing the big shots from the ghost race standing in the air. These big shots all had divine rings around their bodies and great blood energy. They hovered in the air as if they were deities while using treasure pouches to suck in all the mortals and cultivators. Greenvine Ghost Tribe, Sacred Earth Sect, what feud does my Blackstone City have with you? A loud cry appeared. The Blackstone Monarch and several hundred of the strongest disciples of the city flew into the sky with rising fury. This was met by a thunderous roar from above, we have no feud, but we can't disobey the order of the heavenly God. All of you stand aside or you will be sucked in as well. The Blackstone Monarch looked at the victims then angrily cried out, Sacred Earth Sect, you are pushing us too far. If you want to take away my citizens, then ask the spear in my hand first. Very well, as you wish. The thunderous voice replied. A palm descended with the intention to smash apart the entire Blackstone City. Activate. The Blackstone Monarch cried out. His spear aimed for the sky in a very tyrannical manner. Pluff. The palm only slightly trembled against this fierce spear then counter-attacked from an unbelievable angle. Boom. The Blackstone Monarch couldn't dodge the palm. With broken bones, he was blown away while spurting out blood. The Blackstone experts quickly came to protect their wounded monarch and propped him up. "Master, protect Blackstone City," the monarch commanded while disregarding his wounds. "It's no use," the expert in the sky said with a snort. With a deafening explosion, an invincible lance came down, piercing through all obstacles. The Blackstone monarch and his disciples heaved a battle cry to meet this divine lance, but they couldn't stop it. Miserable screams emanated and, in just a moment, many Blackstone experts died beneath this lance. The Blackstone monarch glared furiously and screamed, "Die!" The heavily wounded monarch wanted to use his strongest attack to slay the existence in the sky. Ding! In the end, the monarch was just not a match. After 3 exchanges, he was nailed to the street by the divine lance. Although the lance pierced his body, the monarch still stood straight and didn't falter even in the face of death. You don't know your own limits. The powerful existence in the sky stared at the pinned monarch emotionlessly and shouted, "Take away all the mortals. The divine guard is waiting for a new batch to perform the blood ceremony." The rest of the ghost experts were spirited from the victory and took out more pouches to collect the remaining mortals and cultivators. Continuous wails could be heard from within the city. Countless mortals didn't know why a calamity descended upon them. They tried to grab onto whatever was close, such as pillars or trees. However, it was all useless. How could mortals oppose powerful cultivators? A few cultivators inside the city quickly fled after seeing the unfavorable situation, but they didn't make it far before being stopped. The attackers consisted of 2 great ghost powers with many disciples, quite a considerable force. Another heroic group let out a loud cry, wanting to unleash all of their skills to save their people, but it was meaningless. A powerful existence stepped in, blowing away this entire group with a swing of his hand. Southern Tang City was another large city in the nether border, one that had been standing for millions of years. There were more than 500,000 inhabitants that mainly consisted of humans. The humans worked together to make Southern Tang a prosperous city. There were more than 40,000 cultivators at this city that did not lack heavenly sovereigns and heavenly kings. Boom! Before many citizens could leave their beds this morning, it was as if the sky collapsed. While being completely lost, countless mortals in the city were sucked up into the sky. A few people were still snoozing only to find themselves being sucked into the sky. They exclaimed in horror, "What the hell? Oh mother!" They all lost their minds from the current situation. A treasure bowl created a terrifying black hole above the city's sky, and it sucked up the hundreds of thousands of citizens. Father! Mother! Within a short amount of time, children cried helplessly for their parents. Hooer! A father cried out and tried to grab onto his son, but he couldn't resist the force from above. The parents screamed out in despair. Although they were inches from each other, they still failed to protect their son. A group of cultivators rushed out and furiously shouted, "Who dares to do this?" They soared up into the sky and took out their treasures to destroy the gigantic treasure bowl in the sky. Humph! However, a snort appeared, coming from a person that was standing behind the bowl. He had a pulsing boil on his forehead, and a ferocious bug flew out from within. Ah! Screams resounded as this bug pierced these cultivators' bodies, killing them instantly. When the corpses fell to the ground, they immediately decayed into pus, horrifying spectators. Seeing the bug killing so many cultivators left the rest with chills running down their spines. They cried out, aghast, after seeing the ghost race in the sky, the Insect King lineage. Insect King lineage. Don't think you can do as you please here. The strongest heavenly king at this location cried out while looking at the bowl that was sucking away countless mortals. He wanted to put a stop to the unstoppable engulfment. At the same time, a bloody light descended from the sky, accompanied by an unstoppable imperial aura. Pluff! It pierced right through the heavenly king's head, causing blood to erupt as he immediately breathed his last. Immortal Emperor Life Treasure. The cultivators in the city gasped after seeing their most famous heavenly king die to the light. It is not too late to surrender. A big shot from the lineage that was standing above them spoke gravely, otherwise, we shall grant you a fate worse than death. The boil on this big shot's head was moving as if a nether insect king could fly out at any moment. The spectators felt the creeps and quivered after thinking about the terrifying nether insect king. Another heavenly king from the previous generation solemnly asked, Southern Tang has done nothing to your sect, so why must you do this to us? We, the insect king lineage, have no grievances with your Southern Tang city. The big shot from the lineage revealed a sinister smile and answered, but His Excellency, the heavenly God, had given his order and we cannot disobey. Moreover, all humans deserve to die. He spoke with a sharp glare that radiated anger and a terrifying, murderous aura. There were reasons for this big shot from the insect king lineage to hate humans so much. First, not long ago, Li Qie killed the ghost insect evil child, their descendant. Second, Li Qie cracked the evil bell, their emperor's weapon. Eventually, the lineage expended numerous amounts of effort to restore the evil bell, but it was still extremely damaged and had reduced power. Their hatred for Li Qie ran deep, so it was a shame to them that he had died in the path of death. Now, the heavenly god wanted mortals from the other races for the blood ceremony, so the insect king lineage was the first to heed their call. They personally came to the southern Tang city in order to capture all the humans for revenge. The divine guard captain wants your fresh blood for a sacrifice. If you all surrender, then I'll spare you from pain. This big shot gazed at the cultivators in the city and let out a dark smile. The southern Tang cultivators furiously shouted after hearing this, we'll die either way. Don't waste words with these bastards. One heavenly king personally led a group of experts to rush into the sky once more, kill. They wanted to fight against the big shot from the imperial lineage and risk their lives on a chance of victory. Ignorant fools. The big shot replied with a disgusting smile as his insect left his forehead. At the same time, other great characters from the lineage appeared. All of them were elders, there were even some high elders as well as an ancestor. They all took action with their insects. These bugs immediately left their flesh pouches, creating an extremely horrifying scene. Ah! Suddenly, screams echoed out continuously as one cultivator fell after another. The lucky ones died on the spot, but the unfortunate few quivered uncontrollably after being bitten by the insects. It was a terrible and agonizing fate as they watched their bodies rot inch by inch before dying. Some experts couldn't handle this kind of pain and committed suicide. Father! A child screamed as he woke up and shockingly found himself being sucked up into the sky. The child quickly grabbed onto his father, a pale man who instinctively grabbed onto his child. Mom, Grandpa, in just a moment, many children were screaming in horror, the adults and old men were frightened out of their minds as well. Quick, grab onto the pillar. An old man shouted. His heart was stricken with fear and was aghast. Below was a muscular man who grabbed on tightly to his bed stands, but it was all useless, he was still sucked up into the sky. In an instant, more than 300,000 mortals were sucked up as treasure pouches came down to trap all of them. Chapter 583, 13th Palace. Shrill screams reverberated throughout southern Tang City. Although it had many experts that included a few heavenly kings, there was too big of a gap between the city and the insect king lineage. Moreover, the lineage didn't only have more heavenly kings, even an ancestor presided over the events in the sky. The two sides were not comparable. Any cultivator who had the strength to resist was massacred by the lineage while the weaker cultivators were sucked into the bowl. They would be part of the sacrifice. Southern Tang City carried a heavy stench of blood after the resistance was quelled. Take them all away, leave none behind. The insect king ancestor's voice echoed in the sky. In a short period of time, the sun had finally risen, and southern Tang city that had stood strong for millions of years was now deprived of people, creating a disturbing silence. The city streets that were painted red under the sunlight were completely empty. The only things left were dead corpses scattered on the ground. These were the remnants of those who opposed the imperial lineage. The wind now carried a creepy stench of blood. Southern Tang City, once a famous land for humans at the nether border, was now a city devoid of life. On the same day, still early in the morning, the demons, heavenly devils, and those of the blood race among others at the nether border had their big cities invaded. They were quickly defeated by the great powers and imperial lineages from the ghost race. Regardless of their race, all the mortals were taken away while the cultivators who resisted were all killed. Panic quickly spread across the races in the nether border. Mortals everywhere quickly fled after hearing the news. However, the nether border was too big for mortals, and it was also ruled by the ghosts. If their cities had fallen, then they had no remaining haven. The safest place was most likely the southern distant cloud, but it was very far from the nether border. It was millions and millions of miles away. Without a portal from a great power, none of them could reach the distant cloud. Under such a desperate situation, the great powers of the ghost race that weren't participating absolutely wouldn't help the fleeing cultivators from the other races, let alone mortals. Cultivators, at least, could run into the deep mountains and dangerous territories, but where could mortals hide? With the heavenly god decree, the ghost powers quickly left the prime ominous grave to carry out the order. It didn't matter whether they were willing or not. The big shots from the ghost race rushed for the territories with mortals from the other races as secret portals were opened one after another. The great ghost powers swept through 7 capitals and dozens of other big cities and towns to capture 5 to 6 million mortals from the other races. Such a big operation was unprecedented since several big countries were destroyed in the process. This had never happened before. Although the ghosts and the other races didn't get along and had occasional conflicts, mortals were excluded from these struggles. This time, the great powers didn't have a choice. This included a few reclusive ancient clans that held this order with great contempt. They couldn't resist the order of the heavenly god. Not just anyone was as powerful as the myriad bones throne and could ignore the decree. Of course, some powers also volunteered with excitement to carry out this decree, especially the lineages who already wanted to take advantage of the situation or wanted to exterminate the other races. Although resistance could be found everywhere, the nether border was still the world of the ghosts, so the other races had limited forces. Moreover, the ghosts expended all of their strength for this crusade. Even a monstrous existence like the Alira's ancient kingdom listened to the decree. The struggle of the other races' cultivators was completely useless. The battles went on throughout these cities and ended with cultivators killed and mortals captured. Very few managed to escape from the grasp of the ghosts. Deep inside the path of death at the pond, Li Qie was still cultivating. Explosions came after another as a divine light filled his palace meridian. Right now, one could see an outline of a new palace. Li Qie tried his best to use the essence of the pond to build the 13th palace, unique throughout all the ages. Anyone would lose their mind if they saw this scene. There were 12 palaces hovering above his head while another was being built inside his meridian. This was an impossible matter, but right now, this miracle was occurring due to Li Qie, a miracle across the ages. Boom! The 13th palace finally appeared inside and wanted to leave the meridian. If it could successfully leave without shattering, then Li Qie would be successful. Exit. However, right when the palace intended to leave, the sky suddenly struck down with innumerable streaks of lightning. Each bolt was the size of a mountain range. Even the most powerful of existences would be incinerated by such a force. Li Qie, however, didn't even bat an eyelash. He took out the yin-yang refining immortal mirror. Buzz, the mirror poured down an endless immortal light as waves of universal laws protected Li Qie. The yang and yin fishes swam around his body to form an extremely powerful defensive line, protecting him from the lightning tribulation that descended like rain. Bang, bang, bang. Lightning struck down like a waterfall, but the mirror managed to block it all. During all of this, none of the lightning managed to even get close to the headless man walking around the pond. It was as if the headless man was powerful to the point where even the tribulation was afraid of approaching. As the lightning tribulation continued like a raging storm, Li Qiye was focusing on the 13th palace. He wanted it to leave his meridian. As long as it could leave, Li Qiye's goal would then be achieved. Punish. However, right when this last palace was about to fly out, another firmament suddenly appeared in the sky alongside the lightning tribulation. This was a different sky, a different firmament like the home of immortals. Suddenly, the will of this firmament descended, and the yin-yang mirror couldn't stop this will from attacking the 13th palace. Punish. This one word was the will of this firmament and was completely unstoppable. No treasure could stop it, and even someone with the strongest body would turn into ashes. Anyone would be scared to death if they were to see this scene. The will of the heavens descending was something unheard of. Even the most heaven-defying genius wouldn't face such a thing when undergoing their physique tribulation, life reduction, or fate calamity. However, this firmament had now appeared and declared its intent. To be able to alarm the high heavens to the point where it sent down a tribulation like this was comparable to the ascension of an immortal emperor. Without a doubt, opening the 13th palace was something forbidden by the heavens. The heavens decided to punish Li Qiye in light of him opening the 13th palace in such a terrifying manner. So what if you are the heavens? I am above the heavens. Li Qiye roared in the face of the oncoming wrath. Boom! With a blaring blast, the 12 fate palaces disappeared from above his head and turned into its own firmament. With this new firmament, Li Qiye's will soared above the 9 heavens. His firmament exuded an endless stream of light after his command. Seal. As the wrath of the heavens was about to descend on his 13th palace, Li Qiye used his supreme will to seal this punishment. At this time, his will was no weaker than the will of the heavens. His supreme will intertwined with the boundless momentum of his firmament as if he was the ruler of the heavens and myriad worlds. Boom! An enormous blast resounded as Li Qiye's will stopped the wrath of the heavens from above. Anyone who saw this scene would turn crazy. Who in this world would dare to oppose the will of the heavens? Li Qiye, at such a young age, didn't only oppose it, he was also trying to seal it. How frightening was this? If the heavens wishes to oppose me, then I shall seal the heavens. At this time, Li Qiye's domineering aura filled the atmosphere. He courageously stepped forward in a manner showing that no one, not even the heavens, could stop his determination. The wrath of the heavens was sealed as countless divine lights detonated in the sky as if the firmament was raging. At this moment, a boundless image descended onto the world as another invincible will of the heavens arrived. Chapter 584, Completed Palace, Eternal Damnation. This was the heaven's most horrifying decree. Images of myriad tribulations appeared, such as an immortal monarch suffering his life reduction, the demonic tribulation of a true god, and other terrible disasters from the heavenly Tao. All of these stunning tribulations appeared at once. Some of them had never been heard of or seen before. Any of these alone would be enough to shatter someone. The life reduction was of a magnitude that even an immortal monarch's blood energy would wither, turning him into a dying old man. The demonic tribulation of a true god created a terrifying heart devil that could devour all things and break even the toughest of Tao hearts. Even the strongest true god would not be able to withstand this devil and would suffer a terrible backlash, resulting in insanity. If any cultivators were here, even heavenly kings and virtuous paragons would be scared out of their wits and wet their pants. Even virtuous paragons had never undergone such terrifying tribulations. Any of the above tribulations would require a virtuous paragon to muster all of their strength to survive. But right now, Li Qiye was facing eternal damnation, making everything else seem so insignificant. Inside the myriad images were dying true dragons, blood spilling from god-kings, an immortal monarch with 1 foot in the grave, and true gods being driven to insanity. These images would carve themselves into the minds of spectators and wake them up at night for the rest of their lives. Villainous heavens, even your eternal damnation cannot stop my determination. The firmament above Li Qiye's head strengthened its will after his cry. He turned into the ruler of the 9 heavens and used the firmament's power to stop the myriad tribulations. Boom! 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 Great detonations came one after another. The myriad tribulations acted as if countless immortal emperors were assaulting Li Qiye's supreme will. With another blast, Li Qiye was blown away with blood spurting everywhere. Rumble. The blaring myriad tribulations became faster and louder. At this time, even Li Qiye's firmament couldn't handle it, causing him to be wounded. Crack. At this point, his body was cracked with blood running down. The divine light inside his meridian was flickering as if it could go out at any moment. It wasn't only his body, his meridian and the outline of the palace were unable to withstand the force. If his meridian shattered, then the 13th palace would follow suit. At that point, Li Qiye would become mere ashes. He knew that the disaster was imminent, so he took out his secret move, an item. The moment it came out, a radiance filled the sky as endless immortal laws appeared. This was a book, the defining treasure that Li Qiye obtained from the grave's secret realm. The death scripture is here. Li Qiye cried out, regardless of whether you agree or not, I will borrow this pond to open up a miracle, or else I will seal the pond. Li Qiye then pressed down on the scripture as the book spewed out boundless primordial chaos like the opening of a new and indistinct world. The death scripture, one of the 9 grand heavenly scriptures, was comparable to the physique scripture. It had been hidden inside the lake in the grave's secret realm. The 9 scriptures had always been a legend, and many cultivators didn't believe in their existence. How could they know that Li Qiye not only had the physique scripture, but also the death scripture? Back during his days as the Dark Crow, he had expended numerous efforts because he knew of a secret, that the defining treasure of the grave might be the death scripture. Although it was only a speculation, Li Qiye had always been researching it and he was finally successful in this generation. The defining treasure was indeed the scripture that he had been yearning for. With his hand pressed against the scripture, unparalleled ancient runes appeared, then slowly sank into the pond as if they had their own consciousnesses. Boom! A flash appeared in the primordial chaos as it was torn apart, creating an extremely moving and majestic spectacle. This light that signaled the start of a new world suddenly fell into the 13th palace. It was a brilliant ray from before even the start of time, the first of its kind. This was the beginning of Myriad Tao, the source of a new era. Only with this light would the world be able to have its own Tao, it was the foundation for Myriad Tao. Boom! This light allowed the 13th palace to fly out from Li Qiye's meridian with a deafening blast. In just a moment, the palace had left its cocoon. It was finally successful. The 13th palace, at this time, jumped into the 9 heavens and achieved a never-changing eternality. It emitted a powerful seal that flew into the sky and left its will as a mark in the heavens. Rumble. With resounding blasts, a mark had been carved on the heavens by the palace. The myriad tribulations then receded like a tide. Inside the prime ominous grave at the earth realm above the heavenly cemetery, the ancestral city had erected 4 gigantic altars right below the lost island, one in each corner. Each of them was protected by the experts from the city along with other ghost cultivators, including those of the ancestor level. This was beyond being forced by the heavenly god decree. Many great powers wished to contribute and earn some merits as well as praise from the ancestral city. Maybe they could receive the supreme origin arts. Because of this, they worked hard and volunteered to carry out the decree. In just one short day, the great powers had returned from their hunts and gathered cultivators and mortals from the other races all over the nether border. The divine guard captain commanded after seeing their return, throw all of them into the altars. Once we have enough, we'll commence the blood ceremony. In just a short moment, the prisoners were thrown into the altars that resembled gigantic urns, falling down like human rain. Each of these altars had their own independent space that could accommodate tens of millions. "Grandpa, where are you? Grandpa, Grandpa," screams for the adults rang across the altars. "Mother, Father, do you not need water anymore?" Children cried out for their parents. "Juzi, Juzi, are you okay?" Parents were also trying to find their children among the sea of people. They were powerless to stay together with their families amidst this disaster. "Son, Shurer, where are you? Are you still alive?" A gray-haired old man cried out painfully for his child. The ocean of people emitted many miserable screams. There were also desperate pleas and prayers mixed together, creating a gloomy and sorrowful atmosphere. Earlier, most great powers from the other races had already left the prime ominous grave, but some ancestors were still hiding behind in the shadows right outside of the heavenly cemetery. Seeing such a scene shook them since they understood what the Divine Guard captain wanted to do after capturing these millions of mortals. The ancestral city is insane. They actually want to sacrifice the mortals. The pupils of a great character from another race were about to burst open from anger after seeing this scene. Someone else, in their fury, wanted to rush out but was stopped by an ancestor that stood right next to them. The ancestor gravely said, "Are you going just to die? Not to mention that the city lord and the captain alone are enough to kill us old men, there are also a bunch of great powers and their ancestors and even legendary masters from the ghost race. Even if you try, you won't be able to accomplish anything." Despite their rage, they were powerless and could only keep hiding in the dark. All of the ghost masters were here. It was a force capable of sweeping through everything in this world. Even an imperial lineage would have a hard time opposing them. "Open!" A cultivator screamed while within the gourd-like altar. There were some cultivators that were captured along with the mortals, among them were famous heavenly kings. Alas, they had no chance to show their prowess since there were ancestors here as well. They had to obediently accept their captivity. Boom! A few explosions occurred. Some cultivators used their strongest merit laws to attack this ceremonial prison, but it was useless. This altar was personally created by the Divine Guard captain to become a powerful prison, ordinary cultivators couldn't break it. "Use my blood to lead the glory of my ancestors. May the laws of the myriad ages enter my body." A trapped heavenly king used his strongest forbidden law along with his flesh and true fate to empower this art. Chapter 585, Blood Ceremony. At this point, for the heavenly kings trapped inside the altar, they had to do something. If it wasn't for themselves, then it was for their own race. They would sacrifice themselves to open a hole in this powerful prison. Bang! Blood spewed out after a loud blast. The heavenly kings used their blood to channel a great forbidden law and used an incomparable momentum to attack this prison. Although the altar shook back and forth several times, it did not break. The cultivators inside screamed out in despair after seeing the failure of these heavenly kings. No. Heavenly kings were the strongest existences inside the altar, and now, even their strongest attack couldn't shake the prison, so how could people not cry out in anguish? The mortals felt even more hopeless. They could only wait for their deaths in this place. A forlorn atmosphere swept over the four altars. Everyone sat straight down on the ground and only awaited their death. It is time. Seeing as how all the sects and lineages came back and the four altars now had enough people, the Divine Guard captain gravely declared, "All experts, guard the altars, including the ancestors. I do not want to see anything unexpected happen during the ceremony." The great powers answered the command of the captain. In an instant, the experts all rushed towards the altars. A few ancestors were unwilling, but they had no choice. The atmosphere became extremely heavy. Right outside of the cemetery, the hidden ancestors had no courage to try and save the people since there were hundreds of thousands of ghost experts there, including some ancestors. Even the most mighty ancestor wouldn't be able to save the mortals inside. Humph. Are you ghosts not afraid of the punishment from the heavens by doing this? At this time, a snort could be heard. A person walked in the sky as light pulsed around his body. Xian Fan. The ghost experts were quite alarmed to see this person donned with armor around their body. People have reputation just like how trees have shadows. Xian Fan was the descendant of the immortal kingdom, a genius comparable to Dizhua. With one, Xian Fan would have already been heavily injured. Junior, out of consideration for the immortal kingdom, I will pretend that nothing had happened today if you leave now. The ancestor was still full of confidence with his overpowering aura despite not using an emperor's weapon. It made sense. Unless it was someone as devilish as Li Chia, other young geniuses couldn't compare to an ancestor. However, Xian Fan boldly declared, "Is that so? I actually want to try fighting a virtuous paragon." No longer retreating, Xian Fan roared as the elemental armor emitted a bright light. Boom! All the lights on the armor shot up high. Different wonderful images appeared around Xian Fan's body, including a divine tree, a heavenly fire burning the sky, a vast ocean, and the opening of a sacred treasury. Die! Xian Fan let out another cry as the tree gave its protection, the heavenly flame burned brighter, and the treasury completely opened. All kinds of heavenly weapons came down, demon refining bottle, myriad pagoda, 9 dragons cup, immortal rending mirror. All of these divine weapons came out from the treasury as Xian Fan, using an invincible emperor's law, went to kill the ancestor. Such a powerful attack caused the ancestor's expression to sink. He didn't dare to be careless lest something unexpected happens. Open! He let out a cry as well and took out his true fate weapon to stop the onslaught. In just a second, the two exchanged blows with each other. Although Xian Fan didn't have the advantage, he became fiercer as the fight went on. Having the elemental armor was the same as having myriad divine weapons as it continuously unleashed them for Xian Fan's offense. Those of the ghost race that were guarding the altars were angry seeing the young Xian Fan fighting evenly against an ancestor of a great power. Not long ago, Li Chia had already lorded over the ghost race and killed their geniuses and ancestors. And now, heavenly kings couldn't stop Xian Fan either. Plus, this person was strong enough to challenge even virtuous paragons. How heaven-defying was this? Die! While Xian Fan was fighting against the ancestor, a cry interrupted the battle. A shadow rushed out, causing the heavens will to flow with imperial aura as waves of halos came slashing down. A heavens will secret law! A person startlingly exclaimed. The ancestor tried to block it with a treasure, but he was too late to shield himself against the halos. Pluff! Blood spurted out as his head flew into the air. A heavenly king immediately recognized the great technique and shouted, "Cyclical river of fate." A woman was standing among the crowd, radiating an alluring beauty. It was Lan Yunzhu of the 1,000-carp river. Kill! She didn't say too much before using an amazing speed to rush towards the altar to save those inside. However, how could the guarding ghosts let her achieve her wish? A bunch of ancient saints and heavenly sovereigns instantly mobbed her. In this moment, Lan Yunzhu cried out as the heavens will shone and carried an imperial aura as it swept through all of them, creating a rain of bloody heads. Chapter 586, 1,000 Carps Reversion. This is not the place for your human race to do as you please. Several enraged heavenly kings from imperial lineages took action to stop Lan Yunzhu. Although her heavens will secret law was powerful, it couldn't break the barricade of several kings. Capture her alive. The ghost race clamored when they saw her being trapped by several kings. We'll sacrifice her as well so that the humans can know of our might. Many ghost experts then came to catch her. Lan Yunzhu swiftly responded with a scowl, "Humph. You're all courting death." A single fresh flower suddenly rose from behind her with blooming petals. Night Era flower, day would turn into night when it blooms. Darkness swiftly encompassed the sky. Pluff! Its petals bloomed completely and created a scene of carnage as the hearts of the cultivators surrounding her all exploded, their bodies quickly blew up right after as well. Such a terrifying scene scared everyone since even the heavenly kings that surrounded her all had their hearts blown up. The blossoming of the flower caused hearts to explode, anyone would be intimidated by such a scene. The ghost experts quickly retreated. Open. Lan Yunju ignored these experts and channeled her heaven's will law, slashing the altar with her halo to save the mortals from the other races. Boom! However, her attack couldn't slash open the altar since it was blocked by another ancestor. This ancestor took an imposing step towards her and snorted, "Thousand Carp River. My titanic crescent sacred ground will annihilate all of you. We'll start with your descendant first." An unstoppable imperial aura came striking down. His first move was to use an immortal emperor true treasure. It was apparent that he didn't want to give her any chance at all. How deep of a feud would it have to be to warrant an imperial ancestor killing a junior instantly with a true treasure? This was all due to Li Qie stealing the Declivity Mountain Bell and using the diamond carp to swallow 3 of their ancestors. It was not only a terrible loss but also a great humiliation. Because of this, another ancestor personally came out, bringing along an emperor's true treasure. They initially wanted to find Li Qie, but unfortunately, he had died in the path of death, so they now shifted their hatred towards the Thousand Carp River and Lan Yunju. An ancestor attacking with a true treasure was quite terrifying. All realms were alarmed while gods and devils prostrated before its destructive might. No one would be able to withstand such a blow. At least, that was the thought on everyone's mind regarding Lan Yunju's fate, since not even a virtuous paragon would be able to escape. Lan Yunju quickly took out an immortal emperor life treasure and cried out, "Samsara cycle." The heavens were moved as a river of stars lit up. She was using her secret law to empower this life treasure. Splash! A huge carp jumped out from the surface of this river of time back to the origin. Time suddenly reversed, at least, for Lan Yunju. Her time was being reversed back to the moment when the Titanic Crescent ancestor appeared. Splash! After another splash, Lan Yunju's time began to flow once more. The invincible attack from the Emperor's true treasure only issued a slight noise as it didn't hit her and instead hit the spatial area where time was reversed. Everyone was astonished and filled with disbelief at someone capable of reversing their own time by several seconds. The ancestor's heart thumped as he saw the life treasure in her hand, Thousand Carps Reversion, Cyclical River of Fate. This is the reversing of time from the legends. The Thousand Carps Reversion was a life treasure left behind by immortal Emperor Qianli. Legends spoke of them being able to use his secret law in conjunction with the life treasure to reverse time to a maximum of 3 minutes. This meant that Lan Yunju had an extra 3 minutes of consideration when in precarious positions. As long as the secret law could channel the treasure, then time would go back to any second in the last 3 minutes. Many were jealous at her having this emperor's weapon. There was no medicine for regret in this world, but Lan Yunju was different. She could fix any mistake within a short 3 minutes. Humph. Girl, I want to see how many times you can activate that emperor's weapon. The Titanic Crescent ancestor declared gravely. Boom. A life wheel appeared behind Lan Yunju's head with boundless blood energy. It emitted a sacred light that allowed the blood energy to become inexhaustible. She arrogantly declared, "You can rest assured, my saint wheel will allow me to use it at least 3 more times. I wonder how many more times you can use your true treasure at your old age. I'm afraid your blood energy has already started to wither." She was a person with dual saint talents, so her saint will had already predetermined her rich blood energy that was more abundant than anyone else. If others could only use an emperor's weapon once, then she would be able to do so 3 to 4 times at the very least. This was the magical property of a saint wheel. The ancestor's expression greatly changed. Lan Yunju was right, he was indeed old. Even in the face of an ancestor from the sacred ground, Lan Yunju was still fearless as she let out a cry, "Die!" The Night Era flower bloomed again with a pop. The ancestor, aghast, recalled his true treasure and used an imperial law to protect his body. Despite this protection, the blossoming of the flower carried a transcendent power. Bang, bang, bang. The imperial laws shook before the flower's onslaught, leaving the ancestor shocked. Luckily, the flower didn't bloom the entire way, or else it would truly be unbeatable. Anyone who came close would die to its blossoming petals. After the attack was over, the ancestor's eyes became sharp. Time to end this. He wanted to unleash another true treasure attack to give her a fatal blow. Nevertheless, Lan Yunju was still rushing forward with a battle cry. She had a bronze tube in her hand. Pluff, pluff. 2 temporal rays shot out at an undodgeable speed. Frightened, the ancestor quickly raised his weapon again to protect his body. Boom! The rays slammed into the imperial law, causing the ancestor to take 2 steps back. The reverse time shuttle unleashed rays of temporal attacks non-stop. Anyone who came close would suffer from this chaotic barrage and lose all their life essence while growing older. After being struck multiple times by the shuttle, the true treasure dimmed as the ancestor was forced to retreat continuously. Meanwhile, Lan Yunju didn't halt her offense and kept on firing at him. Once the shuttle shot out all of its temporal rays, the ancestor furiously roared, "I'll end you." He tried to attack one more time with his weapon, but then, it was time for the Night Era flower to blossom once more. Of course, the aghast ancestor had to use his weapon for defensive measures instead. Pluff, pluff, pluff. Petals began to spread, preventing the ancestor from doing anything but protect his own body. Once the flower's attack ended, the ancestor thought that he could attack again, but he was met with another onslaught from the reverse time shuttle. Temporal rays aimed for his body once more. Rumble. The ancestor had to retreat even further. This situation drove him crazy to the point of vomiting blood. Lan Yunju's non-stop rotation of the flower and shuttle rendered him unable to counterattack. And even if he could unleash an invincible attack, Lan Yunju still had her 1,000 carps reversion, so she had 3 whole minutes to revise her strategy. It could be said that Li Qiye treated her very well and gave her many things. Both the reverse time shuttle and Night Era flower made her virtually unbeatable. At this point, the ancestor was nearly crazy because of Lan Yunju. He didn't have a chance to attack against the offensive rotation of the flower and shuttle. Lan Yunju couldn't stop halfway now that she was riding the tiger's back, so she kept on attacking with her 2 treasures. If she delayed for even a second, the true treasure of the ancestor would come to kill her. At the moment, she couldn't escape, but she couldn't kill the ancestor either. Both sides had no choice but to continue this stalemate until one side could no longer handle it. Other people couldn't get close. Even experts and heavenly kings didn't dare to set foot on their battlefield. Everyone saw what happened earlier with their own eyes. Anyone who entered the range of the blossoming Night Era flower would instantly explode. Hundreds of thousands of ghosts were both envious and jealous of Lan Yunju's heaven-defying methods. Such methods easily caused others to become crazed from greed. The combination of those 2 treasures were indeed invincible. This is not the place for your human race to do as you please. Several enraged heavenly kings from imperial lineages took action to stop Lan Yunju. Although her heaven's will secret law was powerful, it couldn't break the barricade of several kings. Capture her alive. The ghost race clamored when they saw her being trapped by several kings. We'll sacrifice her as well so that the humans can know of our might. Many ghost experts then came to catch her. Lan Yunju swiftly responded with a scowl, "Humph. You're all courting death." A single fresh flower suddenly rose from behind her as the petals began to bloom. Night Era flower, day would turn into night when it bloomed. Darkness swiftly encompassed the sky. Pluff. Its petals bloomed completely and created a scene of carnage as the hearts of the cultivators surrounding her all exploded, their bodies quickly blew up right after as well. Such a terrifying scene scared everyone since even the heavenly kings that surrounded her all had their hearts blown up. Chapter 587, Monk Daji taking action, bang, bang, bang. On the other side, the other ancestor with an invincible hammer kept on slamming down with earth-splitting power, causing Xian Fan to be pushed back despite having the protection of the elemental armor. The armor was indeed amazing and was just as valuable as an immortal emperor true treasure. Unfortunately, it specialized in defense over offense, leaving a weakness of Xian Fan's. "I'm not playing with you any longer." Xian Fan furiously roared. Boom! In an instant, Xian Fan's blood energy became as wild as a tidal wave. With an emperor's art, another emperor's true treasure shot up high as if an immortal emperor had descended to the mortal world. A huge shadow loomed over the 9 heavens and looked down on all gods and devils. Mortal sword. Everyone became aghast at the sight of this immortal emperor true treasure. This unbeatable sword was in the possession of the gigantic shadow up above. It was the true fate weapon of immortal Emperor Fan Chen, the second emperor of the Immortal Kingdom. Lan Yunzhu was using the Night Era flower and the reverse time shuttle to bombard the Titanic Crescent ancestor, forcing him to only defend, resulting in his wild anger. Xian Fan, on the other hand, was using his mortal sword to fight against the Insect King ancestor, but Xian Fan's situation was not as propitious. Despite using a lot of medicines to make up for the loss of blood energy from using the invincible mortal sword, it was still not enough to make up for the rate of consumption. A powerful true treasure required too much blood energy. Lastly, Monk Daji was also quite incredible and used an emperor's weapon to fight against a great power's ancestor, but he still didn't garner too much of an advantage. Boom! Finally, due to the lack of blood energy, the mortal sword's attack became weaker, so Xian Fan was forced back by the Insect King ancestor. This ancestor didn't give Xian Fan the chance to fight back and swung down with his own true treasure. "Junior, you are finished." This attack caused the gods to quiver. It could easily split a virtuous paragon into halves. The mortal sword couldn't withstand such a mighty blow, but Xian Fan didn't retreat. Xian Fan scowled as the elemental armor emitted a rumbling sound as even more images and immortal lights filled the sky, completely encompassing Xian Fan's body. Bang! The slash overshadowed even the moon and sun in the sky. However, Xian Fan forcefully met it. The elemental armor was too terrifying. It could withstand an attack from a true treasure without any signs of cracking. Xian Fan was merely jarred from the force of the blow. "Old man, you won't be able to." Xian Fan calmed their chaotic blood energy within and sneered. Although the mortal sword expended a lot of Xian Fan's blood energy, the Insect King ancestor was not in a good spot either. It still required a lot of his reserves to unleash an invincible strike from the Emperor's weapon. Die! Xian Fan's will to fight became even stronger. How could an unparalleled genius like Xian Fan be afraid of battle? Xian Fan stopped using the mortal sword as the elemental armor turned into a divine spear, sweeping through everything to attacking the Insect King ancestor. The enraged ancestor also stopped using his own true treasure since it was wasting too much blood energy. With a long roar, he used his own true fate weapon to meet the attack. Bang, 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 bang. On the other battlefield, Monk Daji unleashed 5 attacks from the Emperor's weapon like a storm, causing yin and yang to reverse and the void to shatter. However, an ancestor was indeed an ancestor. Although he was blown away while spurting blood, he used other treasures as a shield to block Monk Daji's bombardment. His cultivation far exceeded Monk Daji's, so even though the monk had an emperor's weapon, he couldn't kill this ancestor. The ancestor made it through the most difficult time and screamed, "Traitor, it's your turn to die." All types of powerful treasures headed for Monk Daji in a crushing manner. Monk Daji was quite alarmed and relied on his emperor's weapon to pour down endless universal laws to protect his body. Earlier, his bombardment spent too much blood energy, so he had no power to fight back and could only rely on his defense. Boom! Monk Daji was blown away by the ancestor's counterattack. Although the emperor's weapon protected him, he still vomited blood. It seemed that he was a bit weaker than the matchless Xian Fan. Chapter 588, Human Race's Counterattack. It was difficult for others to join this battle unless they were heavenly kings with emperor's weapon or ancestors. Weaker cultivators had no place in such a conflict. Outside of the heavenly cemetery, the ancestors and big shots hiding in the shadows were quiet. The battle before their very eyes had silenced them. They saw that Monk Daji was continuously being pushed back by the great power's ancestor while Xian Fan's situation was not any better. Only Lan Yunzhu, with her reverse-time shuttle and night-era flower, was managing to suppress the titanic crescent ancestor. Eventually, a human ancestor could no longer bear it and shouted, "Are we not as great as these youths? If the youths of our human race aren't afraid of dying, then why are we old bones afraid? Even if we die, let our deaths be meaningful." He stepped forward and screamed, "Kill!" With rumbling explosions, this human ancestor rushed towards the eastern altar and unleashed a fiery move capable of burning the sun and scorching the ocean. Ah! Screams appeared as several hundred ghost experts were killed by this human ancestor in an instant as their blood poured down like rain. An ancestor was ultimately an ancestor and could immediately kill thousands with one move. Heavenly sovereigns and heavenly kings were nothing before them. Perhaps a heavenly king with an emperor's weapon could prove to be a challenge for these ancestors. There were a dozen ancestors guarding this place, so one of them came out to stop this human ancestor. "Human, cease your assault." Meanwhile, outside the cemetery, a golem ancestor also stepped out. "Today is when we deal with the ghost race. If they use our people for the sacrifice, then we shall kill all of them." Kill! At this point, the golem ancestor rushed forward as well. At this moment, 3 more ancestors emerged from outside the heavenly cemetery. Several hundred big shots from the other races that were hiding nearby became the vanguard. 4 ancestors led the group to attack the eastern altar. There were 4 altars here with many ghosts defending them. Scattering and attacking the 4 altars at the same time was impossible and nearly suicidal, so everyone focused their force on the eastern altar where Lan Yunzhu was. "Stop them!" The ghost ancestor at the eastern altar gave his command, and several tens of thousands of experts ran over. In just a moment, the 2 sides collided and initiated a bloody battle. The 5 ancestors of the other races opened a path with sovereigns and kings right behind them. A scene of earth-shaking carnage followed right after. However, there were a lot more ghosts compared to the other races, so despite the fact that the ancestors were leading the way, the other race's force was still surrounded by ghosts. "Help send them off. Hurry up so we can move on with the ceremony," the Divine Guard captain ordered coldly. With this command, the ancestors of the ancestral city joined the fray. 3 of them joined the battle, all with emperor's weapons. Rumble! The 3 ancestral city ancestors joined and caused the sky to be bathed in blood. Several hundred big shots from the other races were massacred, only leaving about 100 behind. Ah! A miserable scream came from a blood ancestor. Despite his best effort, he couldn't stop the killing from the 3 ancestral city ancestors and met his end as his blood spurted everywhere. Although these were all ancestors of great powers, without an emperor's weapon, they could be easily killed by another that did. Pluff! 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 At this moment, the reverse-time shuttle shot out rays of temporal light, causing the 3 alarmed ancestral city ancestors to block with their emperor's weapons. Die! While Lan Yunzhu was occupied with saving the ancestors from the other races, the Titanic Crescent ancestor unleashed an invincible attack from his weapon. Even virtuous paragons of the same level wouldn't be able to stop it. However, Lan Yunju was well prepared and performed her cyclical river of fate to empower the thousand carps reversion. Whoosh! Lan Yunju's time reversed, dispelling the invincible attack. Poof! After dodging the attack, the Night Era flower bloomed once more, so the Titanic Crescent ancestor could only shout as he anxiously defended himself with his true treasure. Seeing the disadvantageous situation, Lan Yunju thunderously shouted, "Gather together." At this moment, everyone understood as Monk Daji uttered a cry and headed towards the ancestors of the other races. Xian Fan also ignored the Insect King ancestor and ran towards the others. Within a short period of time, Lan Yunju's group came together and the ancestors of the great powers erected a powerful barrier. However, this barrier wouldn't be able to last long. The Titanic Crescent ancestor and Insect King ancestor, with their true weapons, rushed forward. Given sufficient time, they could easily destroy this defensive perimeter. Moreover, there were also several 100,000 ghosts lying in wait. With a command from the captain, several dozen ancestors would attack all at once. This powerful barrier from the other race's ancestors might be powerful, but it was merely a small boat amidst a raging sea. They were against the unbeatable might of the ghost race. The ghost experts were not in a rush to destroy this defense since, in their eyes, Lan Yunju's group was akin to a beast trapped in a cage with no escape. Ha ha ha. You ignored the accepting heavens and barged into the unwelcoming hell. Even a golden immortal from the great firmament wouldn't be able to save you. Monk Daji was also sitting down since he needed time to recover as well. Once he recovered a bit, he spoke, "It seems like this is going to be our end. What's the big deal?" Xian Fan was still quite domineering and proclaimed with a surging battle intent, "Wait until my energy recovers. I'll kill all of them till they wail like ghosts and cry like wolves." Lan Yunju could only force a smile. Although Xian Fan spoke domineeringly, the present situation was all too clear. They had heaven-defying means, but on the other side were the ancestors from imperial lineages, so they couldn't reverse the situation. They also had Emperor's true treasures no weaker than theirs. How about the two of you break out while we guard the back? We will pave a path of escape for you both to go report to the Thousand Carp River and Immortal Kingdom. A golem ancestor gravely suggested. Everyone running away was an impossibility, so only Lan Yunju and Xian Fan would be given the chance to escape. Lan Yunju shook her head in response, "It is too late even if we break out. The ceremony would already be over by the time the people from the distant cloud get here. Are we actually this powerless?" A great character asked in despair. They wanted to save the mortals in the altars, but now, they themselves were trapped and would be killed here. A human heavenly king spoke sharply, "No matter what, we have to give it a shot. We will leave our fate to the heavens. If we just sit and watch the ghost race sacrifice our people, then in the future, the ghost race will think that the other races are easily bullied. Even if we die, we have to drag along a few ghost kings. The more we kill the better." The moment they came out, they already knew that they would all die. They only had several hundred people, so despite having 4 ancestors on their side, their opponent consisted of dozens of ancestors and countless more experts. Despite knowing that there was no hope, they were unable to bear just sitting around and watching the ceremony sacrifice millions of mortals. Even youths like Lan Yunju didn't mind fighting, so how could those of the previous generation like them sit still? A great character from the blood race spoke with hatred, "That's right, pay blood with blood. Even if I die, I shall use my blood sacrifice to blow away those goddamn ghosts. Do we really have no other choice?" A heavenly devil ancestor asked one last time. Maybe. Lan Yunju would not give up until the very end. She had the best chance to escape safely among the group since she could completely suppress the Titanic Crescent ancestor. However, she wouldn't give up just yet. Xian Fan was still recovering energy as they proudly spoke, "Don't worry, once my blood energy is back, I will throw out several forbidden techniques to kill them." Humph. What is so great about the ghost race? Sooner or later, I will make it so that there will be no peace left for the ghosts. A human ancestor could only sigh after seeing Xian Fan's pride. All of you, leave. We old geezers will watch your backs. Although we can't save the mortals, you all have tried your best. There is no fear of running out of firewood as long as the verdant hills are still there. As long as our human race still have geniuses like you, there will be hope of taking away the peace of the ghosts in the future. Will the other races only watch the three young ones fight? Chapter 589, Heavenly Annihilation, Great Massacre. This human ancestor didn't want to see Lan Yunzhu and Xian Fan die in this place since they were the hope of the human race. Their fiercest and most heaven-defying genius had entered the path of death, and his fate was unknown. If these two brilliant geniuses were also trapped here, then it was over for the humans. One ancestral city ancestor declared with a serious tone, "If you all surrender now, the ancestral city will not make it difficult for you. We will let your sects come and pay a ransom for their descendants." Utter rubbish. Your words smell as bad as fart. Monk Daji smiled and said, "Surrender? In your dreams. Good, good. If you want to die, then we'll lend you a hand. What can you do with just 100 people? The Titanic Crescent ancestor's eyes narrowed and revealed a sharp murderous intent. Bang, bang, bang. However, right when he finished speaking, corpses flew everywhere along with blood like the blooming of flowers. The spurting blood was especially mysterious and beautiful. Ah! These corpses were sent flying before their screams came out, then all of them shattered. Boom! 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 Even more bodies flew to the sky after a series of rapid collisions and flowers of blood appeared again. The speed was so swift that no one could see who the culprit was. The army of 100,000 that was trapping the group of Lan Yunzhu had been penetrated. In the blink of an eye, both heavenly sovereigns and heavenly kings were blown away. None of them could see the enemy before they were knocked flying. Break! An ancestor from a great power that belonged to the ghost side took action and slammed his palm down to create a seal. Boom! This ancestor's seal was also shattered as he was forced to take 3 steps back. The person rushing past everything was stopped by the ancestor, so his figure became clear. This was a young man with a very ordinary-looking appearance. The great army all took 1 step back in shock after seeing this young man as if they had just seen a ghost. Li Chia. Impossible. Countless people gasped while feeling the creeps after seeing Li Chia before them. The ghost ancestors were startled as well and exclaimed, "No way. No one has ever left the path of death alive." Even the human ancestors in the entrapment blinked their eyes to look at the living Li Chia. This is unbelievable. Xian Fan took a deep breath as if they were seeing a ghost and said, Is this guy a person or a ghost? Coming out of the path of death. Is this, for real? Xian Fan had always been a person full of confidence and was quite heaven-defying. Xian Fan was not afraid of Dizhua, but challenging the path of death was beyond Xian Fan's scope. Li Chia dared to enter the path of death that no one else dared to, and he even came back out alive. How terrifying! Even the ancestral city lord's heart skipped a beat after seeing Li Chia. On that day, he saw, with his own eyes, Li Chia enter the path of death and was certain of his demise. The world all knew that the path of death was one of no return. Even god-kings couldn't escape this fate, let alone a junior like Li Chia. He didn't expect to see someone who he considered a dead man to come out completely unscathed. How could this be? He took a deep breath while murmuring as his gaze was fixated upon Li Chia. This was the most devilish and terrifying being he had seen in his life. Lan Yunzhu only smiled to see Li Chia. She knew that there was nothing in this world that could stop him from stepping forward. Like Li Chia said before, even the king of hell would not be able to take his life. Li Chia. The titanic crescent ancestor's eyes glared at Li Chia as his hatred burned even stronger with a rolling murderous aura. He brought this true treasure to the heavenly cemetery just for Li Chia. However, by the time he arrived, Li Chia had already entered the path of death. He wanted nothing more than to personally make mincemeat out of Li Chia, and now, Li Chia was standing right before him. You ignored the accepting heavens and barged into the unwelcoming hell. Little animal, this date next year will be your funeral's anniversary. At this time, he didn't carry the bearing of an ancestor at all. Li Chia interrupted him and said, "It will be the funeral anniversary of all of you." He then smirked ruthlessly and declared, "I will massacre all of you today." With that, he flipped over his hands, revealing the yin-yang refining immortal mirror as his hands lit up. The ancestral city lord's expression greatly changed as he shouted after seeing the light in Li Chia's hand, "Watch out, he's using the resplendent break." Boom! All the realms quivered as yin and yang stretched across the world. Two supreme true immortals arrived to annihilate myriad worlds. Heavenly annihilation. Everyone shivered before this terrifying attack. The hearts of both sovereigns and kings thumped as they trembled in fear. Some ancestors of the great powers reacted much faster and immediately fled after hearing the words of the city lord. Heavenly annihilation. No. A heavenly king cried out with unwillingness. The mirror and its heavenly annihilation immediately massacred all the ghosts in its path. This was the ultimate attack of an immortal emperor true treasure. Normally, people called them a heavens will attack while others shortened it to heavenly annihilation. This spectacle was truly horrifying. The three ancestral city ancestors were blown flying into the sky, spilling blood as their emperor's weapons cracked. As for the two true treasures, they felt threatened by this attack, so they unleashed their most powerful imperial aura to protect themselves. Nevertheless, the Titanic Crescent ancestor and Insect King ancestor also vomited blood. Luckily, they had true treasures, so their situation was much better than the other three ancestors. These three ancestors felt a sharp pain as their emperor's weapons had been cracked. Although these cracks were tiny, the damage still decreased their weapons' power. Even emperor's weapons could break and turn into trash before the might of the heavenly annihilation, unless they were true treasures. Everyone felt a chill running down their spines. Not just the ghost experts that maintained a distance from Li Chia, but even a few frightened ghost ancestors quickly retreated. Without an emperor's weapon, even these ancestors couldn't escape death in the face of the annihilation. Even the ancestral city's ancestors that had such weapons were blown away, so one could easily imagine their own demise. The three ancestral city ancestors flew back and noticed the discolored expressions from the other two imperial ancestors. One ancestral city ancestor encouraged, "Don't be afraid, he can only use the resplendent break once. There won't be a second round." After hearing this, the other ancestors calmed down and breathed a sigh of relief, then proceeded to surround Li Chia. Meanwhile, the rest of the other ghost experts ran extremely far away. They were much more cautious and didn't want another taste of the heavenly annihilation. The Insect King ancestor said spitefully, "Little animal, what can you do without the resplendent break?" His expression was quite ferocious, with the boil on his head moving back and forth. Even if his expression wasn't so twisted at this moment, it was still frightening enough. The resplendent break was once the best secret technique of immortal Emperor Fei Yang. It allowed him to dominate an entire generation. However, it had a fatal flaw: it required a long time before being able to release a second blow. Moreover, this second blow required a massive amount of blood energy and would instantly drain one's blood energy. The ancestors trapped inside were quite alarmed to see Li Chia under siege by 5 ancestors. There was no way Li Chia could handle this, since they even had true treasures. If Li Chia couldn't unleash another heavenly annihilation, then the 5 of them were more than enough to kill him. "We have to help him," the human ancestor anxiously said. Lan Yunju noticed Li Chia's calm demeanor and shook her head to say, "Don't worry, wait and see." Li Qiye looked at the five ancestors with imperial weapons in their hands and a frightening surging aura, then smiled to say, "Is that so? It is definitely difficult to unleash another resplendent break in the same day, but that is only for other people, not me." An explosion came out right after his words. 12 palaces appeared to form a new firmament. Chapter 590, Another Heavenly Annihilation, 12 Fate Palaces. For many people, this was not their first time seeing Li Qiye's fate palaces, but it still incited envy and hate each time. The five ancestors were also jealous of his fate palaces, so they roared, "Die!" They didn't mind expending all of their blood energy. Such a devilish monster couldn't be left alive. The heavens appearing above Li Qiye's head was only the beginning. In an instant, a 13th palace jumped up into the heavens. This was a peerless fate palace throughout all the ages, it would forever be above all else. It was above the heavens and myriad Tao and became one with the primordial essence of the world to create a distant eternity. It was as if it had already existed before the start of time. Boom! Li Qiye took out another treasure, the declivity mountain bell. Buzz! The sound of the bell appeared as a distinct tall mountain appeared. It stood alone, proudly amidst the world that seemed like a land of deities. Another resplendent break, it was actually another resplendent break. This attack drained a lot of Li Qiye's blood energy, and even the yin-yang sea of blood couldn't replenish it. No. The five ancestors were scared out of their minds in the face of another heavenly annihilation. They might be wielding Emperor's weapons, but they didn't have the ability to unleash the weapon's ultimate attacks in the form of imperial massacres or heavenly annihilations. Boom! The five Emperor's weapons shifted from offense to defense. Unless they could unleash their own ultimate attacks, they would not be a match for this oncoming heavenly annihilation. Along with noises of bones breaking, blood spurted for 10,000 miles in the face of this ultimate attack. The three Emperor's weapons were full of cracks as if they were about to shatter. The three ancestral city ancestors might have been protected by their weapons, but their bodies were mangled and bloodied, their lives were most likely over. On the other hand, the Titanic Crescent ancestor and the Insect King ancestor held their true treasures at the last second. The weapons emitted an extremely terrifying power as if immortal emperors had come back to life to protect the weapons' bodies. The true treasures remained unharmed, but the two ancestors' bones were broken. Their state was not as miserable as the three from the ancestral city, but they couldn't escape having all the bones within their bodies broken. In just a short moment, the world became quiet as all the sounds disappeared from myriad worlds. Everyone stood dazed at the spectacle before them, completely speechless. The crowd was not frightened by the second resplendent break, but rather the fate palace above the skydome. This fate palace appeared to be eternal and had existed before the formation of this world. The 13th palace. All were dumbstruck, including the frightened ancestral city lord and divine guard captain. Having 12 palaces was the limit for all cultivators in this world, even for gods and immortal emperors. No one had ever heard of someone having 12 palaces in this world. The rare few who knew more were only aware of immortal Emperor Jiao Heng achieving this feat. Having 12 palaces was enough to cause all the geniuses in the 9 worlds to be jaundiced, since it was the voucher to reach the throne. All the geniuses were merely fleeting clouds in the sky. Then what about the 13th palace? Before today, anyone who even spoke of a 13th palace would be the object of teasing and would be treated as a clown. However, common sense had been broken today, since everyone saw this 13th palace. They could only stand there, looking silly. Common sense was useless today. The supreme and untouchable 13th palace hovered in the heavens before hundreds of thousands of ghost cultivators and loomed over the firmament. Everyone had turned into stone. Even Xian Fan, who was sitting down to recover blood energy, trembled and said, "No. No way. A 13th palace. An unseen and unheard of phenomenon." And it wasn't just Xian Fan, even an existence like the divine guard captain was shocked. He had vast knowledge but had never seen this before. This was also his first time seeing the 12th palace. Lan Yunju was already mentally prepared, yet she was still caught off guard. Countless geniuses yearned and strived for 9 palaces, let alone the 12th. The 13th palace, on the other hand, was beyond even their imaginations. I tread alone throughout the endless time. The boundary of the heaven and earth and the extremity of myriad Tao have no effect on me. Li Qiye calmly uttered a phrase in an insipid manner to show his arrogance and disdain for all the eons. No one, at this moment, thought of him as a pompous man since he was qualified to speak such words. If he didn't have such qualifications, then no one else in the world did. It was difficult to unleash a second resplendent break, but Li Qiye had 13 fate palaces and could surpass all limits to escape the confinement of the heaven and earth. The chains of the heavens and the Tao had lost its power of restraint on his body. It is for me to kill. Li Qiye smiled and said, "Little girl, let me borrow the mortal sword. I have to rotate between 3 invincible weapons or else they will be damaged." Xian Fan, who was sitting in a meditative pose, was both angry and surprised. The elemental armor shielded her body so others didn't know of her background or sex, but Li Qiye had revealed everything with one phrase. True gods, wise sages, and even immortals would be decapitated by this slash. The 5 ancestors on the opposing side were scared out of their minds and shouted, "Run!" They let go of their status and quickly turned their backs to flee. Clank! The heavenly annihilation in the form of a sword encompassed the 3 ancestral city ancestors. Their emperor's weapons were much weaker than an immortal emperor true treasure. The annihilation descended. Clack! The already cracked emperor's weapons couldn't bear the force and little pieces fell from their main bodies. Whoosh! At this key moment, the 3 weapons abandoned the 3 ancestors. Their spirits woke up and no longer protected the 3. They emitted an extremely scorching immortal aura to pierce through the void to escape the heavenly annihilation after paying a huge price. Boom! Nevertheless, the escaping damaged weapons still had parts of their main body rend despite escaping. No. The ancestral city ancestors lost the protection of their emperor's weapons, so one could easily imagine the outcome. They let out unwilling cries of despair. The annihilation turned them into ashes. At this point, Li Qiye's blood energy was still blaring as the sea of blood continued to pour out endless power along with the help of the ancestor ginseng. His energy quickly recovered after another resplendent break. Monk Daji's eyes were reddened with lust after seeing this scene. "Oh grandma, there is actually such an extravagant way to use medicine in this world. Directly using an immortal medicine as a supplement, there is no justice." Xian Fan and other big shots from the other races along with the ghost experts were all stunned. Such an exorbitant usage was too heinous. The only one used to this was Lan Yunju since she had seen all of Li Qiye's luxurious undertakings before. Directly using an immortal medicine as a supplement was only a small matter. "Today, I will kill until your 2 imperial lineages won't dare to breathe out loud anymore." Li Qiye used the mirror to chase after the 2 fleeing ancestors from the Insect King lineage and the Titanic Crescent sacred ground. Li Qiye's soaring immortal physique already had no equal. Now, combined with the mirror's superb speed, it allowed him to quickly catch up. In the blink of an eye, the 2 ancestors were already within the strike zone of another heavenly annihilation. The experts and other ancestors of the ghost race were scared frozen. Who would have thought that these 2 ancestors with true weapons would be chased by a junior like dogs with no home to return to? No one would ever have been able to imagine this scene. Boom! Another heavenly annihilation was unleashed. Today was a crazy day to everyone. Characters between the ancient saint and heavenly sovereign realm were completely numb and speechless. They could only kneel down before the imperial aura of the heavenly annihilation. Chapter 591, killing till true treasures have to escape. At this moment, the Titanic Crescent Ancestor and Insect King Ancestor couldn't run away. They conjured all of their blood energy and used their true treasures to protect their bodies. However, this was not enough. The treasures were awakened by the threat of the heavenly annihilation. Their imperial power erupted as laws turned into boundless immortal chapters to stop the annihilation. Boom! No one dared to get close. Even the void was shattered, resulting in chaotic temporal fluctuations. The stars exploded like fireworks in the sky. The two true treasures were blocking the annihilation while the two ancestors' bodies were mangled and bloodied. Although the weapons were protecting them, the residual force still heavily injured and ruined their figures. The awakened true treasures released two supreme shadows as if two emperors were there, causing spectators to prostrate. Li Qie replenished his blood energy, then stood in the sky while looking at the two awakened treasures before he smilingly said, "I am not afraid even if your imperial souls come out. You are not as strong as your masters. Want to give me a try? I have several weapons at the same level as you two, and I can unleash all of their heavenly annihilations at the same time. Even if you two can unleash your own annihilations, just wait and see which treasure will break first. It has been a while since an immortal emperor true treasure has been destroyed, so breaking one today would be quite pleasing to the eyes." Legend states that true treasures of emperors had intelligence and their own consciousness. After being refined and strengthened by the emperors, these weapons had their own spirit and were called imperial souls. At this point, the thousand hands technique appeared behind Li Qie. One hand wielded the mortal sword, another the declivity mountain bell, one more with the yin-yang mirror, and a fourth with the heaven-sealing pentagate. He carried a world-destroying momentum as if even a true immortal would not be able to halt his will to annihilate all things. Two invincible shadows flashed from the two true treasures then disappeared. Li Qie then continued on coldly, "If you want to die protecting them, I don't mind, since I do want to see the majestic spectacle of two true treasures being destroyed." Throughout history, who would dare threaten to break immortal emperor true treasures? Only immortal emperors would do so. Li Qie's arrogant and haughty attitude caused everyone to shiver. Whoosh! The two supreme shadows completely disappeared as the treasures flew away, leaving behind the Titanic Crescent Ancestor and the Insect King Ancestor. Although they had awakened, they didn't want to face several heavenly annihilations all at once. Unless their masters came back to life and unleashed their own annihilations, they wouldn't be able to escape unscathed from such an exchange. No. The two ancestors screamed unwillingly after seeing the two treasures abandoning them. "Like I said, I will kill until your two imperial lineages know their place." Li Qie then cried out and unleashed his heavenly annihilations. Ah! After cries of anguish, the annihilations turned the two ancestors into ashes. Everyone was shocked. The experts from the Titanic Crescent sacred ground and the Insect King lineage were quivering with chills. Their true treasures had abandoned them, leading to the ancestors' deaths, destroying any semblance of morale or confidence left. "We have to work together." The Divine Guard captain's expression became quite ugly as he commanded the ancestral city lord, "Tell all the ancestors to work together. Don't hide anything anymore and take out Emperor's weapons." He then continued to ask an ancestor on the continent that belonged to the Aulira's ancient kingdom with a sincere tone, "If Senior helps us this time, then His Excellency Heavenly God will not mistreat the Aulira's ancient kingdom." There was an eternal existence presiding over the events on the mysterious landmass, an existence even stronger than legendary masters, so the captain asked for his help. Rumor has it that the Aulira's ancient kingdom and the ancestral realm had a great relationship since the ancient kingdom's two emperors had close ties to the realm. Very well. At this time, the eternal existence replied with gravity, "This child cannot exist any longer, or else he will be a great threat to the ghost race." Meanwhile on the battlefield, all voices were squelched. The experts and dozens of ancestors present held fear in their hearts. They all knew that unleashing imperial massacres and heavenly annihilations was prohibitively difficult and would require the acceptance of these emperor's weapon. Today, Li Qiye was unleashing annihilations as easily as eating meals. Was this the symphonic prelude to the destruction of the 9 worlds? At this time, Li Qiye went back to Lan Yunju's group, then gazed at the 4 altars and the other experts before nonchalantly declaring, "If you all want to sacrifice millions of mortals, then I won't hold back any longer. I will massacre all of you. This is called an eye for an eye and blood being repaid with blood." The Divine Guard captain cried out in response, "Little animal, you are too insane and can't be spared." The captain also unleashed an unbeatable aura. Clearly, he also had a great weapon. The ancestral city lord emitted an imperial aura with his weapon as well. Rumble. Several other imperial auras appeared as the other ancestors had to take out their weapons under the captain's command. In this second, boundless blood energies erupted. All of these ancestors channeled the power of their strongest state in preparation to use their mightiest attack to kill Li Qiye. This was especially obvious for the mysterious continent of the Aulira's ancient kingdom. An eternal blood energy shot up high, allowing a true treasure to float in the sky. It emitted a terrifying imperial aura as if an emperor was controlling it himself. The blood ancestor inside the defensive perimeter was completely aghast as the blood drained from his face, a supreme eternal existence. Outside of immortal emperors or other giants throughout time, no one could stop an ancestor of the eternal existence level. A bit interesting. It seems like a bloody battle can't be avoided today. Li Qiye was still relaxed against all of his enemies. "Little animal, it is not too late to surrender." The captain, along with all the ancestors, had an oppressive momentum as if they could kill all in their path. They were getting ready for a heaven-shaking blow. Although Li Qiye could unleash heavenly annihilations, the captain's group still held a great advantage, especially with the eternal existence of the Aulira's ancient kingdom. Whoosh! However, as the ghost side was preparing for their attack, space suddenly shook and a person appeared from the void. It was a headless man that first appeared in the pond at the end of the path of death. Only Li Qiye knew this man. Li Qiye narrowed his eyes and became serious when this headless man came out. The captain was startled to see this headless man and shouted, "Who might you be, acting all mysterious here?" He got no response. The captain became furious since he was a high and above existence and wasn't afraid of the headless man's background. "Wait until I catch you." The captain shouted as a gigantic palm swooped forward towards the headless man. Pluff. It was a very faint sound. The captain, who was attacking the headless man, suddenly turned into a bloody mist. This happened so suddenly that no one knew what was going on. The captain was an existence that even ancestors were wary of, someone completely comparable to legendary masters, but now he had been turned into nothingness. No one clearly saw what happened. Everyone was startled and instinctively took a step back. The ancestral city lord and all the ancestors felt a fear as if they had just seen a ghost. "Honored sir, from where do you hail?" The speaker was the eternal existence above the mysterious landmass. This was an existence that had opened the tablet of the deities, an extremely heaven-defying and terrifying existence. The moment the eternal existence finished speaking, the headless man stretched out his hand. Rumble. The Aulira's ancient kingdom's mysterious continent suddenly collapsed and instantly detonated. Die. The eternal existence rushed out and unleashed his true treasure. However, with another wave of his hand, the headless man extinguished the immortal emperor true treasure's radiance as if it was a flickering candle. Something even more horrifying came next. The eternal existence was being gripped by the headless man like a powerless chicken. The true treasure, on the other hand, was defeated and quickly escaped with its light dimmed. All were frozen and scared silly, including Lan Yunju's group. Everyone felt that this development couldn't be reality. At this moment, the Titanic Crescent ancestor and Insect King ancestor couldn't run away. They conjured all of their blood energy and used their true treasures to protect their bodies. However, this was not enough. The treasures were awakened by the threat of the heavenly annihilation. Their imperial power erupted as laws turned into boundless immortal chapters to stop the annihilation. Boom! No one dared to get close. Even the void was shattered, resulting in chaotic temporal fluctuations. The stars exploded like fireworks in the sky. The two true treasures were blocking the annihilation while the two ancestors' bodies were mangled and bloodied. Although the weapons were protecting them, the residual force still heavily injured and ruined their figures. The awakened true treasures released two supreme shadows as if two emperors were there, causing spectators to prostrate. Chapter 592, Invincible Headless Man. An eternal existence with a true treasure was virtually unbeatable, yet one was being handled like a chicken by the headless man. The eternal existence's true treasure couldn't harm his captor at all. The stupefied crowd couldn't believe their own eyes. They watched this powerful ancestor face off against the headless man. One ancestor whispered, "Is this an immortal emperor?" Only an immortal emperor had the power to make an eternal existence seem so helpless. However, this headless person didn't look like an immortal emperor at all since he lacked the divine and imperial aura. The stranger part was that he didn't have a head. "Run, we're seeing a ghost." A ghost ancestor shook his body to wake up from his daze. His intuition told him that the worst was yet to come. With that said, he turned around and fled. The hundreds of thousands of ghost experts were stunned. Ghost? They are the ghosts and were known as such by others. Now, to say that the ghost race was meeting a ghost was a ridiculous joke. However, no one dared to laugh at this moment. "Run!" The other ancestors also calmed down and shouted at their tribe members and disciples. Everyone turned around to flee. However, at this time, the headless man swung his sleeve and caused a raging wind to appear. Countless experts were sucked into his sleeve. The ancestors cried out, "No!" They used their strongest merit laws and even emperor's weapons to try to escape the engulfing force, but it was all in vain. In a short period of time, countless ghost experts were sucked inside, including the masters from the ancestral city. The ancestral city lord wanted to run, but he couldn't elude the headless man's spread sleeve. He roared and took out his best weapon in an attempt to seal the source of the vacuum, but it was in vain. Ultimately, the lord was sucked up as well despite his unwillingness. "No!" Screams continuously resounded as several hundreds of thousands of ghosts, including heavenly kings and ancestors, all suffered the same fate. This spectacular scene didn't care for any of the struggles and unwilling screams of the victims as all of them became prisoners to the headless man's sleeve. As for cultivators below the ancient saint realm from the ghost race, although the headless man didn't suck all of them up, they didn't have the strength to get up and escape with their legs feeble due to fear. In a short amount of time, 1/3 of all the ghost cultivators were inhaled, including all the experts at ancient saint and above. At this point, the headless man swung his sleeve and all of the trapped ghost cultivators were thrown into the Lost Island's mist. Ah! Miserable screams appeared from all the cultivators being thrown towards the island. Bam! 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 All of them were turned into a rain of blood. This fascinating carnage scared everyone out of their wits. The flowers of blood slowly dissipated along with the mist, revealing the true face of the lost mythical island. The remaining ghosts all squatted down on the ground as their hearts sank from fear. They no longer had the courage to withstand or face their impending doom. Even the ancestors were mere ants to the headless man, so what's there to say about themselves? The headless man was without a head, but his divine intent resonated as loud as thunder. "Those who help the enemy, scram back to your lairs." This supreme and ancient voice encompassed the whole sky. All the gods and immortals would tremble in fear from such a sound. The headless man swung his sleeve once more before the hapless ghost experts paralyzed on the ground. Whoosh! Hundreds of thousands of ghosts were swept out of the prime ominous grave and were back at their own sects before they knew what was going on. Those who found themselves back at home were completely aghast. Their clansmen and fellow disciples saw them murmuring like insane people. Ghost. A ghost. That was a ghost. They murmured like fools for 3 days straight before finally calming down. Meanwhile, after all the ghosts were swept away, only Li Qia's group and the experts from the other races remained. Members of the other races were shocked and fearful as well. Ancestor-level characters were stricken with shivers and didn't dare to look at the headless man. Only Li Qia was calm from beginning to end. He knew exactly what would happen the moment the headless man appeared. The headless man seemed to be looking over at the lost island despite not having a pair of eyes. After a while, he shifted his gaze over towards Li Qia for a bit without saying anything before disappearing. Pop. 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 Right when he disappeared, the 4 prison altars all disappeared. Surely, it was his doing. After the prisons shattered, both cultivators and mortals from inside were scared silly and couldn't calm down in a short amount of time. The experts from the other races began to regain their composure a bit after the headless man disappeared. They shivered at the thought of what had transpired just now. It was beyond their imagination and something they would never forget. After a while, Xian Fan stood up and took a deep breath before asking, "How come the headless man helped us earlier?" She didn't say anyone's name, but it was clear that she was asking Li Qia with her stare. "Helped us?" Li Qia smiled and shook his head to say, "He was helping the ghost race, not us." Helping the ghost race? The surviving experts from the other races were skeptical. The golem ancestor exclaimed, "He blood sacrificed more than 100,000 ghost experts. I would have done it if he didn't." Li Qia said nonchalantly, "I wouldn't only use their blood as an offering to the mist, I would also kill all of them." Humph, the ghost race wants to stretch their claws towards mortals. I don't mind going to all the lineages for a massacre. This sounded arrogant, and uninformed people would think that Li Qia was blustering. Opposing the entire ghost race was quite suicidal. However, the experts and ancestors here were all silent. Even the confident Xian Fan had no comments regarding Li Qia's domineering statement. Anyone would be frightened by Li Qia's 13th palace. Having 12 palaces alone was amazing enough, but having a 13th instilled an endless sense of awe and fear like a never-ending river. When it came to the 13th palace, no praise would ever be deemed an exaggeration. The first and only throughout all the eons. Li Qia deserved any and all praise thrown at him. He continued to say, "Since he took action to end this feud, then I won't hold them accountable anymore." He stared at the mortals next to the 4 pillars with a serious expression. "I can forgive the ghost race, but I will destroy the ancestral realm. They can have a taste of destruction if they dare to sacrifice millions of mortals." The surviving experts couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't question his determination and didn't think that these were empty words. However, declaring war against the ancestral realm? It was said that the heavenly god was invincible. What means and secrets did Li Qia have? Send them to the distant cloud and prepare a place for them. I trust that you all have the ability for that. Li Qia told the other experts after looking at the mortals. At this time, the millions of mortals next to the altars were still lost. Although they didn't die from this disaster, they didn't have time to celebrate. They required more time in order to digest this monumental experience. Chapter 593, Horror-struck a human ancestor respectfully said, "Don't worry, young noble. We will definitely escort them to the distant cloud." The golem ancestor also chimed in, "Leave this to us, young noble. We will do our best to take them to the distant cloud." All the other ancestors also voiced their opinions with respect towards Li Qia while heavenly kings treated him with veneration. They all felt that the immortal emperor of this generation must be Li Qia. Who else would be qualified if not Li Qiye with his 13 palaces? Tian Luanhui and Chen Yang were nothing. Therefore, before the future emperor, even ancestor-level characters like them accepted bowing down and working for him. They were not qualified to posture before Li Qiye. This was their chance to show their loyalty before he becomes the immortal emperor, since they might not have the chance to work under him after his ascension. Because of this, a single request of aid from Li Qiye would immediately be carried out, for they were certain of his future position. Li Qiye then commanded, "Then I am at ease. I have other things to attend to. You all can take them away." The ancestors and several hundred experts of the other races took the millions of mortals on the 4 altars away. Their responsibility was to let these mortals find a new home back at the southern distant cloud. There was no longer a place for these mortals in the eastern nether border, so only the distant cloud was safe. It was the world of humans and demons. With imperial lineages like the Immortal Kingdom and Thousand Carp River presiding there, the ghost race wouldn't dare to make a move. After they left, Xian Fan couldn't help but ask while looking at Li Qiye, "Hey, how did you create a 13th palace?" At this point, Lan Yunzhu and Monk Daji both looked at Li Qiye's 13th palace as well. If it wasn't right in front of them, they would never believe that such a miracle was true. "Well, revealing this is no problem at all." Li Qiye responded with a smile, "If you keep on digging in your palace meridian, a 13th will come out." "Never mind. It doesn't matter if you don't want to say it, what's the big deal anyway?" Xian Fan snappily retorted and didn't pry any further. She was only slightly curious, and it made sense that Li Qiye didn't want to tell the truth. If there was a secret technique to open the 13th palace in this world, then it would be more valuable than Emperor's laws, Heaven's will laws, immortal physique laws. It would basically be more valuable than anything else in this world. This was the most priceless treasure and nothing else could compare to it. Li Qiye withdrew his palaces and patted the ancestor Ginseng on his shoulder, saying, "Okay, you can return now." The ancestor Ginseng appeared to be fatigued. Even an immortal medicine like itself spent a lot of ginseng juice in order for Li Qiye to unleash so many heavenly annihilations. "I suffered a lot, so can I sleep while hugging the lamp for 3 days?" It spoke, aiming to use this chance to garner some benefits. "Yes." Li Qiye generously agreed. After hearing his response, the ancestor Ginseng happily jumped into his fate palace and disappeared while Monk Daji was staring at it with lustful eyes. The monk placed his palms together and said, "Amitba, benefactorly, no, brotherly, no, young masterly, masterly." Earlier, this little monk expended a lot of blood energy and even wasted some longevity blood. "Will master spare me a ginseng root to replenish my vitality?" Li Qiye looked at him with one eye and said, "In your dreams. I wouldn't even use such a good item for myself, let alone give it to you. Spare me the daydreaming." However, Monk Daji's face was thicker than even a temple block as he placed his arm around Li Qiye's shoulder and spoke, "Ha ha ha, masterly, what are we but good friends?" He. The monk wanted an immortal medicine like the ancestor Ginseng and expressed his intent without any semblance of self-control. "I don't have any." Li Qiye flatly declined the monk so he could only swallow his saliva. Li Qiye looked at the lost island in the sky, and the others followed suit. Before this, the island appeared to be very vast, but after the mist dissipated, it was only the size of an ordinary island. It appeared to be made from a black metal that emitted a murderous aura. Others became disappointed after seeing its true appearance, since it didn't look like a divine island at all. "We'll be boarding it now." Li Qiye looked at it for a bit before telling Lan Yunzhu. "Ha ha ha, we'll come as well." Monk Daji said with his thickest face to Xian Fan. He wasn't actually speaking to Xian Fan and instead indirectly telling this to Li Qiye. Although Li Qiye didn't say no, he glanced at the monk and smiled, "Hold on to your fantasies, there are no treasures there." If there are no treasures, then I'll just go up there and broaden my horizons." Monk Daji responded. Li Qiye only laughed to see the monk's covetous appearance, prompting the monk to feel a creepy sensation. This, in turn, made him ask, "You are not trying to trick me, right?" Li Qiye responded in a mysterious manner, "Would never trick you. Plus, with our great relationship, do you really think I will push you down a pit? However, I'm afraid that you will definitely get a heart attack and won't be able to crawl up after you go up there." "You're kidding." Monk Daji was unconvinced and retorted, "Although I am not an unparalleled talent or anything, I am no coward. There is nothing that will drive me weak with fear like a coward that cannot stand up straight." Li Qiye smiled and said, "You will know the sensation just a bit later." With that, he flew towards the Lost Island. Lan Yunju and Xian Fan followed right after him. Monk Daji, who didn't believe in Li Qiye's nonsense, also soared right behind them. The four of them landed on the island. After taking a look around, they found out that this really was just an ordinary island with a few hills scattered everywhere. There was no vegetation or signs of life, just a quiet little island. "Didn't people say that there were golden dragons and divine phoenixes here?" Xian Fan murmured while looking at this inconspicuous island. There were rumors about these mythical beasts soaring above this island, so only disappointment could be felt now after landing. Nothing in the legends were to be found here. The things you see with your eyes might not necessarily be the whole story. Li Qiye answered lightly, then proceeded deeper into the island. The rest quickly ran after him. They didn't get very far before the sound of someone hitting the ground appeared behind them. Lan Yunju and Xian Fan quickly turned around and saw Monk Daji on the ground with an expression as if he had just seen a ghost. His body was trembling uncontrollably. What happened? The two of them were shocked by Monk Daji's appearance. The monk was not someone weak, he was definitely an expert and an amazing genius. With great difficulty, the monk erected an imperial aura with the help of his weapon and slowly retreated back to the edge of the Lost Island. Here, he squatted straight on the ground while gasping for air. He finally found some relief at this point. With some composure, he apprehensively exclaimed, "What the hell?" Xian Fan was shaken. The monk was indeed frightened to the point of falling down to the ground while palpitating, just like what Li Qiye had said. Xian Fan couldn't help but ask, "What just happened?" The monk calmed down and forced a smile to say, "I don't know either. Earlier when I took a step, I felt as if the thing I'm most afraid of was inside, the most terrible thing in this world. My heart stopped and an instinctive fear rose from within, it told me to run away, but I couldn't move. It was as if a devil had his eyes on me." Lan Yunju and Xian Fan exchanged looks and felt their hair standing on end. A genius like Monk Daji was scared out of his mind, this was a little hard to believe. Lan Yunju felt a bit creeped out and quickly asked Li Qiye, "Just what is on this island?" Li Qiye responded with a smile, "One of the most terrifying things in this world, especially to those of the ghost race since nothing could be more fearsome to them. It is the nemesis of their entire race, and it just happens that you are from the ghost race. Fuck it, I'm not staying here any longer. This bizarre thing is too awful. I have yet to see it, but I can already sense its presence." Monk Daji didn't want to stay on the island any longer since he now understood that the ghost race's nemesis was here. Surely ghosts were delicious dishes to this ghastly thing lying in wait on the Lost Island. "Very well, I will give you a chance at a fortune." Li Qiye looked at the monk that wanted to leave and smiled to say, "You did a good job this time and earned my admiration, so take this. If you are lucky, maybe you will meet an extremely great fortune." With that, Li Qiye threw an item towards Monk Daji. The monk caught it and looked at the item in his hand before blurting out, "The prime ominous key." This was a great little gem that could be exchanged for a nice fortune at the heavenly cemetery. Countless people demanded for Li Qiye to hand over the key, including the ancestral city, but all were met with a swift dismissal. Therefore, Monk Daji was stunned when Li Qiye casually threw the key over to him as a gift like this. The monk asked with surprise, "For For me. Anyone who knew even a little bit about the key would understand its value. If you don't want it, then give it back. Li Qiye shrugged and lightly replied. The monk immediately put it away in his pocket and said, "Of course I want it, how could I not?" With a beaming smile, he added, "Master Li is such a generous man, there is no way he would ever shamelessly ask for a gift to be returned." Li Qiye gave him a look and said, "Go and try your luck while the grave is still open. Once it closes, the key will disappear even if you hide it in the most secretive of places." "Ha ha ha, definitely, for sure." Monk Daji's eyes lit up and said, "Hee, this monk spent his whole life enlightening people, so my character and karma aren't up for debate. I will for sure meet a great fortune." Li Qiye was too lazy to care for the monk and proceeded deeper into the island with Lan Yunju and Xian Fan right behind him. The monk shouted at Li Qiye's back, "Brother Li, thank you." He then excitedly jumped down from the island, eager to test his luck. Chapter 594, The Prison on the Divine Island. As Lan Yunju and Xian Fan followed Li Qiye deeper into the island, they found that this place was not very large. There was nothing here outside of a few hills here and there. Lan Yunju was a very sensitive person and could feel even the slightest bit of change. Due to this, as they infiltrated deeper into the island, she felt an indescribable sensation. Lan Yunju said, "This island is really strange." Xian Fan had great talents in a heaven-defying cultivation, but her awareness was not as keen as Lan Yunju's. She curiously asked, "What do you think is weird about it?" Lan Yunju answered, "It is like a prison, it is as if the entire island is just a place to seal something." Li Qiye looked back while walking in front and nodded his head, "She is right. There are no golden dragons or divine phoenixes here. This is a prison, one that will be able to withstand the test of time." "Is it really a prison?" Xian Fan was shocked and asked for confirmation. The rumors outside had always stated that there were supreme treasures on the island. Some people swore that there were divine eggs on the island that had scenes of beasts flying around. However, Li Qiye said that this was only a prison. Xian Fan wouldn't believe this from someone else, but she had no doubt when Li Qiye was the one to say it. Lan Yunju emotionally asked after Li Qiye confirmed her intuition, "What character is imprisoned here?" Li Qiye's eyes narrowed when this matter was brought up. He replied, "An existence that no one has seen before the ages, an existence that has no legends." Lan Yunju inquired further, "Didn't you say that there was an extremely terrifying weapon on this lost island?" She recalled Li Qiye say this once. Li Qiye answered with a smile, "It is an evil fiend to other people, the most harrowing of them all, especially to the ghost race. But to me, it is a weapon capable of destroying all things." Lan Yunju took a deep breath. From her understanding of Li Qiye, she could faintly guess what he wanted to do. At this point, Xian Fan interjected, "If this place is a prison for an invincible character, after millions and millions of years, perhaps this existence is already dead." Li Qiye smiled and said, "That would be true for others. However, for this being, that would be difficult even if it wished to die. If it could be killed so easily, people would have killed it already instead of imprisoning it here." Lan Yunju and Xian Fan looked at each other. What kind of terrifying existence could manage to live on after being imprisoned for so long? It didn't take long for the three to reach the center of this small island. The central area was surrounded by 4 mountains, the 4 largest land masses on the island. Here was an empty plain without anything special, and it seemed to be paved with ordinary boulders. These 4 might be small compared to mountains in other places, but the pitch-black mountains were very suffocating and oppressive. Anyone who stood here would feel that the 4 mountains could suppress gods and devils. "Where is the prison?" Xian Fan looked around. There was nothing here, let alone a prison that entrapped a terrifying existence. At this time, Li Qiye found a hidden spot amidst the plain. He observed for a bit before telling the other 2, "Ladies, prepare yourselves. Don't let yourselves get weak knees in a short moment. With a serious expression, Lan Yunju took a deep breath. The moment she arrived here, she felt an unease as if the most frightening fiend was hiding underground. Xian Fan, on the other hand, glared at Li Qie and said, "If you're ready, then just go for it. We are not children." She wasn't being overly confident for anything since, with her cultivation, talents, and knowledge, very few things could scare her. Li Qie chuckled, then quickly put on a serious expression to take out something. This was a temple the size of a palm. It didn't look special at all. Lan Yunju and Xian Fan didn't know that this little temple was initially very large. This was the ancient temple that Lu Baiqiu and Li Qie found beneath the ocean. At that time, Li Qie used this little temple to locate the lost mythical island. Now, Li Qie placed this little temple into the hidden spot. It was a perfect fit. A clanking sound could be heard the moment the temple was placed inside. The plane emitted waves of light as complex runes wove together. Clank, the paved stones on the ground began to move, and suddenly, a gigantic monster crawled out from the earth. Space fluctuated with this being's appearance. Out came a destructive aura like the coming of an unbeatable fiend. This daunting aura was no weaker than an immortal emperor's. However, the aura of an immortal emperor was one worthy of awe and respect, while this monster's aura caused the souls of others to flee into the clouds. At this point, the monster opened its eyes. Although it had been suppressed and couldn't hurt anyone, the opening of its eyes seemed to be capable of devouring the souls of billions. Even those at the peak would be scared out of their wits and think that this was the most terrifying fiend in the world. Lan Yunju and Xian Fan were both heaven's proud daughters and supreme geniuses, but at this minute, both of their legs were shaking while they themselves were unable to stand straight. "Ladies, be careful." Li Qie quickly grabbed their waists after seeing their unsteady figures. With his help, the two girls took deep breaths but still had trouble settling down. Li Qie reminded them, "Don't look into its eyes." At this time, Lan Yunju and Xian Fan saw the monster before them. It had the appearance of both a wolf and tiger, not that scary looking. The most frightening part was its long teeth that extended all the way down to its jaws. These were long and sharp teeth that could bite and tear through everything in this world. Another horrifying aspect was its pair of eyes, so they should heed Li Qie's warning. It was a fiendish pair of eyes capable of swallowing up souls, like a monster that specialized in soul-eating. Its aura was quite shiver-inducing. Even a god monarch wouldn't be able to support himself in its presence. A god king would be swallowed in one bite as well. Clank! With an appalling murderous aura, the terrifying monster wanted to pounce forward after seeing Li Qie and the other two. However, it couldn't move since it was tied up by 4 huge iron chains. The 4 iron chains were pinned deep into the 4 mountains as immortal lights radiated from each chain. Every single chain emitted a special image. One had a golden dragon biting it, another had a phoenix pulling it, the third was protected by a celestial tiger, while the last had a black tortoise lying on top. However, what trapped this monster was not the 4 chains but rather the dense seals above them. All the chains were carved with formidable seals. Not to mention all 4 chains, any one of them alone had a seal powerful enough to kill a true god or any other deity. But now, all 4 were used to bind a single monster, and one could easily imagine their combined strength. The legendary true immortal steel. There are only 9 types in the world, but 4 of them are actually being used right here. Xian Fan emotionally exclaimed after seeing the 4 chains binding the monster. True immortal steel was the best material to craft weapons. Countless people craved for them when they were casting their own weapons. Even the tiniest piece would allow these weapons to have extraordinary power. Yet all 4 of these huge chains were crafted from 4 different types of true immortal steel. What kind of investment was this? Using such supreme treasures to lock this monster proved its horrendous nature. Lan Yunju couldn't help but murmur while looking at these chains: golden dragon, phoenix, celestial tiger, black tortoise, 4 of the legendary 9 true immortal steel. No wonder why people saw images of mythical beasts, so they were images emitted by these metals. Xian Fan's heart was beating fast while she looked at this terrifying monster. It was a blessing that it was imprisoned, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Against such a monster, ancestors, legendary masters, and even eternal existences were insufficient. Even true gods would only be delicious prey to this monster. Just what exactly is this thing? Lan Yunju had to ask. Chapter 595, Ghost Devourer. Li Qie looked at the monster while harboring many feelings in his heart. This mythical creature truly existed, and this was his first time seeing it. Although he was aware of the legends from the ancient past, countless wise sages and invincible existences didn't believe that this thing was real. Prior to this, he wasn't too sure if this monster was actually imprisoned up here or not. It was only a possibility according to his intuition, so he was quite sentimental seeing it in person. The terrifying monster was quite angry to see this group of ants before it. In the past, these ants would have been frightened to death after seeing it. Unfortunately, it was now suppressed and trapped inside this place. It was angry at them for staring at it like a caged beast, but it couldn't do anything since it lacked the ability to move. Lan Yunju took a deep breath and asked while looking at the monster, "Just, what is it?" "The Ghost Devourer." Li Qie was also a stranger to this name since he had never seen one before. Ghost Devourer. This was the first time the two had heard of this unfamiliar name. Li Qie noticed their surprise and smilingly added, "It is understandable that you two haven't heard the name before. Since the start of time, very few people had seen it, and I'm afraid most who did have already died. There has only ever been one Ghost Devourer, and it has been imprisoned here since a very long time ago." Lan Yunju and Xian Fan became even more shocked. Who actually had the power to suppress this terrifying Ghost Devourer in this place? The person must have been extraordinary. Li Qie looked at the angry devourer and said, "Don't be mad, I will take you outside for a stroll. Maybe you will even thank me in the future." The devourer understood his words and glared at him with a terrifying gaze that could send even virtuous Paragon's soul straight to the heavens. Li Qie slowly took out an ancient box. He obtained it from the Heavenly Tao Academy. They gave it to him as part of the agreement after he helped them repel the sect's joint attack. The devourer's eyes changed after Li Qie took out this box since it could sense a certain breath from it. Li Qie took out something from the box that resembled a dog collar. It had been heavily worn out from what seemed to be heavy usage. The devourer's expression quickly changed. Its eyes narrowed, showing some fear after seeing this collar. "What is it?" Xian Fan speculated that other than immortal emperors, nothing in this world could control this terrifying creature, but now it was shivering after seeing the thing in Li Qie's hand. This was quite hard to believe. The worn-out dog collar in his hand didn't look like a supreme treasure at all. "A Ghost Devourer lock," Li Qie answered. With that, Li Qie activated it and, with a clanking sound, it flew towards the neck of the devourer. The monster didn't want to be sealed, so it struggled vehemently. Unfortunately, it couldn't move with the 4 thick chains suppressing it. The devourer was sealed by the lock, and its terrifying aura disappeared like a deflated ball. The lock was its nemesis, so no matter how heaven-defying it might be, it would lose to this fatal weakness. Lan Yunju and Xian Fan were in disbelief to see this frightening ghost devourer being locked by this broken collar and losing its temper. Its powerful aura was dispelled entirely, becoming a leashed pet. Clank! Right when the devourer was sealed, the 4 thick chains automatically fell down. With the ghost devourer lock, there was no longer a need for the 4 chains made of true immortal steel to suppress it. Li Qie held the chain that connected to the devourer's collar and shouted, "Come!" The chain started to shake and, on the other side, the subdued devourer slowly shrank down and eventually became as small as a fist. The little devourer was not scary at all, on the contrary, it looked a little cute. Li Qiye opened the ancient temple to place the little devourer inside and formally put it away. The other two were dumbfounded at the events that had unraveled before them. Even Lan Yunju, who had followed Li Qiye for quite a while, couldn't contain her shock. They knew just how powerful the beast was, but now it was just a tiny pet being brought along by Li Qiye. No one would believe this astonishing scene. This works, too. Xian Fan stuttered. Li Qiye was bringing along an existence even more terrifying than a god king, something that was beyond one's imagination. Why not? Li Qiye shrugged and said, me bringing it along is the same as saving it, so it should be thanking me in the future. This was the first time Lan Yunju saw the collar, so she apprehensively asked, what, is the ghost devourer lock? An item capable of locking the devourer and turning it into a pet was quite fearful. It seemed that Li Qiye was able to read her thoughts, so he smiled and replied, this collar is only effective against the ghost devourer. All things have mutual generations and mutual restrictions, so when the ghost devourer appeared, it was already fated to not be able to escape the lock because they restrict each other. Li Qiye continued, the ghost devourer was created as a heaven's punishment, so it was both murderous and bloodthirsty. That existence couldn't change this, but luckily, the lock also came out from the punishment. Because of the lock, despite its murderous nature, the beast became a great assistant to that existence. Li Qiye paused for a moment before continuing, nothing lasts forever in this world, a big change eventually occurred. The lock was lost and the other existence couldn't calculate its whereabouts. Both the girls exclaimed in shock, the lock was lost. They could already imagine the terrifying consequences when a murderous creature like the ghost devourer was on the loose without the lock to restrain it. Li Qiye went on to say, you can imagine the consequences after the lock went missing. The ghost devourer escaped and brought about the beginning of a calamity. The world became stained with blood as the 9 worlds trembled. At that time, countless people died, creating flowing rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. The most incredible part was that the ghost race almost went extinct. Li Qiye's few words described it very lightly, but Xian Fan and Lan Yunju could imagine the scene where the devourer massacred the world. Just like Li Qiye said, this was a great disaster that couldn't be described with words. How come we have never heard of this story? There are no records from the ghost race as well. Xian Fan asked emotionally, such a devastating event should be recorded, right? Li Qiye replied with a grin, do you know how long ago this was? It happened in an untraceable era. Plus, a few things aren't meant to be recorded. For example, do you know the true background of the ancestral realm? Do you know what ghastly thing is lying below its grounds? Lan Yunju and Xian Fan looked at each other after being asked this by Li Qiye. Not to mention them, even the ghost race itself didn't know too many things about the ancestral realm. Li Qiye looked at the monster with many feelings in his heart. This mythical creature truly existed, and this was his first time seeing it. Although he was aware of the legends from an ancient past, countless wise sages and invincible existences didn't believe that this thing was real. Prior to this, he wasn't too sure that this monster was imprisoned up here. It was only a probability according to his intuition, so he was quite sentimental to see it in person. The terrifying monster was quite angry to see this group of ants before it. In the past, these ants would have been frightened to death after seeing it. Unfortunately, it was now suppressed and trapped inside this place. It was angry at them for staring at it like a caged beast, but it couldn't do anything since it lacked the ability to move. Lan Yunju took a deep breath and asked while looking at the monster, just, what is it? A goth. Li Qiye was also a stranger to this name since he had never seen one before. Chapter 596, Legend of the Devourer. Although legend stated that the ghost progenitor was slumbering there, it was only a legend and no one had seen the progenitor before. The realm's background was even more mysterious. To sum it up, it was too archaic and had existed before there were written records from the ghosts. Xian Fan couldn't help but curiously ask, if no one else knows and there are no records, then how do you know? This was Xian Fan's first time hearing about the mythical existence who tried to create life despite coming from the immortal kingdom. Well, that is, a secret. Li Qiye answered mysteriously. Xian Fan was not satisfied with this answer, but what could she do except glare at Li Qiye? Lan Yunzhu brought the topic back to the Ghost Devourer. Then the Devourer was captured later on, right? Li Qiye nodded and said, yes. That existence exerted a lot of effort to capture the Devourer again. However, it was no easy task to capture such a monster without the lock. Then what about killing it? Xian Fan inquired. This idea was indeed feasible since that existence could kill the Devourer. However, killing it required killing himself because, as you know, the Devourer came from his rib. Without killing himself, it would be virtually impossible to kill the monster. Eventually, that existence caught the Devourer after many earth-shaking events. Some of these events even shaped the final direction of the ghost race itself. At this point, Li Qiye stared at the distant horizon and continued, after capturing the Devourer, that existence imprisoned it in this unknown island. Due to a couple of events, that existence didn't wish for the Devourer to see the sun again, so he sunk the island down into the depths of the ocean for eternity. As for what happened next, you already know the story. Both the Devourer and the lock disappeared and no one saw them again. Li Qiye smiled and added, the Devourer had always been in the depths of the sea, unknown to everyone. No one knew that there was a monster suppressed there, a monster that had swept through and bloodied the myriad realms. They didn't even have an inkling of its tale. Lan Yunzhu looked at Li Qiye and now understood that he appeared back at the Thousand Islands just for the Devourer. All of his plans came into fruition today. All the cultivators and sects with a bit of greed in the sacred nether world assumed that the lost mythical island hid an amazing treasure, such as divine eggs, so both the young and the old risked their lives to reach the island only to meet their demise due to the mist. So this ends with you coincidentally picking up the Ghost Devourer lock right when the lost mythical island came into being. You got yourself quite a bargain from it. Xian Fan said as she leered at Li Qiye. She didn't know the truth or the process, but she felt that the whole thing was not as simple as he made it out to be. Li Qiye only responded with a smile. The person who picked up the lock was not Li Qiye but an ancestor from the Heavenly Tao Academy, and of course, he didn't pick it up randomly from the street. This ancestor was quite knowledgeable. Although the lock appeared to be a regular chain collar, he knew that it was an extraordinary item. After picking it up, he didn't simply throw it away. However, he couldn't find the use for the lock. This was not surprising since no one had ever seen the Devourer before. If Li Qiye didn't have a trustworthy source, he wouldn't have been so determined to tame the Ghost Devourer. Since this ancestor from the academy couldn't research the lock thoroughly, he left it behind at the academy where it was forgotten. It wasn't until Li Qiye demanded it from the academy that it saw the light of day again. Who is this legendary existence? In the end, Lan Yunzhu asked. Such an unbeatable existence shouldn't be nameless, but she had never heard of this person before. Xian Fan also couldn't contain her inquisitiveness and chimed in, is he an immortal emperor? Which one was he? I also don't know the name of this legendary existence. Li Qiye beamed and said, however, he was certainly not an immortal emperor and rather something even greater. That era was even older than immortal Emperor Gu Chun's time. There were no immortal emperors back then. Lan Yunzhu and Xian Fan stopped asking after this because they knew they wouldn't get an answer. Immortal Emperor Gu Chun was the first to bear the title of Immortal Emperor, and this was during the Desolate Era. This was a very long time ago to the present, and many things were not written down. They were all to be lost in history. If this existence was even older than Immortal Emperor Gu Chun, then he had to exist back in an untraceable era, so it was not strange for future generations to not know of his name. Li Qiye then told the two of them, now that this is all over, it's time to leave. The three then left the island. The monk was not at the heavenly cemetery and no one knew where he went. Li Qiye was busy, so he didn't wait for the monk before leaving the prime ominous grave. Very few cultivators stayed behind at the grave after such a big event. Even those who stayed behind had all began to leave. Lan Yunju finally heaved a sigh of relief after leaving the grave. She had quite an amazing harvest this time, but the most important part were her broadened horizons. The knowledge she accumulated from her entire life so far was not equal to what she had seen and heard during this short trip. These couple of days in the grave allowed her to see many magical and miraculous matters. Lan Yunju looked at the grave one last time before speaking. We can finally go back now. Xian Fan also wanted to go back to the Immortal Kingdom. Her trip was over and her results were quite fruitful as well. No, it is you guys who will be returning. Li Qiye shook his head and said, I won't be going back to the Thousand Carp River. Where do you want to go? Lan Yunju felt unease after hearing Li Qiye. Her intuition was normally very accurate. Li Qiye narrowed his eyes towards the horizon and answered, the ancestral realm. It is time to destroy the ancestral city and annihilate the ancestral realm. Are you joking? It wasn't just Lan Yunju, even Xian Fan jumped after hearing this. Anyone would lose their mind after hearing this. This phrase was no longer classified as being arrogant, it was stepping into the realm of impossibility. Even an imperial lineage would not be able to do such a thing. For example, Xian Fan's immortal kingdom didn't have this capability even after mustering all of its strength. Li Qiye looked at Xian Fan, in her elemental armor, and asked, You think I am kidding? Xian Fan met his gaze while being silent. Li Qiye was not joking at all. However, destroying the ancestral realm was an appalling undertaking. The ancestral city is one thing, but do you know how terrifying the ancestral realm is? Not to mention the numerous members of the Divine Guard and the 9 Grand Gods, the scariest part is that the Heavenly God had reached an unfathomable level. Rumor has it that the Heavenly God had easily slain an eternal existence once. Some predicted that even if the Heavenly God was not comparable to an immortal emperor, obtaining the title of God King shouldn't be an issue for him. Xian Fan solemnly said. The God King title was not something that could be bestowed to just anyone. Even those who called themselves God Kings were not necessarily accepted as such by the masses. Only when all the worlds accepted the title bestowment would the person be considered a true God King. For example, the sacred ancestor of the Thousand Carp River who was extremely ancient and heaven-defying. Even immortal Emperor Qianli praised his cultivation, but the sacred ancestor was reluctant to call himself a God King. Others also only considered him a God Monarch. This powerful and genuine God Monarch didn't dare to take the extra step of pronouncing himself a God King. God King? So what? Li Qiye nonchalantly stated, an immortal emperor might be interesting, but even an emperor wouldn't be able to stop my determination to stomp the ancestral realm. Because of the matter with the blood ceremony? Xian Fan asked. As a fellow human genius, Xian Fan didn't want Li Qiye to die early. She believed that if he could continue on his path, then he would definitely become the immortal emperor. No, only a personal vendetta. Li Qiye replied with a smirk. Lan Yunju noticed his firm determination, making her heart heavy. She couldn't help but advise, the ancestral realm is eternal. Even an immortal emperor wouldn't be able to eradicate the ancestral realm. Legend states that even the most heaven-defying immortal Emperor Fei Yang, who had once turned the realm upside down in his rampage, couldn't destroy it completely and could only suppress it for thousands of years. Immortal Emperor Qianli, our patriarch, also took a trip to the ancestral realm, but nothing came of it. Li Qiye noticed her worried appearance and gently stroked her hair before saying, I know. Since the start of time, among all the emperors in the sacred nether world, it wasn't just Immortal Emperor Fei Yang and Immortal Emperor Qianli who attacked the ancestral realm. However, this doesn't mean that emperors are not strong enough. Li Qiye continued, emperors are indeed wondrous, but they didn't wish to risk their lives. More importantly, all of these emperors lacked a certain something, but I have this thing that they did not. But, Lan Yunju still couldn't help but say, this is something easier said than done, it is simply impossible if even emperors couldn't do it. Li Qie interrupted her and added, girl, don't worry about me. Even the Grim Reaper won't take this thing and the King of Hell won't keep it. More importantly, a few things should come to a conclusion, this is personal. Having said that, he coldly glared at the far distance. Chapter 597, Don't Shed Tears During Goodbye. Regardless of the ghastly thing below the ancestral realm, Li Qie was determined to flip the place over. He would destroy the ancestral realm no matter what since he wanted to know a certain thing. Lan Yunju gently sighed. From his expression, she knew that she couldn't persuade him. Li Qie told her, go back and tell the elders not to worry about this matter. More people coming along will only mean more people coming to die. I alone am enough to deal with the ancestral realm, don't worry about me. He gently kissed her forehead, causing her heart to flutter. She felt that she was about to lose him, so she reached out and grabbed his neck. Despite there being another person here, she still gave him a passionate yet innocent kiss. She daringly explored his mouth with her lilac-fragrant tongue again and again, engulfing him with her feelings. Xian Fan couldn't help but smile awkwardly. She was completely flushed while watching the hot kiss between these two. With great difficulty, the two finally parted from each other. Li Qie looked at the blushing Lan Yunju and smiled to say, little girl, take a trip back to the Soaring Remembrance Village in the future, your ancestor left something there for you. He whispered many things to her, a few secrets about the village. If it was someone else, even a direct descendant from immortal Emperor Fei Yang, Li Qie would not necessarily be willing to tell them. However, he told Lan Yunju these secrets, this was indicative of her place in his mind. Lan Yunju couldn't help but shake after hearing all of it. Eventually, she took a deep breath and looked at him one last time, take care and come back to the Thousand Carp River. With that, she took her leave. She traveled for a long distance without looking back at Li Qie since she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to contain herself if she looked back. Xian Fan also bid him farewell, I hope you will come back victoriously. The doors of the Simple Mountain Immortal Kingdom will always welcome you. Li Qie only sighed after the two left. He lifted his foot and was about to depart, but he suddenly changed his mind and headed towards Necropolis instead. Li Qie went to the city, but he only lingered by the entrance instead of entering. His foot halted as he felt a plethora of emotions and had countless words, not knowing where to start. He wanted to see the ancestral flow master once more, but he didn't know what to say. Farewell. They had already done that last time. He had come to Necropolis several times as the Dark Crow. Upon his past departures, he never felt sadness or any other emotion because he knew that he would be able to return even after 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or 1,000,000 years. He could afford to do so with his long lifespan. No matter how endless time may be and no matter how long ago he had left, he and the Master would be able to meet again one day. However, this generation was different. He didn't know if he could meet the Master again after this. He believed in himself, but who could predict the vicissitudes of life? With rampant emotions and thoughts, Li Qie continued to stare at Necropolis. Things had become awkward in the past between the two of them due to immortal Emperor Mingdu. The Master was angry for a long time because of Li Qie's selfishness in sneaking the Emperor away. However, this was a matter of the past, they had let go of this feud already. He believed that the Master would always support him just like how he would always support the Master. As he stood silently outside Necropolis, the ancestral Flow Master, who was sleeping on the stone throne, suddenly opened her eyes. Her gaze was capable of seeing through billions of miles in this world. Li Qie stood outside for a long time before sighing and started to look away. But right at this time, a voice suddenly appeared behind him, you want to leave without saying goodbye? Li Qie turned around and noticed an illusory figure standing next to the city gates. Although the real body of the master was not here, a group of divine intents had come together. Li Qiye looked at the dimmed figure and couldn't help but gently sigh. He then said with a wry smile, "I knew you were sleeping, so I didn't want to bother you." The figure snorted and was very unhappy with Li Qiye's answer. The two stared at each other quietly. Li Qiye had many words to say, but he didn't know how to express them. "You still want to go to your death?" the ancestral flow master asked coldly. Li Qiye smiled and said, "The victor can't be decided until the very last moment, but I trust that I will be the last man smiling in the end. A few things should be concluded, whether it is for me, for the sacred nether world, or for Necropolis. I can finish my own business. Do you think the sacred nether world needs you as its hero?" The ancestral flow master's icy voice continued, "Since the start of time, the winners were the ones who wrote history. If you fail and die, you will not be a hero but rather a devil. At the very least, for many, many years to come, you will be a heinous devil in the mouths of the future ghost generations, a devil who wanted to extinguish the ghost race. So what?" Li Qiye smiled, "I don't care about what others say or what the future generations spout about me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been hiding behind the curtains for so long. Are you tired of living? Are you seeking for a new way to die?" The ancestral flow master quipped. The master didn't try to persuade Li Qiye, but it was clear that the master didn't want him to attack the ancestral realm. "It is not just for you, and it's also not just because of the ghastly thing below the realm's grounds." Li Qiye sighed softly and said, "I don't need to know what lies beneath that land, it is just my personal vendetta and my desire for an answer. In any case, I must find it even if I have to tear the ancestral realm apart." The ancestral flow master coldly asked, "Is it because of that person?" Li Qiye looked at the master and was silent for a long time before gently sighing to say, "Perhaps, but not completely. Some mysteries continue to linger in my heart, and I need an answer. You will die an ugly death. Do you think the origin sealing spear can kill that ghastly creature?" The ancestral flow master continued, "Even if it can kill it, you won't have the chance to do anything in the face of that creature." It seemed as if the master wanted to discourage Li Qiye. Whether these words were the truth or not, only the master knew. Li Qiye couldn't help but smile and say, "What I need right now is not discouragement. You are only undermining my confidence and morale. I need encouragement right now." The master stared emotionlessly at Li Qiye in silence. It was as if words of encouragement were quite difficult for her to utter. "I couldn't care less if you wish to die." The master spoke indifferently, "But don't forget that you still owe me, so don't even think about not paying it back. Even if you become a ghost, you will still have to repay the debt, got it?" Li Qiye responded with a smile, "Got it, I will live to repay the debt." He then stared at her for a while longer before firmly walking away. The master that was still standing beside Necropolis declared once again, "Remember, you must repay the debt even as a ghost." Li Qiye was already far away, but his laughter and answer still echoed back, "Yuner, don't worry, I won't die. I will return to Necropolis one day." After being called Yuner, the master shivered and angrily retorted, "Don't call me that, you little demon. I'm older than you." Li Qiye's distant voice emanated back, "Is that so? Wait until I return, then let me see your face to determine whether you really are older than me or not." Eventually, Li Qiye disappeared completely, and the figure next to the city gate also slowly dissipated. The ancestral flow master sat on her throne with inadvertent tears in her eyes as she quietly murmured, "You have to come back alive." The prime ominous grave closed several days after Li Qiye's departure. No one could stay behind afterward, they were teleported out without exception. The grave had finally opened after many years. There were happy people during this trip along with those filled with despair. Some had great harvests while others obtained nothing, and some had even lost their lives. This grave opening was not a good event for the ghost race. Although some ghost sects had great harvests, they were not happy at all. The ghosts, as a whole, had many experts die to Li Qie or the Headless Man. The number was enough to hurt the entire race. Dozens of ancestors died and even an eternal existence of the Aulira's ancient kingdom fell. The ancestral city's army and even its lord died in the heavenly cemetery. It could be considered a great disaster to the ghosts. Some ordinary powers were almost completely destroyed. A few sects only had one ancestor, but these ancestors chose to please the ancestral realm, so they actively participated in the blood sacrifice along with all of their experts. However, the Headless Man took action and all experts above Ancient Saint were sacrificed, causing these great powers who were heavily involved to suffer devastating losses. They would now be on the decline, maybe even reaching the point of destruction. Regardless of the ghastly thing below the ancestral realm, Li Qie was determined to flip the place over. He would destroy the ancestral realm no matter what, since he wanted to know one thing. Lan Yunju gently sighed. From his expression, she knew that she couldn't persuade him. Li Qie told her, "Go back and tell the elders not to worry about this matter. More people coming along will only mean more people coming to die. I alone am enough to deal with the ancestral realm, don't worry about me." He gently kissed her forehead, causing her heart to flutter. She felt that she was about to lose him, so she reached out and grabbed his neck. Despite there being another person here, she still gave him a passionate yet innocent kiss. She daringly explored his mouth with her lilac-fragrant tongue again and again, engulfing him with her feelings. Xian Fan couldn't help but smile awkwardly. She was completely flushed while watching the hot kiss between these two. Chapter 598, Threatening the World. However, despite the great disaster, a couple hundreds of thousands of experts still managed to return. This was good fortune among all the bad events. The survivors that were swept back to their sects were very tight-lipped about the trip and were unwilling to talk to other people. For a powerful lineage like the Aulira's ancient kingdom, the ancestors who left their seals were aghast after listening to the survivors. Even the most powerful ones had to softly gasp. An eternal existence had died to the Headless Man. These ancestors knew just how powerful that eternal existence was, but he was helpless against the Headless Man. Thus, this formidable lineage was frightened and ordered their disciples to not cause any trouble. Pass this order down: from now on, disciples are not to go outside. From today on, we will close our gates and not see any guests. In fact, the Aulira's ancient kingdom was not the only lineage that closed its doors in the sacred nether world, quite a few others did the same. No lineages and countries wanted to talk about the Headless Man. Their heaven-defying ancestors all changed their expressions and became silent when it came to the Headless Man. However, the ghosts were happy to find out that the Headless Man didn't step outside of the prime ominous grave. Otherwise, countless ghost lineages would be scared out of their wits. If the Headless Man caused the ghosts' hearts to stop, then Li Qie caused them to be very alarmed. Many ancestors from these lineages were astounded to hear the stories. A 13th palace. Even legendary masters and eternal existences were dumbfounded when they heard this. This news was too shocking, since no one had ever heard of such a thing since the start of time, but Li Qie had done it. The Aulira's ancient kingdom and the Yin-Yang Gate were both distressed, including their strongest ancestors. After the death of Dizhua, Chen Yang and Tian Luanhui became ghosts with the most promise of becoming the immortal emperor. But now, both sects lost all hope after hearing about Li Qie's 13th palace. They knew that as long as Li Qie lived, both Chen Yang and Tian Luanhui would never have the chance to become the immortal emperor. The ancestors from the myriad bones throne only lamented with sighs after hearing this news. Dizhua was brilliant, so they didn't care for Chen Yang or Tian Luanhui. They felt that Dizhua's chances of becoming an emperor was much better. Unfortunately, he was born in the wrong era, the one that had Li Qie. Their most brilliant disciples became mere bones to pave Li Qie's path towards immortal emperor. Many ghost ancestors ordered, "Do not provoke Li Qie. Avoid him in the future. Anyone who messes with him in the future will be expelled from the sect. They knew no one could stop Li Qia's advance towards immortal emperor, it was already predetermined. Because of this, the ghost race and all the lineages no longer wanted to oppose him despite having many disciples die at his hands. Those who could look far ahead knew that opposing an immortal emperor would not end well. Although Li Qia was not one now, he would definitely become one in the future. If having a 13th palace was not enough to become an immortal emperor, then no one else in this generation should even dream about becoming an emperor. The trip to the grave should be a reason for excitement and conversations, but now, the entire sacred netherworld was silent. Very few ghost disciples went outside, and now the name Li Qia was like a spell that caused everyone to be breathless. Everyone thought that these quiet and calm times would last for a long time since no one was going outside anymore. However, it didn't last. On this day, boom! The divine portal outside of the ancestral city was opened. There were clear signs that it was forcefully opened as countless streaks of light exploded out like fireworks, illuminating the world. A terrifying existence stepped out of the open portal. A boundless divine light shone on the heaven and earth and swept through the vast plains. The ancestral city performed their most venerated ceremony to welcome the deities from the ancestral realm. A grand god from the ancestral realm are coming down with 81 commanders. In just one day, a shocking piece of news spread across the sacred netherworld. The tranquil sacred netherworld became rowdy with waves again after hearing this news. Ghosts, humans, and all the other races took deep breaths. A great character became pale from fear after hearing this news. Legend states that the ancestral realm has 9 grand gods. No one is stronger than them, outside of the heavenly God. And now, a grand god has descended, along with 81 commanders. A grand god accompanied with this many commanders had enough might to destroy an emperor's lineage. On the same day, a heavenly god decree flew out of the ancestral city and crossed the realms before reaching the Thousand Carp River's territory. Hand over Li Qia in 3 days or else the ancestral realm will trample any sect who dares to protect that devil. The decree passed down a supreme order. The voice of the decree echoed throughout the entire sacred netherworld. The ancestral realm wanted to set an example to establish an unquestionable prestige so that all the races in this world would know that whoever opposes them would die, no matter how powerful their backing may be. However, the Thousand Carp River didn't respond. Instead, on a quiet road from the nether border that led to the ancestral realm, an endless blood energy shot up. A gigantic shadow appeared in the sky. Li Qia's shadow headed for the ancestral city as his feet trampled on the Grand Tao. You want to take my life? At this time, Li Qia was no longer hiding anything. His 13 palaces blared in the sky as myriad Tao prostrated before them. Although Li Qia had yet to become an emperor, people could see the style of the future emperor from his current aura. Watch how I trample your ancestral city and slaughter your ancestral realm. With the heavens above his head and the 13 palaces behind him, Li Qia's incomparably domineering voice spread across millions of miles. He used the most aggressive of attitudes to respond to the decree. All shivered before this sight, 13 palaces. His bold declaration caused many sects and lineages to gasp. Before, anyone would sneer at him due to his declaration, but no one dared to do so now. When they saw his 13 palaces, they felt that he was an immortal emperor walking on the path towards invincibility. In the future, the 9 heavens were for him to rule alone. Activate the imperial mirror. After hearing the news, many imperial lineages didn't mind wasting many refined jades to open the mirrors left behind by their emperors. They wanted to watch how this storm would end from within their sections. Many great powers also did the same with their heavenly mirrors. However, these mirrors were not comparable to imperial mirrors. If the divine portal was opened, then the imperial mirrors could even watch the ancestral realm, but the heavenly mirrors couldn't. Li Qia's challenge to the ancestral realm quickly traveled across the world, causing a great wave. For tens of millions of years, no one had dared to challenge the ancestral realm besides immortal emperors. But now, someone as young as Li Qie was challenging it. This caused everyone's hearts to thump. They all felt that this was quite crazy. Many became dumbfounded. They knew Li Qie was heaven-defying, but it was still quite outrageous to challenge the ancestral realm at this moment. Is he crazy? A great power's ancestor's eyes widened with astonishment as he spoke. It is understandable to challenge the ancestral realm after becoming an immortal emperor, but Li Qie is still very far from being one. He is being too impatient at this moment. Many felt that Li Qie's actions were simply suicidal. An undying that had been sealed for a very long time murmured, in the past millions of years, there had been emperors who had challenged the ancestral realm, but none of them was successful in trampling it completely. It was said that immortal Emperor Fei Yang was the most heaven-defying. He nearly caused the realm to collapse, but in the end, he couldn't annihilate it and could only suppress it for 1,000 years. Recently, Li Qie became extremely famous. He could be said to be the younger generation's number one. However, anyone who heard the recent events felt that he was being too impatient and overconfident. With 13 palaces, no one doubted his strength or ability to become an emperor, but challenging the realm with his current cultivation had virtually no chance of success. At this point, countless heavenly mirrors were directed straight at the ancestral city while the imperial mirrors were spying from the shadows. Millions of cultivators in the sacred netherworld waited with bated breaths to watch this battle along with their lineages. At the Thousand Carp River, all the elders were gathered before their imperial mirrors. It was the same for the simple mountain immortal kingdom. On the other hand, the great powers who were close to the ancestral city sent their experts to watch closely. The battleground itself near the ancestral city was also full of gazes, waiting for the inevitable to happen. Chapter 599, Massacring the Ancestral City. This news was sensational to the point where a little sect like the Snow Shadow tribe in the distant nether border had heard it as well. After hearing the news, Qiuron Wanshue's heart started to beat faster. She was feeling down since she didn't have the chance to say goodbye to Li Qie. She stood at the highest location in her ancestral ground to look towards the distant ancestral city. Unable to watch the battle, she placed her hands together and used an extremely pious posture to pray for her young noble, hoping that he would come back victorious. Before many eyes, Li Qie arrived right outside of the ancestral city. This city was one of the most prominent locations in the sacred netherworld. It never had an emperor, but it was the voice of the ancestral realm in the mortal world, allowing it to have great prestige. For millions of years, many emperors had also come to visit as guests. It was an extremely big city with tens of thousands of experts. All of them were either the city's disciples or people who swore an oath of loyalty to the city. It was more apt to call it a venerated sect instead of a city. Although it was quite vast, only the strong were allowed to enter, mortals were not allowed. It considered itself to be the apex existence of the sacred netherworld, a land with an unquestionable sanctity. Mortals were not allowed to stain it. It stood majestically while giving off a solemn atmosphere. Anyone who stood outside would be affected by its presence. This was a land of deities, a land that would not forgive any blasphemers. The inside of the city was full of radiant lights. A grand god was presiding in the highest temple with 81 commanders around him for protection. They emitted a bright aura that spanned for countless miles just like deities in the heavens. These sacred lights instilled the desire of worship from all spectators. At this moment, the slumbering ancestors in the ancestral city woke up and took over the important defensive points. The entire city was on full alert, its walls were the most fortified in this world. Even if the world collapsed, it wouldn't affect this city by the tiniest bit. A divine portal hovered above the city's sky. It was the pathway to the ancestral realm. This portal was closed at this moment, and even the gods wouldn't be able to open it right now. Yes, this was the only path that connected the ancestral world with the mortal world. Legend states that this portal would open once every 100 years, but those up above could still open it if they wanted to descend. However, for those below who wanted to go up to the realm, it was virtually impossible without permission even if they destroyed the sacred netherworld. There were legends stating that when immortal Emperor Fei Yang swept over the ancestral realm, he was the only one who had ever destroyed this portal. At this time, Li Qiye was standing right outside the city while all the experts inside maintained great vigilance. The Grand God and the 81 commanders were protecting the highest temple, instilling fear into any and all experts. Countless eyes from a plethora of lineages were watching this battle. Some were praying, some maintained silence, and some were spouting cruel curses. No matter their intentions, all were holding their breaths at this moment. It could even be said that the entire sacred nether world was drawn to this single event. The Grand God sitting up high spoke, "Insignificant animal from the human race, will you yield?" As one of the 9 grand gods of the ancestral realm, he was quite frightening. The divine light that was being emitted from his body filled the world as universal laws shifted around his figure. There were cries of dragons and phoenixes as his aura was nearly irresistible to worshippers. His words were made of gold and carried a compelling pressure that forced even heavenly kings to prostrate. Li Qiye calmly stared at the city full of terrifying rays that shot to the 9 heavens. All shivered before this grand sight. Here the experts and numerous awakened ancestors were ready for battle. Li Qiye leisurely spoke to the city protected by the gods. For millions of years, your ancestral realm still maintains the same tone. A bunch of false gods. Do you really think you are true gods? Your realm was only able to exist till this day because of the protection of that ghastly thing underground. You're nothing special. Mere mortals shouldn't think of yourselves as true gods. Ignorant fool. Continue down this defiant path and you will not be the only one beyond redemption, you will also cause a calamity to befall your human race. The Grand God replied with a boundless authoritative tone. Li Qiye lacked any interest in this exchange of words and said, "I don't have time to bicker with you. After today, the ancestral city and ancestral realm will be no more. Come, it is time to fight." Li Qiye took out an item for summoning. A blinding brilliance appeared along with a person that stood right next to Li Qiye. This was Imp from Necropolis, Qin Guanwang. Ancestral City. The moment Qin Guanwang appeared and saw the city, his eyes shot out an endless murderous glint. He deepened his tone, "A group of servants still dares to call yourselves the progenitors of the ghost race?" Li Qiye nodded and said, "Begin. I will destroy the divine portal while you sweep through everything else." "Very well." Qin Guanwang answered decisively and began his march towards the ancestral city. Boom! He emitted an invincible aura and, with one stomp, a few temples and pavilions of the ancestral city instantly collapsed. Crank-clack. Terrible cracks appeared inside the city. The city had a powerful defense, but Qin Guanwang was like an eternal god king. The city's perimeter that was once strengthened by immortal emperors couldn't stop his steps. He entered the city and no one could stop him. As his pace quickened, the defenses of the city collapsed one by one. At this time, he was a true god, a real unbeatable deity in this world. No existence could halt his advance. Numerous experts rushed forward after his intrusion and emitted their most powerful merit laws. However, these experts were only ants before Qin Guanwang. Qin Guanwang pressed down with one hand, causing myriad laws to break as blood painted the earth. These experts couldn't stop him and were instantly annihilated. This shiver-inducing scene caused countless heaven-defying existences and lineages in the sacred netherworld to gasp. An eternal existence in the simple mountain immortal kingdom looked at the frightening Qin Guanwang and murmured, "Is this an invincible god king from the legends? Or is he an actual true god?" The spectacle reflected by the heavenly mirrors scared everyone. Some people recognized his identity and said, "Isn't that Imp from Necropolis? Why is Imp going together with Li Qiye?" Inside the city, thousands of experts had died miserably at his hands. "Don't think you can do as you please. An ancestor from the ancestral city roared. Several ancestors came together to form quite a formidable squad. These were the strongest ancestors among all the old Undyings since they were at the legendary master level. When they soared forward, imperial auras appeared as the world shook. It was certain that these ancestors had Emperor's weapons. Clang! Qin Guangwang threw out 3 swords that were followed by flashing glints in the sky, causing these ancestors' heads to roll. Even ancestors with Emperor's weapons couldn't escape death. These were 3 blood swords that were extremely beautiful. It was as if they were bathed in the gore of gods. Each sword emitted a terrifying bloody ray that caused the souls of the spectators to flee from their bodies. These were the fiercest weapons in the world, they were capable of killing gods and immortals. Li Qiye couldn't help but offer praise after seeing Qin Guangwang's 3 blood swords, heaven-annihilating blood edge. He murmured after a short pause, "They're indeed worthy of being swords bestowed by that invincible existence." Countless people were dumbstruck after seeing this scene. These were ancestor-level characters that were decapitated by just one move. None of them could stop the blood edges. This made people understand that not only were the swords unstoppable, Qin Guangwang himself was as well. An eternal existence that had been sealed for many years felt a chill in his heart and said with certainty, "He is definitely an unbeatable god king, but how come I haven't heard of such a person before?" Time to get started. Li Qiye stepped into the ancestral city with the ghost origin ancestral key in his hand. He twisted it and, sure enough, all the little ghosts flew out. Whoosh! As Li Qiye swung the key, the 99 little ghosts turned into black holes the size of a cup, and they all hovered around Li Qiye. The 1,000 islands in the southern distant cloud was very far from the ancestral city, but at this moment, all 90 islands emitted a dazzling radiance. The inhabitants of the islands didn't know what was going on. Rumble! All 99 islands quaked as the unbelievable happened. All of them turned into gigantic cannons as black lights condensed around them. Die! As Li Qiye walked into the city, many of the surviving experts rushed towards him, but he didn't even bat an eye. As the enemies approached, the black holes next to Li Qiye aimed for them. Boom! With a deafening blast, one cannon from the 1,000 islands fired. At this instant, the nearest black hole aimed for the group of experts from the ancestral city and unleashed a black beam. Many more shots followed immediately afterward. Boom! 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 The incoming experts all exploded as their blood rained down from the sky after being shot by these black cannon beams. Rumble! The black holes kept on shooting continuously. It was virtually impossible to dodge these black beams. Even the strongest would be blown into a scene of carnage. This news was sensational to the point where a little sect like the Snow Shadow tribe in the distant nether border had heard it as well. After hearing the news, Chiron Wanshue's heart started to beat faster. She was feeling down since she didn't have the chance to say goodbye to Li Qiye. She stood at the highest location in her ancestral ground to look towards the distant ancestral city. Unable to watch the battle, she placed her hands together and used an extremely pious posture to pray for her young noble, hoping that he would come back victorious. Before many eyes, Li Qiye arrived right outside of the ancestral city. This city was one of the most prominent locations in the sacred netherworld. It never had an emperor, but it was the voice of the ancestral realm in the mortal world, allowing it to have great prestige. For millions of years, many emperors had also come to visit as guests. It was an extremely big city with tens of thousands of experts. All of them were either the city's disciples or people who swore an oath of loyalty to the city. It was more apt to call it a venerated sect instead of a city. Although it was quite vast, only the strong were allowed to enter, mortals were not allowed. It considered itself to be the apex existence of the sacred netherworld, a land with an unquestionable sanctity. Mortals were not allowed to stain it. Chapter 600, Primal Ghost Cannons. All of a sudden, screams rang everywhere and no one could stand in Li Qia's way. This scene startled those who were attentively watching the battle. What is going on? No one had ever seen such strange weaponry before. Some sects reacted extremely quickly, such as the Thousand Carp River in the southern distant cloud, who immediately received the latest news. It's from the Thousand Islands. The river sect was the first to shift their imperial mirrors towards these islands. When these islands were raised upward like cannons, all the elders stared at them dumbfounded with their tongues tied. The truth was that many countries and sects that were close to the Thousand Islands also became speechless after seeing these cannons. For millions of years, all of these sects had assumed that the Thousand Islands were very ordinary, so they were all taken aback at the appearance of these fortresses with cannons. After seeing this scene, people were able to connect the dots. They knew that the black beams shot from the black holes near Li Qia were all from the Thousand Islands. Primal Ghost Cannon. The ancestral flow master back in the distant necropolis suddenly opened her eyes and softly sighed before murmuring, "These were the cannons once used to suppress the ghost devourer. Who would expect that it would be used like this today?" Lan Yunju, who was standing before a river sect's mirror, took a deep breath. Prior to this, Li Qia had spent a lot of effort back at the Thousand Islands for a long period of time. She thought that it was over after he obtained the dried tree trunk. Never, even in her dreams, did she expect that the Thousand Islands could be used like this. How many people could have predicted this? She now understood that upon his arrival to the Thousand Islands, Li Qia had already formulated a plan to attack the ancestral realm. She didn't know that he already planned on doing so the moment he arrived at the sacred netherworld. Just what is going on? Many sects had this question after seeing the appearance of the 99 fortresses with cannons. While Li Qia was unleashing his barrage, the ancestral city still couldn't stop Qin Guanguang. In the blink of an eye, he was deep inside the city in close proximity to the Grand God and the 81 commanders. The Grand God's expression greatly changed after seeing how powerful Qin Guanguang was. He knew that he was facing a mighty foe as he inquired, "Who are you?" "Who I am is not important, the important thing is that today shall be the end of the reign of false gods like you. Today, we will use the blood of monkeys like you who pretend to wear humans' crowns as an offering to the ghost race." Qin Guanguang's cold and terrifying response echoed across the world. "Kill him." The moment Qin Guanguang finished his sentence, the 81 commanders all roared, then rushed out to form a frightening array that quickly trapped Qin Guanguang inside. "Demon's pawn, accept your death." All 81 of them shouted. Meanwhile, the other ghosts in the sacred nether world were shocked after hearing Qin Guanguang because his answer was worth thinking over. An old existence looked at his imperial mirror and muttered, "Is it finally time for a change of dynasty?" Buzz. Right when the formation trapped Qin Guanguang for a second, a bloody light covered the sky. The 3 blood swords flew out with a chilling momentum. The 81 commanders were quickly massacred in a short period of time. Their great formation was still not enough to stop Qin Guanguang's advance. His blood swords pointed straight forward with bloodthirst as he declared, "Your turn." All the living beings in the sacred nether world felt his murderous intention as they quivered. Many of them became deathly pale from this horrifying sensation. Whoosh! A divine light shot out from the Grand God as a divine weapon appeared in his hand. At this moment, although this deity was not a true god, he still emitted an awe-inspiring presence. Others couldn't help but prostrate before him. At the same time, Li Qia was standing in the best possible position in the ancestral city with all of his 99 cannons pointing at the divine portal. All of them fired at the same time. Boom! The detonations of the cannons reverberated across the realms as the endless black beams assaulted the divine portal. Everyone could feel the power from the 99 primal ghost cannons. As the bombardment continued, they all felt that these 99 cannons would turn the entire sacred nether world into ashes. The heaven and earth were on the verge of collapsing. No sects or lineages would be able to withstand such a barrage. Before, when Li Qiye declared his intention to oppose all the ghosts in the world and kill all his enemies, it was not taken seriously. However, everyone understood that he was not just blustering back then. At this point, countless ghost lineages who once opposed Li Qiye started to sweat profusely. Li Qiye didn't need to do anything, the 99 cannons alone were enough to obliterate a lineage and turn it into ashes. The cannons were left behind by that legendary existence. It was meant for the future generations in case the Ghost Devourer came into being once again. They could use these cannons to stop it. As long as the Ghost Devourer didn't leave the sacred nether world, the cannons would be enough to suppress it. Their power was quite immense, even though they were not Emperor's weapons, they were actually even stronger than these weapons. Right now, the cannons that were meant to suppress the Devourer were in Li Qiye's hands, and they became one of the strongest weapons in his arsenal against the ancestral realm. Clack! Eventually, the crazy onslaught from the cannons caused the divine portal to crack, causing everyone watching to gasp. Legend states that no one could open the portal from the lower realm unless it was an immortal emperor, but the constant attack from the cannons was about to break the portal apart. Boom! One last barrage came through and the portal shattered completely. After the portal was penetrated, endless divine light shone down. One could then see the ancestral realm from this hole. Ah! At this time, even the Grand God, with his unstoppable divine weapon, was not a match for Qin Guanwang and his 3 swords. After dozens of exchanges, this once high and unreachable god was killed by Qin Guanwang. This scene shocked everyone. What an appalling thing it was to kill a grand god. No lineages or individual in the sacred nether world dared to do so other than an immortal emperor. However, what was even more astonishing was the divine portal blowing up. This was its second time being destroyed in the past millions of years, the first being from immortal Emperor Fei Yang's attack. Li Qiye looked at the path towards the ancestral realm and slowly uttered, "It is time to start." Break! Qin Guanwang cried out and threw out a trident. This was his ultimate attack, it was just like an immortal emperor unleashing an imperial massacre. Boom! After a deafening explosion, the entire ancestral city was destroyed. Suddenly, all of the pavilions and temples collapsed as the city was turned into mere ruins. In this moment, time stood still in the sacred netherworld. The ancestral city that had stood strong for millions of years had fallen. It was once trampled on by immortal Emperor Fei Yang. Later on, immortal Emperor Qianli also paid the ancestral realm a visit. It was said that there was a shocking battle that was waged, but in the end, immortal Emperor Qianli didn't destroy the ancestral city. Will we see it again? Everyone was stunned by this scene. Will they ever see this city again? The crux of this issue depended on the existence in the ancestral realm. If the realm lived on, then the city might be rebuilt. However, what if the realm itself was destroyed as well? Li Qiye casually smiled and said, "Ancestral realm, tremble before my arrival." He then stepped into the ancestral realm with Qin Guanwang right behind him. This casual remark was extremely domineering. Who, outside of immortal emperors, would dare to utter such a phrase throughout the ages? Everyone's mind shook after hearing Li Qiye's words. They felt his terrifying presence now more than ever. After Li Qiye stepped inside, the emperor's lineages in the sacred nether world quickly shifted their imperial mirrors. Quickly, look at the ancestral realm. These lineages didn't mind spending immortal emperor refined jades and their most powerful worldly energy to fuel these mirrors to directly observe the ancestral realm. In the past, this type of spying was insufficient, but this was no longer the case. The divine portal had been destroyed by Li Qiye, so these mirrors that were empowered by immortal emperor refined jades were able to see the scenes inside. Normally, these lineages would not use refined jades of this high of a level, but today was different. This battle carried a monumental significance to the sacred netherworld, so many imperial lineages had to witness it. The ancestral realm was not a big world, it was only a minor one. Compared to the vast territory of the sacred netherworld, it was a lot humbler in size. Nevertheless, it carried an extremely frightening amount of worldly energy as if it was its source. Inside the realm were countless sacred pavilions and heavenly palaces that were suspended in the air. The worldly energy here actually manifested into physical forms such as springs, golden rivers beneath the earth, auspicious animals playing around, and spiritual birds soaring in the sky. At this location, each step gave birth to lotuses and treasures could be found everywhere. Precious trees were numerous and there was no lack of sacred grasses. This was the scene of a land of immortals. Anyone would covet such a place after seeing it. It was a location worthy of envy and longing, the best place for cultivation. This wonderful land was much better than even the ancestral lands of emperors' lineages. Chapter 601, Killing an Army of Million with the Force of One. Li Qie murmured while standing inside the ancestral realm. Legend said that before the Desolate Era, this was the best sacred ground in the sacred netherworld. Only a few territories across the 9 worlds were comparable to it. What a shame that such a good place was occupied by these false gods for so long. At this point, the ancestral realm was ready to meet its enemy. An army of 100,000 had amassed under the leadership of 8 grand gods. Above them was the supreme ruler of this place, the heavenly god. The heavenly god imposingly stood in the sky with the heavens right behind him as if he was the master of myriad Tao. He was the tyrant of this realm and his will reigned supreme. Anyone would have to prostrate before this deity. This was a dreadful existence. Even god monarchs and eternal existences from imperial lineages would be quite wary in the presence of this being. The tales told that during the era without immortal emperors, no one was his match. Of course, people couldn't verify these words since no one had seen him in action. However, it was undeniable that the heavenly god's might was dreadful. All the heaven-defying masters from the imperial lineages watched with bated breaths as their gazes were fixated on their mirrors. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the ancestral city had been destroyed. Some experts from great powers lingered around the ruins, but they didn't dare to step inside, let alone enter the ancestral realm. At this time, the heavenly god spoke, "Your actions will bring about damnation to the human race." His words formed a mantra that suppressed the heavens. Against this type of compelling rhetoric, even heavenly kings would fall to the ground. Li Qie glared at him and said, "There is too much talking that I do not have the time for. Today, I shall not show mercy to those who oppose me. Animal, don't act so presumptuously." One of the 8 grand gods interjected with a loud cry. This was met with a swift rebuttal from Qin Guanwang, "A bunch of pretentious false gods still dare to act arrogant here. Tell that devil underground to come out." With that, he rushed forward to pave a path for Li Qie. Boom! Layers of defensive perimeters rose up from the ancestral realm. Each layer carried the power of an invincible character. Break! Qin Guanwang's 3 blood swords slashed the sky with a world-destroying power and flew towards the barriers while he himself threw his trident at the same time. Rumble! In the face of the trident and the 3 blood swords, the defensive barriers of the realm trembled. One attack already caused the realm's light to darken. His prowess shocked the great army, and all 8 grand gods' expression greatly changed. Even the heavenly god standing in the sky became more serious. An extremely archaic existence from the myriad bones throne was astonished as well as he commented, "Even our patriarch's #1 divine general couldn't be any better than this in the past." Boom! Boom! Right when Qin Guanwang attacked, Li Qie's 99 cannons began to bombard the barriers as well. Qin Guanwang alone was terrifying enough, but with the help of the cannons, the ancestral realm's barriers couldn't withstand it despite their own formidable power. Bang! With one last blast, a horrifying hole formed on the barrier after the combined efforts of Li Qie and Qin Guanwang. The two then passed through the barrier into the realm. The army of 100,000 cried out at this time, "Kill them!" All of them formed an extremely harrowing grand formation. In just a split second, the soldiers appeared to be bolstered into an endless army that consisted of 80 million divine soldiers. A great formation such as this would cause even gods to quiver. 80 million divine soldiers could completely crush the sacred netherworld with ease. Li Qiye looked at the mighty army, then told Qin Guanguang, "You deal with the heavenly gods group, I will take care of this grand formation." "Okay." Qin Guanguang responded with a nod. At this time, Li Qiye boldly stepped inside the formation. Kill. He was surrounded by the endless army in the blink of an eye. The 99 black holes hovering around his body fired instantly. Meanwhile, Qin Guanguang flew into the sky and screamed out, "I have waited for this day for a very long time." He pointed the 3 swords at the 8 grand gods while his trident carried an unstoppable momentum that flew towards the heavenly god. The gods let out a battle cry and took action at the same time. Their divine weapons roared as divine laws appeared beneath their feet. The 9 of them used an unstoppable momentum to plow their way towards Qin Guanguang. At this moment, all of them were extremely cautious since they knew they had encountered an absolutely terrifying enemy. Qin Guanguang was an unbeatable god king, his strength was enough to sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The invincible Qin Guanguang roared as well and fought against 9 by himself with his demonic blood swords and the unstoppable trident. However, the heavenly god and the 8 grand gods relentlessly attacked to stop Qin Guanguang. They had no other choice, either he would die, or they would perish. Rumble. Meanwhile, inside the grand formation, Li Qiye used his most overbearing style to unleash the 99 cannons, each cannon aimed towards a different direction. Amidst the grand formation, countless divine soldiers could be seen. Each of them was stalwart and holy as if they were actually troops from the immortal world. However, despite their numerous and brave attacks, they were bombed to pieces by the cannons. The tidal-like onslaught couldn't get close to Li Qiye. Li Qiye unleashed powerful attacks one after another. He trod among the vast grand formation as his tiny figure seemed to be lost. The truth was that this was not his first time seeing this unstoppable formation. This time, he met it head-on only to get familiar and recall some memories. Although it seemed that he was lost within the formation, the army still couldn't get close to him despite their efforts due to being blown into pieces by the cannons. After finding the familiar sensation in the formation when some time passed, Li Qiye used an amazing speed to reach the center of the formation. This was also its weakness. He roared, "Have another taste of these unstoppable cannons." With that, the 99 holes arranged themselves to form a gigantic cannon array that locked onto the center of the formation. Boom! With a huge blast, the black light from all 99 cannons was concentrated at the same spot and fired. The power of this shot was absolutely peerless, it was no weaker than a heavenly annihilation, capable of killing gods and immortals. Boom! Finally, the unbeatable formation was completely destroyed. The 100,000 troops revealed their true selves as the remnants of the blast went on and caused the army to fly. In just a second, the majority of them went belly up from this shock wave. Boom, boom. Li Qiye defeated the grand formation in one breath and didn't show any mercy. The 99 cannons aimed for the huge army once again. With shrill wails, mangled flesh flew everywhere. The bombardment of the cannons rendered this huge army into dust in a short amount of time. The imperial elders back at the sacred netherworld couldn't hide their amazement and gasped while watching this scene. After destroying the 100,000-man army with his cannons, the remaining experts from the ancestral realm didn't dare to approach Li Qiye. In the sky, Qin Guanguang was still fighting the heavenly god and the 8 grand gods, causing the heaven and earth to collapse and the moon and stars to lose their brilliance. The 8 grand gods were full of wounds from being continuously pushed back by Qin Guanguang's blood swords, they were clearly not a match. However, the heavenly god was indeed worthy of his title. He alone fought against Qin Guanguang's trident. Although he was not at an advantage, at the very least, he could still withstand the assault. Without his help, the other 8 gods would have been massacred by Qin Guanwang long ago. But, this is the ancestral realm. The imperial elders from various sects all took deep breaths while watching this scene. The archaic existence from the myriad bones throne that had been sealed for many years and was on the verge of dying murmured, although the ancestral realm is strong, Necropolis Imp is no less notorious. Legend states that he is an extremely old and invincible existence. Another ancestor from the throne of bones asked, "Does ancestor know his identity?" The near-death existence replied, "Yes, I have heard of it from our patriarch Immortal Emperor when he spoke about Imp. This was a very, very old story. Imp is even older than our patriarch Wangu." The other ancestors all felt a chill running through their spines after hearing this. Immortal Emperor Wangu tested his Tao during the Desolate Era, but if Qin Guanwang was even older, how was it that he had managed to live for so long? At this point, Li Qiye climbed to a highland, the center of the ancestral realm. This place was abandoned and only had a few large ancient temples towered here. This land was out of place in this realm. The entire realm was extremely sacred, springs were everywhere and lotuses bloomed with every step. Each inch of the earth was covered by a sacred breath. However, this desolate land seemed to have been abandoned. In the sacred netherworld, the imperial mirrors from the sects followed Li Qiye's path. Many people were quite confused once they saw this highland as well. A simple mountain ancestor quietly asked, "Where is this place?" An older existence in his sect took a calming breath before saying, "Legend states that this is the divine shrine of the ancestral realm that was used to worship the various senior gods of this place. Open." At this time, Li Qiye shouted and recommenced the bombardment with his cannons. Li Qiye murmured while standing inside the ancestral realm. Legend said that before the Desolate Era, this was the best sacred ground in the sacred netherworld. Only a few territories across the 9 worlds were comparable to it. What a shame that such a good place was occupied by these false gods for so long. At this point, the ancestral realm was ready to meet its enemy. An army of 100,000 had amassed under the leadership of 8 grand gods. Above them was the supreme ruler of this place, the heavenly god. The heavenly god imposingly stood in the sky with the heavens right behind him as if he was the master of myriad Tao. He was the tyrant in this realm and his will reigned supreme. Anyone would have to prostrate before this deity. This was a dreadful existence. Even eternal existences from imperial lineages or god monarchs would be quite wary before this being. The tales told that during the era without immortal emperors, no one was his match. Of course, people couldn't verify these words since no one had seen him in action. However, it was undeniable that the heavenly god was dreadfully mighty. Chapter 602, 5 Fiend Lords. In an instant, these ancient temples emitted a divine pillar of light that reached the sky. Unfortunately for them, these cannons could even suppress the ghost devourer, let alone these temples. Buzz! After these old temples collapsed, an endless light spewed out from the highland, seemingly wanting to protect this land. Li Qiye didn't care for it and continued to fire his cannons. Eventually, this protective power could no longer hold and began to crack. Meanwhile, inside Necropolis, the ancestral flow master who was seated on her stone throne softly sighed and murmured, "With you shooting randomly like this, what will you use to fight that ghastly creature underground? If you focus all of your cannons to fire at it, then you might be able to suppress it for some time. But now, you unleashed half of your firepower all at once, boom." Finally, the highland was completely annihilated by Li Qiye as a new vast landscape appeared before everyone. This was a huge basin that spanned for millions of miles. The mist hovered around this place as if it was hiding a monster. Taking one step further was the same as descending into a world of darkness. The most terrorizing and dreadful matter was that this gigantic basin was full of corpses. Countless corpses were piled on top of one another like a mountain or an ocean. No one knew how long this piling of corpses had been going on, but these corpses were still quite intact without any signs of decay. Back in the sacred netherworld, the elders were shocked to see this scene through their mirrors. There were too many to count from this gigantic pile of corpses. Someone meticulously looked at these ancient corpses. From their features, one could tell that most were from the desolate era and they consisted of various races, ghosts, humans, golems, charming spirits. However, at least 70% were from the ghost race. One ancestor muttered, "There must be at least 10 million corpses here." This was the slaughtering of an entire realm. Anyone would feel a sense of creepiness while looking at this huge basin covered with corpses. No one knew why the sacred ancestral realm would have an ocean of corpses that mainly consisted of ghosts. The near-death existence from the Bone of Thrones quietly whispered, "If the ancestral realm only relies on the grand gods and the heavenly god, then it would have been destroyed countless times by the immortal emperors." Another ancestor was quite puzzled and asked his senior, "What do you mean, ancestor?" The near-death existence shook his head and replied, "The ancestral realm is not a good place at all. During the desolate era, our immortal emperor Wangu had attacked it as well. Alas, he was unsuccessful." This revelation shocked all the ancestors of the Bone of Thrones. One of them exclaimed with fright, "How could that be? The ancestral realm is the origin of our ghost race." Although the ghosts in the sacred nether world didn't believe that their progenitor lived on in the ancestral realm, the great powers never denied the claim that it was the origin of the ghosts. When it came to the possible places where ghosts originated from in the sacred nether world, the ancestral realm was the most likely candidate, just like the Eastern 100 cities for the humans back in the mortal emperor world. Immortal Emperor Wangu was the first emperor of the ghost race, yet he had attacked the ancestral realm. This news would scare many people to death. It was understandable for Immortal Emperor Fei Yang or Immortal Emperor Qianli to attack the ancestral realm. They were outsiders after all, and they would attack the realm so that the humans and demons could have more room to live. However, Immortal Emperor Wangu was the pride and glory of the ghost race, so why did he attack the ancestral realm? There was no rational explanation for this. The old ancestor of the Throne of Bones shook his head and said, "Among the ghosts in the sacred nether world, our emperor was not the only one to attack the realm. Do you all know why there are so many ancient clans living reclusively in this world? It is because there are many of them that had previously attacked the ancestral realm, such as the ancestors of the War clan." All the other ancestors were quite astounded. One of the ancestors of the War clan was an amazing immortal emperor, but the War clan did not try to control the rest of the world like the other imperial lineages. After their emperor disappeared, the War clan left the secular world. No outsiders knew where they were staying. At this moment, Li Qie had entered the corpse-filled basin while the spectators in the sacred nether world watched with bated breaths. A black smoke emerged and filled the entire basin upon Li Qie's intrusion, then a terrifying voice appeared, "You shouldn't have come to this place." Ferocious black shadows rose from the mountain of corpses. They emitted a murderous air like fiends crawling out of the ground. Thousands of ghastly creatures rose up from the ground as well. These creatures emitted an evil aura that instilled fear in all. It was clear that they were extremely powerful. These ghosts were led by 5 creatures with crowns on their heads. The sentence from earlier was uttered by one of them. These creatures looked like humans yet also ghosts. Some had 3 heads and 6 hands, others had fiendish horns, and some had terrifying deformed bone spurs protruding from their bodies. The ancestors examining these creatures all took a deep breath since the 5 commanding ghastly creatures emitted a shiver-inducing aura. One ancestor asked himself, "Are these 5 god kings? 5 creatures of the god king level? These were dreadful existences capable of sweeping through the entire world. So it is the 5 fiend lords." Li Qie was still very calm in the face of these thousands of fiends while he looked at the 5 fiends with crowns. He continued on, "Immortal Emperor Fei Yang decapitated all 5 of you in the past, making your heads roll like potatoes. After such a long time, all of you finally managed to find your skulls again." One of the 5 fiend lords said with a devious smile, "Ha ha ha ha. Naive fool, we are eternal." Eternal? Li Qiye burst out in laughter, then slowly uttered, "Don't flatter yourselves. Your so-called eternality is only because you all obtained the ghost ancestral tree." All the ancestors stared at each other, perplexed, after hearing this. To the ghost race, the ghost ancestral tree was only a legend, and no one had seen it before. For millions of years, many ghosts didn't believe that this tree existed in this world, that it was only a lie told by future generations. But now, Li Qiye revealed such a shocking secret, this was too hard to believe. One of the 5 fiend lords smiled ominously, "Ha ha ha. What an interesting little human. No wonder you made it all the way here, you know too much." Another one added, "You ignored the accepting heavens and barged into the unwelcoming hell. Today will be your funeral. Is that so?" Li Qiye responded with a smile before taking out the ancient temple and released the ghost devourer. The devourer instantly appeared before everyone. While Li Qiye stroked it playfully with one hand, his other hand was holding the ghost devourer lock. Li Qiye then chuckled and said, "I know you guys are very amazing, so I have prepared a gift for you fiends." The 5 fiend lords became aghast after seeing the devourer and exclaimed, "How? How could you have let it out? Impossible." The other ancestors didn't know what the devourer was, but it was surely formidable judging by the 5 fiend lords' frightened expressions. They all wondered, "What is that thing?" Lan Yunju softly sighed and said, "Ghost devourer, an existence from the legends. Outside of immortal emperors, no one would be able to stop it in this world." The 5 fiend lords had cold countenances at this time, they appeared to be fiends from hell as they cried out, "Kill." The 5 lords led their army of fiends, heading for Li Qiye. With their roars, they were able to devour the sky and swallow the moon. A terrifying fiendish energy swept through myriad realms with enough momentum to turn the entire 9 heavens into the legendary hell. Anyone who saw this scene wouldn't be able to help themselves from shivering, especially those from the ghost race. They couldn't believe that the ancestral realm, the origin of the ghost race, had such terrifying fiends. When these fiends came out, the ancestral realm no longer had the appearance of a sacred ground, it was more like a realm of fiends. An imperial ancestor suddenly thought of something and commented quietly, "What if the ancestral realm was never our ghost race's origin?" Back at the ancestral realm, the 5 lords led their fiends to attack as they terrifying howled. Li Qiye let go of the chain, but the collar remained on the ghost devourer's neck. He let go of it and slowly spoke, "Go, have a taste of these fiends. You'll love their taste." Chapter 603, Ghost Ancestral Tree, Grar. The devourer let out a roar that shattered the heaven and earth, signifying its happiness at being free once more. It ferociously leapt outside in an invincible manner. At this moment it was the most vicious creature in this world, the 5 fiend lords and their army were not comparable to the devourer. Pp. Clang. Clack. Biting sounds appeared. Wherever the devourer went, only corpses would be left as these fiends got torn apart. The 5 fiend lords didn't last very long before they were torn limb from limb as their black flesh flew everywhere. This was the embodiment of horror, the devourer was like a meat grinder that only left mangled meat behind. This scene caused the legs of all the spectators to tremble in fear. However, an even more dreadful thing happened. The 5 fiend lords who were the first to be bitten suddenly came back to life and stood up again. Earlier, they were torn into countless pieces with meat flying everywhere, but in a short amount of time, these little pieces came together, allowing them to crawl back up. And it wasn't just the 5 fiend lords, the other fiends quickly came together as well as their torn pieces combined once more. The imperial ancestors were not only astonished at the devourer's terrifying power, they were even more aghast due to the fiends. Just what are these ghastly creatures? After being torn into countless pieces, they were still able to reform, this was too abhorrent. These creatures were virtually immortal. Die! The 5 fiend lords angrily shouted. They no longer wanted to attack the devourer and instead rushed together to kill Wuxia. However, with a loud roar, the devourer arrived to quickly cull the masses with superb speed. Sounds of flesh being torn appeared once more as the 5 fiend lords were ripped into pieces in the blink of an eye. Wuxia didn't even bother looking at this scene, and his cannons didn't fire a single shot either. Although the army of fiends was very strong, the devourer was their nemesis. The devourer was still wearing the collar, so it would only listen to Wuxia's commands. With the lock in his hand, no matter where or when, as long as he was there, the devourer would always be under his control. He didn't linger behind to watch this battle with the 5 fiend lords. Instead, he turned around to leave. He had more important things to do. The battle had become a chaotic struggle. The devourer kept on tearing these fiends apart, but they came back together and got up time and time again. Although these fiends were unkillable, the devourer continued its rampage while devouring the fiend's thickest fiend energy. Because of this, each time the fiends were torn apart, their recovery speed would be a bit slower. The 5 fiend lords and their army had spent a lot of energy, and rebirth was becoming more and more difficult. It would eventually reach a point where they wouldn't be able to fix their bodies if this continued on. The fiendish energy that empowered these creatures was the most delicious feast to the devourer, so it was very excited. It had been a long time since it tasted something this delicious. The devourer's torture became increasingly cruel as it tore off the flesh and tendons of the 5 fiend lords. The thousands of the other friends were also ripped into thousands of pieces before the devourer let them go. It wanted to suck the energy of these things dry. Anyone would be horrified at this scene, whether it was due to the might of the devourer or the resilience of the fiends. Ah! A shrill shriek emanated throughout the ancestral realm at this moment. Currently, the sky of the realm was bathed in blood as the 3 blood swords split the 8 grand gods into numerous pieces. Meanwhile, the heavenly god had been nailed by the trident into the ground, his blood dripped along the ground's little crevices. This scene was too distressing, especially to the ghost race. When was the last time the ancestral realm had been attacked like this? When was the last time the deities of the realm were completely murdered? At this second, all the ancestors watching the events unfold felt that perhaps the ancestral realm would turn into ruins because of Wuxia. At this time, Wuxia was still inside the basin, standing on a low hill. He had moved some of the bodies away to reveal the muddy ground. There was nothing except mud in this place, but Wuxia had an extremely solemn expression as he slowly uttered, "Heaven calculating, you little trickster, you better have gotten the spot right or else I'll use your head as my chamber pot." At this moment, Taoist Heaven calculating in the distant parts of the sacred nether world suddenly felt a chill down his spine as if a ghost was watching him. Wuxia took a deep breath, then took out the ghost's origin ancestral key. With a pop, the key suddenly exploded. It looked like a wooden ruler, but now, all these little wooden pieces were splitting apart. Buzz! These little pieces of wood then came together once more and, like metal, melted together to form a golden key. At this time, Wuxia pushed the golden key into the little hill below his feet. Clang! The sound of metal doors opening appeared as the hill cracked, revealing a cave. Inside the cave was a not-so-large tree. The body was not too big, 2 people could hug it completely. It appeared to be very ancient, as if it had been growing for countless eons. Each branch, each leaf had experienced tens of millions of years as the tree passed through the arduous and endless river of time. However, this tree that had experienced the endless time had been dead with withered leaves and dried branches for a very long time now. Nevertheless, this dead tree was still exuding waves of universal laws, the beginning of life. Each law contained the power of the heavenly Grand Tao, the primal source of this world. This dead tree seemed to have given birth to countless existences and was the start of life. Moreover, the fallen universal laws took root on the earth and protected this sky. It was the reason why this place continued to exist. However, there was a terrifying anomaly: a corpse was attaching itself to the root of the tree as it just lied there. This big corpse was lying head down so one couldn't see its face. The root of the tree was growing from the chest of the corpse. No one knew whether this was its initial state or if someone else planted it on this corpse. Inside the myriad bones throne, the near-death ancestor suddenly sprung to life once more. He got up from his bed and screamed, "The ghost ancestral tree." The other ancestors standing before the mirror lost their minds after hearing these words and exclaimed in unison as well, "The ghost ancestral tree?" One ancestor gasped then asked, "Ancestor, is it really the ghost ancestral tree? It really exists in this world?" Up till now, everyone thought that the tree was only a legend. Too many ghosts disputed its authenticity because this tree had a connection to another interpretation, a different theory of the ghost race's origin. The near-death ancestor sat back on his bed and spoke with a feeble tone, "Although I have never seen the real ghost ancestral tree. Immortal Emperor Wangu had left behind a book that contains a picture of this tree." This answer moved all of the myriad bones ancestors. If the tree really existed, then what they believed to be the origin of the ghost race was actually false. Li Qie looked at the corpse under the ghost ancestral tree and heaved a sigh of relief as if a gigantic weight had been lifted off his back. He murmured, "Fortunately that isn't it." Cough, the ground below the tree cracked as a pair of devil hands reached out. No one had climbed out just yet. An ancient yet awe-inspiring voice appeared, "Who is disturbing my slumber?" This ancient yet substantial voice caused all the ghost ancestors back in the sacred nether world that were staring into the mirrors to palpitate. The ancestral realm had always claimed that the ghost progenitor was sleeping within, so now that such a voice was ringing from the earth, how could the ghost ancestors not become alarmed? Could it be that their progenitor was about to come into being? All of the ancestors' eyes were fixated on their mirrors. A monster crawled out of the ground. Its characteristics consisted of a gigantic body, a human head, and a snake's body. Countless towering bone fragments protruded from its back. It also had a huge horn the color of crimson blood. However, the most terrifying characteristic was the strange image that appeared behind its back. One world of just pure white bones, a world of silence, a world of death. At that place, countless white bones paved the road and were the foundation for the pavilions and temples, the dwelling of a death god. Anyone would feel creeped out looking at this world built by bones, they would feel uncontrollable dismay. Myriad realms and worlds trembled before this monster. It emitted a terrorizing aura that was perhaps only a bit weaker or even equal to the ghost devourers. The heaven outcast true god looked at Qin Guangwang and said, "Isn't this the dog who ran with his tail between his legs? What can you do without your master?" Qin Guangwang's eyes became fierce as he spoke in an awe-inspiring tone, "Heaven outcast, your hands are stained with the blood of my ghost race. Today, I will cut off your dog hands and decapitate you and offer them to the ghost race." The true god laughed in response and asked, "Is that so? What chance do you think you have? In the past, perhaps you had 2 or 3%, but now I have an immortal body." He was neither in a rush nor was he angered at all by the provocation. He felt that Li Qie and Qin Guangwang were nothing but ants who were about to die. Qin Guangwang exclaimed sonorously, "You will die today." Clank! With a snapping sound, Qin Guangwang's chest split open as an enormous light rushed out in the form of a vast sea of blood. Qin Guangwang then roared, "Ancestors! Allow me to use myself who has sinned to contribute to the ghost race today. In the past, I was a coward, but I shall be a coward no more. I will let the ghost race have a new beginning, I will let the endless eras see the light again." In this instant, back in the sacred nether world where the kingdom of heaven resided. Within the endless world, a divine light shot out. It pierced through myriad realms and reached Qin Guangwang's body in the blink of an eye. The hymn of the sword appeared along with the sound of bones breaking. Qin Guangwang then drew out a sword made out of his own bones. The moment this bones word appeared, a murderous aura filled the entire heavens while its light encompassed the ancestral realm. The hymn of the sword reverberated continuously. It was the number one sword in terms of bloodlust, a sword capable of cutting through all things. The true god's expression became serious after seeing this scene and said, "So that old geezer still has one breath of life left." Qin Guanguang pointed his sword at the true god and said, "Heaven outcast, I will use my primordial bones to take your head for my people today." With an unbeatable sword intent along with an undying will to fight, he was invincible at this moment. He courageously stepped forward and would never turn back. He intended to kill Heaven Outcast. Meanwhile, inside the myriad bones throne, the near-death ancestor opened his eyes and gazed at Qin Guanguang intensely while murmuring, I know who he is." Back at the battlefield, Heaven Outcast cried out, "Come then." With that, many bone spurs shot towards Qin Guanguang. Qin Guanguang roared as well, then recklessly soared forward with his bones word. Boom! The two sides collided, causing the dome of the sky to collapse as both of them soared even higher. At the same time, Li Qiye stood next to the ghost ancestral tree and tried to move it. However, despite his own formidable might, the tree wouldn't budge at all. Li Qiye chuckled at this development. Amazing, indeed worthy of being the number one tree in the sacred netherworld. However, I've come prepared. With a series of explosions, a fate palace appeared and opened itself. The dried trunk Li Qiye obtained back at the Thousand Islands flew out from inside. Whoosh! This tree trunk, with a touch of green, coiled around the ghost tree like a spirit snake. Exit hitch. Little roots as thin as silk grew from this tree trunk and pricked the ghost ancestral tree. Buzz! The sounds of universal laws appeared. The laws that were taking root in the ground and corpse were unearthed and went back inside the tree. No! This sudden change caused Heaven Outcast in the sky to scream out. He ignored Qin Guanguang and rushed towards Li Qiye. Bam! The 99 cannons shot mercilessly towards Heaven Outcast, causing him to scream as blood spurted while he was blown flying away. Li Qiye cheerfully smirked at the blood-stained Heaven Outcast and asked, "Where is your immortal body now?" The pale true god was aghast as he spoke with disbelief. "Impossible, no one can revive the ghost ancestral tree in this world outside of that old geezer." Li Qiye said with a smile, "You are wrong, because I can. As long as I am willing, there are very few things in this world that I can't do." At this time, the tree trunk spread out like a hand and suddenly grabbed the ghost ancestral tree. With a popping sound, it pulled the tree out from the corpse. At this time, people were able to see that the tree didn't have any roots since it had been cut by someone beforehand then planted on this corpse. No! The horrified Heaven Outcast screamed again and tried to rush forward but was halted by Qin Guanguang's most powerful attack. Heaven Outcast and Qin Guanguang fought as their flesh and blood flew everywhere. Prior to this, Heaven Outcast had an immortal body so he held Qin Guanguang with contempt, but this was no longer the case. The true god barely had an advantage against Qin Guanguang's reckless onslaught with his primordial bones in the form of a sword. It was not easy for him to kill Qin Guanguang either. In the interim, the 5 fiend lords and the evil army all let out terrified wails. These creatures were being torn into thousands of pieces and turned into ashes. The ones that survived the initial onslaught tried to crawl back underground, but they were eventually killed by the devourer. These creatures and Heaven Outcast all relied on the ghost ancestral tree for their immortality and were refined into the tree. Even an immortal emperor wouldn't be able to uproot this tree, but it was done by Li Qiye at this time. Without the aid of the tree, these creatures and Heaven Outcast were no longer able to regenerate. Click! The uprooted ghost ancestral tree attached itself to the tree trunk. It turned out that this trunk that Li Qiye obtained from the Thousand Islands was the true root of the ghost ancestral tree. Very few people knew this secret. So that is the root of the ghost ancestral tree. After seeing this, Lan Yunju finally understood everything as well as why Li Qiye didn't mind spending myriad star water and a young leaf from the world tree to revive this stump. It is time for your resurrection. Li Qiye took out his myriad star water and slowly watered the tree. How precious was this liquid? The answer was that it was priceless, but Li Qiye did not hesitate while pouring it over the tree. This is our progenitor. The ghost ancestors jittered at the sight of this monster. Even ancestors inside the myriad bones throne who had once swept through the world were horrified by this creature. Our progenitor is this thing. Although the ghost race had many branches with different appearances, and some were even extremely ugly, this monster was completely different from what the ghosts imagined their progenitor to look like. They didn't want their progenitor to look like an evil fiend. The near-death ancestor from the throne of bones murmured, "A fallen true god." Chapter 605, Immortal Emperor Fei Yang, the dried-up ghost ancestral tree began to shine as its withered leaves slowly spread. Boom! But at this time, a beam of light soared out from the basin full of corpses. The ground was opened and all the corpses were blown away. Rumble! A cave appeared with even more dead bodies. However, these bodies belonged to extremely powerful existences when they were alive. All were at least virtuous paragons, and some were even god-kings. All the ancestors that were spectating with their mirrors drew deep breaths in surprise. What was this place? It had so many heaven-defying corpses. In the center of these corpses was a darkness. One could faintly see an ancient coffin inside. It had a very archaic style, and very few had seen such an old design before. Boom! For invincible existences stepped out from the darkness that contained the coffin. Myriad worlds dimmed when these existences walked out. While protecting the coffin, they headed towards Li Qiye. After leaving the darkness, the blood energy of the four terrorized the entire heaven and earth. Who knew how long these existences had been living for? However, their blood energies were still majestic and grand as if they had never aged through the eons. This was their most terrifying characteristic. Although the five fiend lords and the heaven outcast true god all had unbeatable auras, their blood energies had signs of aging. In contrast, the blood energy of these four had zero signs of aging. It was as if they were able to stay young for millions of years. The ancestors before the mirrors whispered, "Are these our ancestors?" All four invincible existences had characteristics of the ghost race. They had a human appearance on the outside but had nether energy surrounding their bodies. This nether energy did not resemble the evil sensation from the five fiend lords and instead had a magnificent atmosphere along with a violet shade. Violet was the defining color of the ghost race. Only the ghosts had violet blood in this world. Groar! When the four invincible existences stepped towards Li Qiye, the ghost devourer went back to his side and roared. It had the posture of wanting to pounce and bite these four beings. Li Qiye had just revived the tree. He stroked the devourer and calmly said, don't worry, they are not my match, just watch." Boom! At this moment, the four existences took action. Just imagine, all four were incredible and each of them was not much weaker than Heaven Outcast, so their combined presence reached an astonishing level. The stars in the sky started to fall one by one. Li Qiye's eyes narrowed in the face of this oncoming attack. The devourer wanted to rush out but was pulled back by him. Bang! At this second, a banner swept through myriad realms in an unbeatable manner across the eons. No one saw from where this imperial banner came from as it planted itself into the ground. Boom! The next moment, back at the soaring remembrance village in the far distant cloud, a boundless imperial aura assaulted the entire sacred netherworld as the roars of dragons and phoenixes appeared. A person who had reigned over the eras took one step and reached the ancestral realm, then with another step, he reached the center of the basin. Bam! This person swept forward with his imperial banner and blew away the 4 invincible existences in one blow. This was true invincibility. Other usages of the word were just fake. This one man and banner stood at the apex with golden dragons and divine phoenixes hovering around him. All existences in myriad worlds prostrated before him along with devils and gods. A supreme figure with a towering style, the one and only across eternity. Despite the long years, this person was still free and proud, still as domineering as ever. The imperial aura that was being emitted from his body caused the entire sacred netherworld and its inhabitants to tremble. At this minute, even virtuous paragons lost all of their power as their knees met the ground. Die! The 4 invincible existences cried out and soared forward with their great weapons. They utilized ancient and grand arts. A single attack of theirs could kill a deity. Scram! The supreme figure swept his imperial banner to end all upheaval. No matter how strong one might be, all would become ashes if struck by this imperial banner. 4 heads flew in the sky as blood spurted like springs. All 4 invincible existences were slain by one banner. This was the true zenith of power. A few old ancestors recognized who this supreme figure with matchless style in their mirrors was, immortal Emperor Fei Yang. An archaic ancestor looked at this figure and murmured, the soaring banner, immortal Emperor Fei Yang. He's still as domineering as ever after so many years. The most brilliant emperor, the one who soared the highest out of them all. After hearing this, the group of ancestors before the imperial mirror became astonished while looking at the supreme figure holding his imperial banner. Even virtuous paragons would have to prostrate before him. Another pale ancestor asked after seeing this, is the emperor alive again? Or is it because of dissension? A supreme existence from a time of antiquity shook his head and explained to his juniors, both are wrong. This is most likely just an eternal battle intent. Who would expect that the emperor still hadn't let this matter go after suppressing the ancestral realm for a millennium and left behind an eternal battle intent? This is him wanting to fight against the ancestral realm to the very end. Right after immortal Emperor Fei Yang swept through the 4 invincible existences with one banner, a peerless and ancient voice emanated from the coffin within the darkness, Fei Yang, you shouldn't provoke me. In the past when you were still in this world, you were not able to kill me, let alone your battle intent. This voice was filled with an unquestionable prestige and frightened people to their very soul, causing them to want to kneel. Immortal Emperor Fei Yang's battle intent didn't answer, but Li Qie took the opportunity to do so with a smirk, that is the past and not the present. Without the ghost ancestral tree, do you still think you are a match for an immortal emperor? The ancient voice from the coffin rang in response, well, well, well. A human junior actually dares to act presumptuously in my presence. However, I still have to thank you for reviving the ghost ancestral tree, it saved me a lot of effort. With its revival, I can now truly be eternal and indestructible for all eternity. Li Qie laughed and said, although I have never seen you, monster, I know a thing or two. I don't care if there are any other fiendish creatures underground, all shall end today. The times have changed. So even an ant would act so haughtily. The voice in the coffin was not angry at all. Instead, laughter could actually be heard. Whatever you say. However, before you die, I have one thing to ask. Li Qie said with a smile, in the past, a person had come here. If I remember correctly, all of you have been rotting in here for too long and were on the verge of dying, but nothing happened afterward. You all needed a corpse, but the corpse under the ghost ancestral tree is not the person I am looking for. I understand. The old voice from the coffin appeared in response, you are talking about a certain person, right? The one with the matchless spirit. Yes. That person was truly a priceless treasure, but they are not in my possession. Is that so? I'll find out after I flip your lair upside down. Li Qie said with a smile. You're merely an ant. The ancient voice shouted. A hand reached out from the coffin as strange images appeared. There were scenes of immortal monarchs and prostrating true immortals with countless celestial deities chanting their scriptures. It was as if he was once the ruler of myriad worlds with innumerable inhabitants, a ruler that was once adored and supported by all the gods and devils. This strange image was too shocking. Even the strange images of immortal emperors would, at best, be at this level. One ghost ancestor stood up before the mirror and whispered, "Is this really our progenitor? Could it be that he had become a true immortal, the king of all of them?" The hand stretching towards Li Qie prompted immortal Emperor Fei Yang's battle intent to take action with his soaring banner. At the same time, Li Qie let go of the devourer as it pounced forward with a roar. Myriad laws shattered from this attack that was accompanied by a deafening explosion. The entire basin collapsed as well. Although the hand couldn't catch Li Qie, it managed to stop the soaring banner and pushed back the devourer. This scene was too devastating. The hand managed to stop an attack from an emperor along with the devourer, who had its infamous strength. Li Qie sneered coldly and uttered, "You're just a devil underground, yet you're pretending to be a true immortal." Having said that, he took out the lamp. The black fire shot out a black beam towards the hand. Boom! All the strange images shattered and the hand revealed its true shape in front of everyone. This was an unnerving hand without any skin, it was laden with red pieces of muscles. However, these muscles were not originally part of the hand and instead had been peeled from someone else then attached to it. These fresh muscles gave off an extremely creepy feeling. The ancient voice from the coffin appeared once more, "It seems like you all are forcing me to come into being." At that time, a clanking sound appeared as the coffin was opened and a person stood up from within the darkness. It merged with the dark so one couldn't see its shape. This was the King of Darkness, the Tyrant of the Night. When this person stood up, there was no startling atmosphere or horrifying suppression. However, at this moment, countless ghosts prostrated uncontrollably. Not many among the ghosts were able to remain standing. Chapter 606, 13 Immortal Emperors. It seemed that this person in the darkness caused the ghosts to instinctively kneel as if they were seeing their progenitor. Their souls were shivering with fear towards this person, it was as if he could open his mouth to devour the souls of billions of ghosts. The entire ghost race was horrified at this second. Those who didn't know what was going on prostrated on the ground anyway. Those who knew a thing or two couldn't remain composed, even virtuous paragons were affected. They knew something ominous had happened. Whoosh! The person in the darkness reached out. His hand swept towards the devourer and Fei Yang's battle intent while the other hand went for Li Qie. Fei Yang's battle intent with the soaring banner could be considered invincible, and the devourer roared then recklessly pounced forward. Boom! Their combined strength was able to push back this hand. The devourer managed to chomp a mouthful of the crimson muscles as it excitedly swallowed it as if it had just taken in the most nutritious meal it had ever eaten. However, its body was also pierced by a finger and its blood spurted out. Nevertheless, it didn't seem to care and had an appearance as if it was the one who got the better deal from that exchange. The other hand tried to snatch Li Qie, but the ghost ancestral tree above his head emitted a bright radiance as countless laws poured down. These laws contained the heavenly Grand Tao, and the even more incredible matter was the battle armor adorning Li Qie's body. With a hum, the battle armor that combined with the tree made it seem like there was an apex tyrant taking over Li Qie's body, protecting it with myriad worlds. Rumble. The 99 cannons bombarded the gigantic hand, but they couldn't repel it. Boom! It grabbed Li Qie despite him having the battle armor and the ghost ancestral tree protecting him, blowing him away and causing blood to spill everywhere. This showed the mightiness of the person in the darkness, an existence just like an immortal emperor. However, Li Qie stood straight up in a stalwart manner. Although he was gravely wounded, that attack couldn't take his life. The person in the darkness couldn't believe it after seeing the armor on Li Qie's body and exclaimed, "Primal ancestral armor. He let you borrow this? Li Qiye burst out in laughter, then calmly spoke, I have the ghost ancestral tree and the primal ancestral armor. Although I cannot utilize their full potential, how many moves do you think you will need before killing me? Unfortunately, you are too weak. Even with these two items along with the Devourer and Fei Yang's battle intent, you still won't be able to escape death. Is that so? Li Qiye replied with a smile. With a buzzing sound, all 99 cannons fused into one in an instant and aimed straight for the existence in the darkness. Just a trivial little cannon. This toy might be able to suppress the God King level, but it won't be able to stop me. The person in the darkness spoke with great confidence. I know that killing you would not be so easy. The lamp in Li Qiye's hand suddenly emitted an endless black beam that shot to the sky. In just a moment, a black planet enveloped Li Qiye and protected him in its core. This thing. The existence stared at the lamp in Li Qiye's hand and seemed to be able to identify its origin. Frankly, this fire is too precious to me and I really can't bear using it. Nevertheless, it is not a bad defensive measure. How many moves do you think you will need to kill me now? Li Qiye paused at this point for a bit before saying, I have something else that you should take a look at. With that, he slowly took out another item. HZZZZ, in an instant, strands of laws wove together as a divine spear appeared in Li Qiye's hand. In 5 extremely mysterious locations in the sacred nether world where 5 ancient reclusive clans were located, such as the War Clan, 5 imperial auras soared into the sky as 5 more emperors headed for the ancestral realm. Boom! The strike capable of annihilating the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the most invincible blow in this world that was intended to kill Li Qiye, had been stopped by the 13 immortal emperors. 3 from the myriad bones throne, Immortal Emperor Wan Gu, Immortal Emperor Yangsheng, and Immortal Emperor Yao Shi. 2 from the Immortal Kingdom, Immortal Emperor Di and Immortal Emperor Fan Chen. There were also Immortal Emperor Qianli, Immortal Emperor Ming Du, and Immortal Emperor Fei Yang along with the 5 emperors from the reclusive clans. 13 emperors in total all arrived at the same place today. At this moment, the entire sacred nether world was suppressed. Even the strongest existences felt this oppressive aura while the hidden bosses across the eons felt so much dread that they didn't dare to breathe too loudly. All the ancestors watching from the mirrors kneeled on the ground. One of them yelled out in fear, This is 13 immortal emperors. This is too unbeatable. An older ancestor added, They are the eternal battle intents of 13 emperors. Inside the myriad bones throne, all the ancestors were stunned and speechless while looking at the mirror. They didn't expect their 3 emperors to help Li Qiye. Wan Gu. All of you. The dark existence was taken aback after seeing the 13 eternal battle intents from the emperors. Despite his own invincible prowess, victory was not assured against these 13 intents. However, what posed the most danger to him was the origin sealing spear hovering in the sky. After taking a deep breath, the dark existence asked, Why, are all of you working together? Li Qiye smiled and answered instead, This is called, persisting in evil brings about self-destruction. Today has been long overdue. Immortal Emperor Qianli had come before and knew that killing you was near impossible, so the Emperor went to find the eternal battle intents left behind by Immortal Emperor Wan Gu's group. All of them agreed that as long as you lost the ghost ancestral tree and someone successfully borrowed the origin sealing spear, then they would take action to annihilate you. What do you think about that? Brat, if I knew this was the case, then I would have killed you from the start. The dark existence replied coldly. Li Qiye answered, I know. Nevertheless, I was successful since I knew you fiends are greedier than what I imagined. You were taking a gamble to see if I could revive the tree or not, then you would kill me afterward so that you could possess a real immortal body. Who do you think won the gamble, you or me? All the ancestors that heard Li Qiye's swift explanation had to compose themselves. Not even in their dreams did they think that this plan that had been laid out tens of millions of years ago in immortal Emperor Qian Li's generation, a plan that was only now coming to fruition. After thinking to this point, they were frightened of Li Qie. This guy had been carrying out the big plan from millions of years ago. At the same time, the 1,000 Carp elders were shaken as well. They now understood why immortal Emperor Qian Li chose him as the guardian. So it turned out that Li Qie was the person carrying out this grand and ancient scheme. The dark existence still couldn't help himself from vomiting blood due to anger despite his training throughout the eons. If he had just killed Li Qie from the start, it surely would have been without any resistance. Alas, he was too greedy. He wanted to see if Li Qie could revive the tree or not, since it was something he had craved for countless ages. It seemed that this person in the darkness caused the ghosts to instinctively kneel as if they were seeing their progenitor. Their souls were shivering with fear towards this person. It was as if he could open his mouth to devour the souls of billions of ghosts. The entire ghost race was horrified at this second. Those who didn't know what was going on still prostrated on the ground. Those who knew a thing or two couldn't remain composed. Even virtuous paragons were affected. They knew something ominous had happened. Whoosh! The person in the darkness reached out. His hand swept towards the devourer and Fei Yang's battle intent, while the other hand went for Li Qie. Fei Yang's battle intent with the soaring banner could be considered invincible, and the devourer roared, then recklessly pounced forward. Boom! Their combined strength was able to push back this hand. The devourer managed to chomp a mouthful of the crimson muscles as it excitedly swallowed it as if it had just taken in the most nutritious meal it had ever had. However, its body was also pierced by a finger and its blood spurted out. Nevertheless, it didn't seem to care and had an appearance as if it was the one who got the better deal from that exchange. Chapter 607, Destruction of the Ancestral Realm. The dark existence had been certain of victory, but he didn't expect to jump into Li Qie's trap instead. At this time, Li Qie slowly spoke. The emperors have waited till this day throughout many long eras. That year, when the 5 ancient clans were still in the mortal world, the emperors started a crusade against you. Alas, they were not successful. Because of that, they told their clan members to leave the secular world, forcing their imperial lineages to close down. Nevertheless, they still left something behind, hoping for a day to reverse the tides. That day is today. The dark existence didn't answer. Although the 13 emperors were not real, their battle intents were enough to threaten him. Li Qie spoke, "Emperors, go for it. Carry out your wish today." In the blink of an eye, 13 emperors wielded the origin sealing spear that hovered in the sky. It emitted waves of universal laws. Each law represented the will of myriad worlds and the source of different races. This primal power clashed with the entire sacred nether world. The emperors with this spear sent out a power capable of suppressing all things. Even unbeatable existences had to kneel before it. Die! The dark existence screamed out and threw out his most terrifying weapon. He was not optimistic in any way, but he had no choice other than to recklessly fight. Boom, boom. The collision from the two sides was so horrifying that it suppressed everyone else. This battle overwhelmed even those who were very far away from the realm. Eventually, the origin sealing spear finally pierced the body of the dark existence. His body exploded as the darkness evaporated and was replaced with his spilled blood. No! The dark existence screamed miserably after suffering this wound. Right upon his death, a bright light shot out from his body, his true fate. Although his life had been ended due to this fatal blow, a wisp of divine intent still managed to sneak away. This divine intent opened up a portal to escape to the endless void. The 13 battle intents quickly gave chase and Li Qie gave a command to the devourer. The devourer roared, then quickly rushed into the void as well. After the portal disappeared, the path to the void disappeared along with it. The world became silent. Li Qiye didn't chase after this dark existence since he had other things he needed to do. The sacred nether world was completely quiet, so quiet that one could hear their own heart beating. The 13 battle intents disappeared, and a long time later, people could finally heave a sigh of relief. People who were kneeling on the ground finally stood up. The ancestors before their mirrors were still not able to calm down as they looked at each other with confusion. Even though they were amazing characters, they were still shocked by the recent events. Meanwhile, back in the basin full of corpses, Li Qiye stood there silently. There were no more fiends climbing up from the ground. The ancestors were also anxiously watching him while waiting to see if there were any more powerful existences that would climb up or not. However, after a long time, there were no signs of activity. One ancestor then commented, "It is over for the ancestral realm. No one expected for it to end this way." Another ancestor took a deep breath and said, "There will be no more ancestral realm or ancestral city from now on." This ghost didn't really know how to feel at this moment. It was a mix between happiness and bitterness since the ancestral realm carried a great significance to characters of the ancestor level. It had been standing strong for so long, but now, it had finally fallen. It was defeated not at the hands of invincible immortal emperors, not at the hands of existences that had lasted for eons, but at the hands of a human junior. Anyone would be caught off guard by such an unbelievable development. From beginning to end, Li Qiye never truly fought. Without a single technique, he managed to destroy the ancestral realm. This was even more frightening than if he personally destroyed it with his own power. Although in actuality, it was the 13 emperors who destroyed the realm, Li Qiye controlled this grand plan that had been in the making for millions of years. Buzz. With radiating light, the ghost ancestral tree poured down a universal law that took root deep in the ground. Li Qiye then focused his thoughts to sense the situation underneath. He felt a change underground and whispered in a serious tone, "This is," after a long time, he recalled this universal law from the tree and slowly turned around to look at the distant horizon. His gaze pierced the ancestral realm all the way to Necropolis. "Go." He let go of the ghost ancestral tree. The tree flew up, crossing the realm and flew into the sacred nether world. Everyone watched with bated breaths. This was the ghost ancestral tree whose myth indicated its relationship to the origin of the ghost race, yet Li Qiye was letting it go. If it was anyone else, then they surely would have taken possession of this one and only divine tree, so many were in disbelief of Li Qiye's decision. The tree traversed the sacred nether world's realms and instantly reached Necropolis, then it took root at the ancestral flow. Many existences slumbering at this place suddenly woke up. The master of the ancestral flow, who was sitting in her stone chair, also got up and felt something was amiss. Her eyes shot out a light towards the ancestral realm to the spot where Li Qiye was standing and quietly murmured, "You, what are you trying to do?" Li Qiye stood in the middle of the basin and gently sighed as he looked towards Necropolis. "This is the most I can do, the rest is my own business." Li Qiye shook his body, creating a clanking sound as the primal ancestral armor fell down. Buzz! The armor flew out of the realm and back to the kingdom of heaven. When he took the armor from the kingdom, he made it clear that it was only a temporary loan. Now that the feud was over, it was time for him to give the armor back to its owner. He took a deep breath at this time and asked, "Please help me one more time with the last of your firepower." With that, the 99 cannons around him rearranged into an array once more to form one gigantic cannon where all of its power was sent into a final shot. It destroyed the basin and all became ashes. The power of this final shot caused everyone standing before their mirrors to tremble. Such a shot was more than enough to destroy an imperial lineage. How terrifying was this? After exerting all of their firepower, the cannons suddenly dimmed. With a loud explosion, all 99 cannons sank down from the islands as if nothing had happened. Inside the realm where the basin was destroyed, a maelstrom appeared before Li Qiye. This maelstrom resembled many galaxies intertwining. This silver maelstrom was very mysterious, and no one knew where it connected to. Li Qie looked at the maelstrom and murmured, "The mystery of the ancestral realm is not the thing I am looking for, but I'll give it a try." Having said that, he stepped into the maelstrom. The moment he did so, back at Necropolis, the ancestral flow master's heart started beating faster as she yelled out, "Don't try it." Unfortunately, Li Qie did not hear her pleading. He took out the lamp and used its light, its black flame then shot into the silver maelstrom. Boom! The black light swept through the maelstrom and angered it. A huge vortex that spanned for countless miles was set off like a tidal wave, drowning the ancestral realm. Li Qie was covered by this silver vortex, but he maintained his composure. He took out the pentagate, the yin-yang mirror, and other treasures to protect his body, then screamed, "I don't care if you are alive or not, I want an answer today." In this instant, his forehead split open and a boundless imperial aura was freed. It seemed as if immortal emperors were walking out of his sea of memories. He used all of his secret moves to attack the deepest part of the silver maelstrom. It was clearly provoked from being attacked by Li Qie. Inside, countless stars exploded, their blasts heading straight for Li Qie with unstoppable momentum. Li Qie did not give up as he roared and used his invincible weapon to unleash a resplendent break. Meanwhile, imperial auras raged like a storm in Li Qie's sea of memories. With an extremely dominating pressure, the auras fought the silver maelstrom. Boom! Finally, a loud detonation occurred as everything exploded. At the last minute, Li Qie felt as if his body had ruptured. This blast shook the entire sacred nether world. The ancestral realm was blown into pieces by the silver maelstrom. At this moment, everything had become ashes. Chapter 608, Stone Medicine World. No. The ancestral flow master's heart skipped a beat after seeing this scene. After a long time, she finally took a calming breath and murmured, "You absolutely cannot die, you still owe me." At the same time, many imperial lineages were lit up all of a sudden. The explosion of the ancestral realm caused the imperial mirrors to emit a blinding and endless radiance. This was an explosion that simulated the end of the world. All the ancestors standing in front of their mirrors palpitated at this scene. Many pale ancestors fell to the ground. After a long time, the endless light finally disappeared from the mirrors. The mirrors lost their aim as only a vast nothingness was left. The ancestral realm was blown away. Everyone was dumbfounded at this scene. Although the realm was not as big as the sacred nether world, as it was only a minor world or a huge heavenly grotto in another world, even an emperor couldn't easily destroy a minor world like this. At this time, the realm was completely destroyed and disappeared from the earth. The ancestral realm was no more. Inside the myriad bones throne, one dazed ancestor murmured, "What about the silver maelstrom? Did it explode as well?" The near-death ancestor shook his head and said, "No, it flew away." Another ancestor asked, "Ancestor, what is that thing? It seemed like it had its own consciousness and life. Is it related to the origin of us ghosts?" "I don't know." The ancient ancestor sighed softly and said, "There have been many confusing events today. In my life, I have never seen such amazing things as this before." All the other ancestors were quiet. Their ancient ancestor was right, they had never imagined that the ancestral realm would be destroyed. 13 immortal emperors working together was indeed incredible. Inside the Thousand-Carp River, before their own imperial mirror, Lan Yunju quivered with her fists gripped tightly, her nails cutting deep into her skin. "Don't worry." Venerable Yang consoled her, "That guy's fortune is great. My intuition tells me that he definitely won't die that easily." Although he said this, he himself wasn't so sure in his mind. No one knew whether he was consoling Lan Yunju or comforting himself. At the Simple Mountain Immortal Kingdom, this blast also shook the ancestors before their mirror. Xian Fan was also there to watch the vast mirror. She murmured, "Don't die. If you are dead, it would be very boring to have no invincible rival on this long path of the Tao." Some time after, this news finally made it to Wuxia. Her heart fluttered as she slumped into her chair. After a while, she calmed down and stood up to firmly say, "No, young noble is absolutely not dead. I believe in him. There is nothing in this world that can kill him, he is still alive." With that, she became determined with a serious pair of eyes. A long time later, she took a deep breath and finally made a decision in her mind. An unknown amount of time after, Wuxia opened his eyes and took a look around. The first thing he saw was a simple wooden house. Although it was plain, it was very clean, which showed that its owner was a hard-working and meticulous person. Wuxia tried to sit up, but he couldn't move at all. His entire body was aching painfully as if it was about to split apart. He noticed that he was wrapped in cloth, someone had been tending to his wounds. He quickly tried to analyze his current condition and couldn't help but smile wryly. His entire body was cracked with heavy bone and muscle damage. It could be said that not a single inch of muscle was intact. During his internal examination, he found that there was something extra inside his forehead. It was a silver light around the size of a finger. With a more careful look, this was not a silver light but rather a lock or an order in the shape of a sword. Countless silvery lights intertwined in a complicated and convoluted manner. Wuxia wouldn't be able to understand its mysteries in a short time. He suddenly remembered the last blow that resulted in the huge explosion. At that time, he faintly sensed that the storm of imperial auras in his sea of memories seized something in the deepest part of the silver maelstrom. Now, he realized that his intuition was correct and that this silver thing was stolen from the maelstrom. He forced a smile and sighed. This was not the thing he was looking for. Discarding the old plan, he decided to go to the ancestral realm for the ancestral flow master. She couldn't do it herself, so he wanted to help her. There was also one more thing, and this was Wuxia's personal matter. He wanted to find a person. In the past, this person also went to the ancestral realm but disappeared later on. The dark existence said that that person was not with him, and Wuxia believed this. Once someone reached a level like the dark existence, there was no need to trick Wuxia. However, he was sure that the person he was looking for disappeared in the ancestral realm. The only thought in his mind now was about the silver maelstrom. This was the crux of the issue. He gently sighed and uttered, "There will be another chance later on." At the very least, he finished 2 of his wishes, so all of his efforts were not wasted. "You are awake." Right when Wuxia was lamenting, the door opened and someone quickly came inside. When this person got close to the bed, Wuxia saw that this was a healthy and strong young man. How could this youth not be strong? Other than his head, the rest of his body was made out of rock. Only his head seemed to be made out of blood and flesh. If it wasn't for his head that resembled that of a human's, he would be no different from a carved statue. The youth's eyebrows were thick and large with a pair of bright eyes that gave him the appearance of a straightforward and simple man. Anyone else would have a heart attack when they saw a person made of stone, but Wuxia was very calm. What situation had he not encountered before? "Where is this place?" he asked the youth. Wuxia couldn't move, so he knew that this young man had saved him. "This is Jade Blood Mountain." The youth answered right away, "You are hurt very badly, so don't move." Jade Blood Mountain? Wuxia's brows furrowed. He had been all over the 9 worlds, but he had never heard of this place. "Haha, my bad, I gave it this name." This youth was very simple-minded and quickly explained, "This is the countryside of the stone-treading county of the giant bamboo country. This is where I plant jade blood bamboo, so I gave it the name Jade Blood Mountain." Giant bamboo country. Wuxia was a bit surprised to hear this and asked, "This is the stone medicine world?" The young man was startled by the question and said, "Of course. Where would this be if not the stone medicine world?" Stone medicine world. Wuxia was in a daze. He understood that the explosion from the silver maelstrom had broken the world's barrier, blasting him into the stone medicine world. The stone medicine world was one of the 9, just like the mortal emperor world and the sacred nether world. All were considered major worlds. Li Chia asked, "This place is the giant bamboo country. Its capital has a gigantic bamboo, right?" "Yeah." The youth became even more surprised. "This place is indeed the giant bamboo country. Do you not know where you are?" Li Chia put on a wry smile and said, "It's a long story. I was on an adventure but there was an explosion in a dangerous location. I was blown away so I don't know where I was sent to." "To be blown away yet still alive, your luck is quite good." The youth shivered after hearing Li Chia's story. "I saw you falling from the sky. When I got to you, your entire body was cracked. Luckily, your heart was still beating or else I would have had to bury you right there." Li Chia looked at the youth and said in a serious manner, "You saved me. I will repay this life debt later." The youth scratched his head and laughed, "Ha ha ha, you are too polite. The truth is that we have a similar bloodline. 1/4 of my blood is from the human race. You should know that there are very few humans in the stone medicine world, so maybe we are actually relatives." Li Chia smiled after hearing the youth and replied, "Perhaps." The young man suddenly realized something and quickly told Li Chia, "Oh right, I almost forgot. I am cooking a medicinal congee for you. Wait a bit, I'll go get it." Having said that, the youth hurried away. "Giant bamboo," Li Chia murmured in a daze after the youth left. "Giant bamboo country, what an old name." Li Chia didn't expect to find himself in this place today. A few things from the past appeared once more in his head, a past that was covered in a thick layer of dust. After remembering these things, his heart sank as he lamented while sighing. Tens of millions of years had passed. Li Chia had undergone numerous life and death situations as well as goodbyes. He had grown used to all of this and could even be considered numb. No matter the era, he maintained a positive and optimistic mind as he courageously trod forward. Even if he was the last one standing, he would continue to walk alone. However, there were a few people and things that were especially hard to forget. They were buried deep in his memories, but once the dust was brushed away, he unavoidably recalled them. After all this time, he had forgotten what it felt like to cry, but the past always had some things that caused his heart to ache upon remembrance. Chapter 609, Sure how Li Chia eventually sighed and uttered, "I'm still alive after so many years." He was quite dejected and sentimental at the moment, but he had to bury some of these old memories deep in his heart. There were a few secrets, a few people, a few matters that Li Chia had no choice but to seal and act as their guardian by himself. Right when Li Chia had many complicated thoughts, the young man carried a bowl of hot porridge inside. "Come, come." He was very enthusiastic and spoon-fed Li Chia. With a taste, Li Chia knew right away that there was some ointment inside, so he asked, "This is a healing porridge, you are an alchemist?" The youth answered, "Ha ha ha, I am only a junior alchemist. At the moment, I am working as a county envoy for the stone-treading county." Li Chia drank the porridge while chatting with the young man. He made up an identity since he was already used to doing this. The youth revealed many things about himself. His name was Sure Hao, a messenger of the county who was also responsible for growing jade blood bamboo. A county envoy also had another title, Alchemy Apprentice. However, Sure Hao was a junior alchemist. His status was much higher than that of an apprentice. He came from a prestigious clan in the giant bamboo country. Unfortunately, the clan had fallen several generations ago, and there was nothing left from the time of Sure Hao's father. His parents only managed a pharmacy. Although he was a golem, like he said, 1/4 of his blood belonged to the human race. Sure Hao said that his ancestor married a human girl, a great expert. From this, it was clear that his ancestor was once extremely distinguished. The stone medicine world was the land of golems and demons. Humans were a rare sight. If one could marry a female human cultivator, especially an expert, then the person must have come from a great clan. After generations of decline, the clan had become nothing by his father's time. Shi Hao was the only male child of the clan and also its only inheritor, so he truly wanted to revive his clan. He was very average when it came to cultivation, but he was a bit talented with alchemy, so he chose the path of an alchemist. This path was not strange at all, because the stone medicine world specialized in alchemy. It could be said that this world had the most alchemists out of the 9. Since the start of time, 2/3 of all the alchemy emperors had come from the stone medicine world. From this, one could see how the path of alchemy flourished in this place. There was also a saying in the 9 worlds, if there are 10 alchemists, then 7 of them came from the stone medicine world. This world's alchemy was famous everywhere. Countless cultivators had come running to this place in search for medicine. Although Shi Hao had chosen the path of alchemy, finding success was not easy. First, refining alchemy was very expensive. Whether it was physique pastes, longevity medicines, fate pills, or ointments, each cauldron required many ingredients. A single batch would range from 100 to 1,000. In addition to the financial requirement, one also needed the guidance of a teacher. Outside of secret family recipes for ointments, most recipes for longevity medicines, fate pills, and physique pastes were well known. However, doing a good job of refining them was rather difficult. Alchemy was a form of cultivation, flame control, methods of Dan refinement, and incubating the cauldrons were all secrets of an alchemist, secrets that they would not easily part with. Finally, one required a good heavenly cauldron to refine good medicines. A bad one would have a negative effect on the outcome no matter how skilled an alchemist might be. Shi Hao lacked all 3. His clan had fallen, so they had neither money nor a network. Because of this, he was a mere envoy of the stone-treading county. Alas, this was still a chance for Shi Hao. Although the giant bamboo country neither had a system for alchemists nor great knowledge of alchemy, it still had several great guest alchemists. Shi Hao wanted to rise step by step. As long as he contributed enough while amassing experience, he would then have a chance to enter the county government and have the opportunity to meet some of these alchemy masters. Another reason why he chose not to join an alchemy lineage but the giant bamboo government was because he was an only child. If he joined an alchemy lineage, then he would always be a disciple of that sect. However, he was the only male child of his family, he carried the torch of reviving the clan, so he didn't want to become a disciple of another sect. Taking a government post was different. This was only a job that required loyalty to the country, so Shi Hao could still maintain his lineage and clan. He was planting jade blood bamboo on this jade blood mountain. This place was desolate and not many people came here normally. But now, there was someone to chat with, so the talkative Shi Hao revealed everything about his family and more. I almost forgot that you are wounded, please rest. After chatting for a long time, Shi Hao scratched his head and said, I'll be right next door. You can call for me if you need anything. Li Qiye heaved a sigh of relief after Shi Hao was gone. Li Qiye smiled at the thought of arriving at the stone medicine world. A bit later, he commanded, come out and heal my wounds. A fate palace appeared and an immortal injury peony flew out. An ordinary peony would have limited effects on injuries, but this was an immortal medicine, it was way above a king medicine. Its spirit had been living for 8 to 9 million years. It was the finest grade medicine for treating injuries. It allowed flesh to grow on bare bones and could spout out limbs that were previously torn apart. It could also dispel curses and even had a chance of curing a mortal wound. Any cultivator would go crazy over this kind of immortal medicine. It was a fact of life that cultivators would eventually be wounded, so with an immortal root on them, they would still be able to recover even when their bodies were torn asunder. This immortal injury peony was one of the several immortal medicines that followed Li Qiye from the lost garden of the immortals. Li Qiye was completely at ease with it curing his wounds. Although his injuries were grave, they were not a problem when he had the peony. With its help, after just 3 days, the broken bones and torn muscles all reconnected without any harm. However, his internal injuries still needed more time to recover. Shi Hao saw Li Qiye getting up from the bed and exclaimed, "You healed this fast. That is incredible." When Shi Hao saved Li Qiye earlier, his body was covered with wounds, but now he could walk again. Li Qiye replied with a smile, "It was no big deal. My skin and bones are thick and I get injured a lot, that's why my wounds recover so fast." Shi Hao saw that Li Qiye was walking normally and became happy in his stead. "I was worried that your injuries would become worse and was about to ask the county lord for some more ointment." "No need." Li Qiye smiled in response, "I have some ointment with me that has decent effects. I just need some more time to rest and everything will be fine." The youth was an honest person, so he accepted this explanation without questioning it and said, "Then stay here until your wounds are fine before leaving. Then I will have to bother you for a bit longer." Li Qiye said with a nod. Li Qiye stayed at Shi Hao's little room afterward. The immortal injury peony quickly cured his wounds. If someone else was injured to the same level, they would be bedstricken for 1 to 2 years, even with the best of ointments. His body had been struck by the silver maelstrom. A wound from a maelstrom of this level was difficult to recover from. It was even more difficult than creating an entirely new body because it was difficult to drive away the harmful remnants, let alone to recover. However, since Li Qiye had an immortal root, it was no problem at all. Complete recovery was only a matter of time. He had only just arrived at the stone medicine world and had plenty of time, thus he was not in a hurry. While healing, he began to study the death scripture. This was a supreme heavenly scripture that had existed for billions of years, so Li Qiye read it with a solemn expression. The book he was holding was the original. It was birthed by the heaven and earth, unlike the physique scripture he had before. The one he had was placed in martial arts manuals while the real one was hidden away. Thus, when he was holding the original death scripture, rain and storms appeared in the sky as strange images materialized up above. The appearance of such a supreme treasure heralded great fanfare. However, Li Qiye was ready with the heaven-sealing pentagate. He sealed off his room before taking the death scripture out so he could comfortably read it inside. The strange images from the death scripture were incredible, especially when he turned the pages. Immortal words appeared along with mantras. Nevertheless, these images were sealed in the gates, so they didn't alarm anyone, not even Shi Hao on the other side of the wall. As one of the 9 grand heavenly scriptures, the death scripture was naturally peerless and unique. Its mysteries were boundlessly profound and difficult to comprehend. However, it was not as prohibitive for Li Qiye. Since time immemorial, which merit laws had he not seen or tried to comprehend? More importantly, Li Qiye completely understood the physique scripture and had become used to the heavenly scriptures, so he was quite familiar with its style. For these scriptures, even the most brilliant geniuses would require decades, centuries, or maybe even longer to understand one of them. However, to truly grasp their profundities, they would need thousands of years. There was no exception. Nevertheless, Li Qiye had millions of years of experience of researching countless merit laws. He had an advantage that no one else had. No genius could compare to him. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.